on this rock. Thank you for the ability to share the gospel. As soon as I start that, the puppies want to come inside. Thank you, Father, for the puppies. Hold on. So let the puppies in. Make sure they out there. That's pretty silly, boys. All right, we're here to do one thing, and that's share the gospel. Everything else comes secondary. So thank you for that, Father. Thank you for the ability to have this. Thank you for creating the internet. And thank you for all things, for creating this realm that we're in here to test us, so the final trump, we can either be with you or we'll sit there and gnash teeth into the little season. So thank you for the reality of the truth. Thank you for that. Thank you for Shiloh. Above all things, the Redeemer will come back and redeem his bride. The ones that were in the narrow way, the ones that were the disciples. Very few oligos find the straight gate. Those are the ones he loves. He makes them love him. So this is how this is, I don't see how people don't see the war. War's silent in many ways. So war's not just bombs falling and bullets. Don't understand why people need to react when there's bullets falling, or bullets, bombs falling and bullets either whizzing over their head, right? You ever have a bullet go over your head? Bomb fall in your backyard, so that's where we're going to react. And that's too, like when there's a tornado coming. So it's been going on for a long time. I've been trying to tell people we've been at war with, they've been feeding us. How about the poison that we eat? The subject in school, they teach our children the separation, they're taking God out of this country. The war has been on by the government. The government's the beast. The war is on because you are the enemy. And that's been going on for a long time. They've been doing this since I was birthed onto this rock. So people act like there's no war. Never been a war outside America that started with a bomb. They always start with like Japan. What do? Embargoed them. So this is stupid, It is what it is. Yeah, I don't really use Facebook, so I haven't been on there in a while. But yep, the kings, they're saying no kings, but it's mockery of, no crown, no kings. So got the tattoo worked on again yesterday. Got some touch-up, works mucho better. Speaking of kings, we can teach about the kings, because the king, they're just mocking you. They like there's no. It's okay, Many are called, but oligos are chosen. Chosen are the ones that are predestined. Chosen are the ones that are. It's looks a lot better. I knew it would. He said, I just do light work. I didn't want to. He knew that I have. He knows I have good work. Garrett's there. They have a good. So he made it look right. He made it like it's supposed to look. So working on my next piece in my head, trying to figure out how to bring this. I think I want to do like a lace right here. I like this. Let's look like that, to finish off the sleeve, finishes off that sleeve. So I don't know, because to me, I know hell is no knowledge. Hell isn't a place. Hell is You ever been in the cold, so cold it burns? You ever been in the Arctic? You ever lived in the Arctic? You ever lived in an Arctic environment? Like the tundra, I lived in Alaska, where it'll burn you because it's so cold. That's what hell is, so you know. It's not fire. It's not even fire, and it's not really ice. But remember Elton John, they like to disclose what they're, Rocket Man. He said, in fact, it's cold as hell, burning up his fuse up here alone, right? So, you know, you don't. That's what I'm saying. You don't know hell. You don't know hell. I've been to hell. I've been there. I've been to hell. I've been there, and I'm back again. And here in this test, refined for the final judgment. There's only one judgment, so I don't care what people think about rebirth. I don't celebrate birth, but I know I've been here. This ain't my first rodeo, but I don't have a blip of a memory of any time. I just know I'm eternal, so it's okay. I know there's one judgment. I only focus on this slice of time, so that's all right. Remember, he said there'll be a new Agape. No, when I return, no one will know my Shem, my authority. We didn't do this one correct again. We didn't get this one. I had to come make a covenant with his bride, make a new wedding. Remember, he called his bride a whore. Israel, Jacob, who he loved, right? Man, remember, the family of 12 tribes against the Great Sea. He loved Jacob, who he later gave the inheritance. This is all about an inheritance in the age of air. But you have to have a celestial abyss to understand. But the gospel is all you need. So, what's that? What are you talking about, Tova? So, anyways, Tracy had my back, and now we ain't again. Now we ain't together again. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. Tova, you tripping? So, anyways, remember, he only loves his bride. We're not going to appease Father under this covenant. Old Testament, we're not under the laws of flesh. Remember, his bride is a teeny tiny flock. This flock is tiny, and he already chose this from the foundation of the world. We're only in this this world, this time, this slice of pie, this age, the Gemini, the age of Aries, Pisces, Aquarius. This is the time that he's talking about. This is the time from the birth of this age. Whether you understand what that means or not, it doesn't matter. I'm not trying to make anybody understand something. So, but by self-will, pornea, idolatry. Idolatry is add. That's pervert. Add, perverted. So we're not supposed to even take away. Nothing. It can't be added or taken. The Old Testament was one sin, death. This thought, pornea, under this covenant, death. Old Testament, one sin, death. This covenant, add one jot, death. Old Testament, one add sin, death. This new covenant, add one tittle, death. Old Testament, add one sin, death. This covenant, one yod, death. So, do you understand? Nothing's changed. He doesn't want anything changed. He made a covenant with his bride. He called her a whore. He loves his bride. Remember Jacob? That was the Old Testament. But we're not under the Old Testament. We're not under the laws of flesh. We're not under the laws of fee, fine. Father hates fee. Remember, he whipped through the word in flesh, the Hamashiach, Christ, Shiloh, my love. He fastened the cording out the curtains because they were, remember the two turtle doves at the altar, you know, the fee, the money changers. Who are the money changers today? That's America. And there used to be a constitutional republic. Now it's a halakha corporation. So people don't get it, and that's okay. Many are called, but few are chosen. So that's why he made me do what I did. So you're not allowed to talk, okay, the Most High God. What do you mean? Toby, you're tripping. What's going on with you today? You're like all over the place. First, waiting together, now you can't talk about the Most High. What do you mean? Are you on some kind of a other Jesus today or something? So, there he goes. Hey, am I not the only one? Something's going on with Tova. Somebody take over her account or something here. What happened to Tova? She's this Most High. Shiloh is the Most High. Word is Hokadesh in flesh. So he didn't have a flesh vessel. Remember, he didn't love everybody. He only loved his bride. Aaron and Levite, his pride. Leo, the celestial firmament marker. The scepter shall not depart from Judah. That's Leo. The lion from the tribe of Judah. You just don't understand the celestial knowledge or bis, but that's okay. Doesn't matter. It's the begotten that matters in the book. Remember? You call it a Bible. That's funny. It was written on tablets and scrolls, not on iPhone tablets or apples. It was written on rock. I don't know what these people are smoking, so I'm not atheist. Is this a religious channel? Well, no, I'm not religious. I rebuke religion. I think in this Project Blue Book, these potential, 216 million Americans, you're an atheist. Well, you're a Satanist is what you are. So you're a Satanist. So God is feminine. Oh, you got to go. You're a Satanist, Nathan. Get out of here. Moderate these Satanists. Satanist is a Christian, a Satanist is a Catholic, a Satanist is a Protestant, a Satanist is a Calvinist, a Satanist is a Presbyterian, a Satanist. They all follow this sun god. Wait, what? Yeah, you're a Satan. You add to the book, scripture. It's written already. You just don't, you probably think it's free will, and you probably think it's 2025. You're a lunatic. You know what I'm saying? So, it's okay. You don't it's not 2025. God's not in the sky. There's no such thing as God as a title. So, as a title. There's no, God is not, the Most High. How about that? Father, I am. Shiloh is his son. Remember? The only begotten son. So, yeah, well, these people are idiots. Idiot means they don't know. They never heard it or seen it. So I'm not mad at them. Idiotos is the same thing as ignoramus. Somebody's an ignoramus means they're ignorant. They've never seen it or heard it. That's different between being an ass. An ass means you've heard it and you don't want to learn. Most people are asses. They make an ass of themselves when they come in here. And that's okay. That's how it works. Definition, aletheia. He said, I am the aletheia. How about hados? That means get off your translation with your transgender Jesus. You go by some other cracker Jesus, some crackers and grape juice, mass A. Father doesn't want us eating human flesh. That's a paganism and Calvinism and Satanism and Catholicism, the isms, sanity, Christianity, Mormonism. There's no prophecy. Father fulfilled through Christ, the Hamashiach, as he hung on a tree and said, yep, remember? Not a broken bone in his body, the unblemished sacrificial lamb. Remember, he was the lamb. Father declared him lamb. That makes Father the last trump. Judgment for all. It's not hard. Nimrod, the mighty Ark Tower, to see Mr. Warp Speed's going to build an arch of Trump arch. You couldn't come out and be more affiliated. Remember? Billary went out there with her ISIS. Now we got ISIS on the streets, Trump's ISIS, these Proud Boys and J6ers and, well, prison guards, most of them, private contractors, so kidnapping people like World War II, like the Waltons off the streets of this America camp. where the encampment of the saints. Remember, the blood of the saints will be poured out on the nations that fornicate with the beast. Fornicate. Remember, he called his bride a whore in the book of Revelation. Welcome to the last pages of that scripture book. Welcome to the apocalypse. Already in the second rider, there were 2 riders on the white horse, not White House. Remember? One with the scepter, one with the bow. Whew, Nimrod. That brought the disease, the bringer, and the cure in warp speed or in God's speed. God is a title. Careful what you say in here. You'll be defined, refined, by definition. So, you know what I'm saying? You got to have some Christ in you. Christ is a pagan term. Christ means anointed in oil. It never says Christ in the original text. It doesn't say a lot of these alien dialect that you speak. Alien is a word. There's no aliens. Alien is a word. Aliens is a... How about 2 words? 2 aliens. 2 words. Alien, alien. No, just kidding. Your alien dialect is glossa. There's no such thing as speaking in tongues or alien tongue. So everything you think is real is phony baloney like fairy. That's a Celtic demon. A demon is a liar. A demonion, a distributor of fortunes or lies to others. That's what a demon is. We've all been a demon. We've all been an idolater. We've all been a Nephilim. Nephilim's a bully pushing your own bullshit or lies on other people. Just add a jot that's perverted. You're perverted, Nephilim. Are you falling from the sky? No, there's no falling. That's not what fallen. There's no coming from, there's nothing in the sky. Stop it with your sky daddy Jesus. If you're one of those, worship the balls in the sky. Take your balls out of here. Father is refiner's fire. Father is he said you must be refined as gold and silver, and that's a crucible that you have to take and put a hot pressure for a long suffering. He said long crucible time before it's ever becomes, well, refined, because it's long suffering. It's a marathon. You know, with Christ you have to endure to the end, right? To be saved. Nobody's been saved. There's no such thing as being saved. Saved means he's going to redeem his bride. Nobody's been saved. There's no such thing as being saved. You can't be saved. Yeah, I can't take this brain rot. And see, you stay in here. That's the funny thing. Get this connection. Get this night of cipher. He can't cipher. He can't decode he don't know his 2 cheeks from the same hole, wings to the same dragon. He couldn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. Remember, an ass is somebody can't learn. Somebody sitting here, call it Rambo. How about your new mystery Babylonian alien tongue psychobabble? American. You speak American? You don't even speak proper English. Oh, no hablo inglés. But anyways, what's it gonna... Okay, so don't speak near cracker Jesus in here. Jesus is Satan, the sun god Mithra, birthed in the middle of the winter in a manger. Your Jesus has mange. So get out of here. Take your cracker Jesus crackers and grape juice. Listen here, I don't want to hear your sugar bunny. I don't want to hear sugar coated peep out of you. Take your little puffy bunny or whatever, marshmallow man. Stay puff. Puff the magic dragon by the sea. Yeah, a beast out of the sea. Yeah, you're the beast. You support the beast. If you don't stand against the beast, then you're not Christ-like. Christ stood against the government, the law, and the church. And they whipped him for that. You know that? Anybody want to whip you? You're earning your stripes. He said, conform to my image and follow after me. If you're a disciple, you'll be crucified. Crucified. Separated. Set apart. Imprisoned like he was. They'll violate you. But you turn your cheek, be meek, not weak. Difference between being meek and weak, correct? Kind of like you have a right to protest, you know, redress grievances under your First Amendment. But I wouldn't recommend going to these kings. No kings. This is all a setup by the, what do they call this? I don't know. It's all goes back to Donald Trump. So may Christ have mercy on us all. No, Christ isn't going to have mercy on us all. Christ isn't going to have, he's going to pour out the blood of the saints, will be poured out, the wrath of in the cup will be poured on the nations who fornicate. So you got that wrong. There's no all. Father doesn't love. He's an all loving, but he doesn't love everybody. He doesn't show people mercy. He creates vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. Foundation of the world. Means already before he created. He creates people to create horrible atrocities. Creates them to create that sin. Then he judges them for the sin. And he throws them in hell for doing that. See, you don't know Father. You know some other cracker Jesus, some other God, some other Jesus, as Paul wrote. Jesus is Satan. There's many Christ. Christ's a pagan term never written in Scripture once. You don't read the text at all, do you? You don't study the interlinear, the canonized, the 12th century book. There's only one accepted. Everything else is rejected. There's a reason why 22, they were not aligned with the text, Scripture, and definition in the gospel, but you don't know anything. No matter who, the Lord will forgive you for your sins. You're an idiot. Take this pagan, say Lord is a pagan term, and forgiveness doesn't come without being rebuked by Father, and that's by the word. Then you walk in repentance for a long ass time. You're an ass if you can't learn in here, because I'll correct you, and then you may be forgiven, but that's not until you've turned about face. That means you do 180 degrees and stop doing what you're doing, or start. And then you walk in repentance for a long, extended period of time before you're ever forgiven. I rebuke you. What are you, a Christian? Get out of here. You speak like you don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. Two cheeks to the same hole, two wings to the same dragon. You speak like Puff, the magic. What are you smoking on? Rocks, tablets, old. You speak like some Old Testament, like you. No, yeah. We're not under the old rock. Remember? Tablets, stone. It's flesh. Tables of the hearts. Tables. We don't sup with vipers. So you sound like a viper. Show them to the door. Get them up against the wall. Against the. You want to play some music? Can't get a YouTube strike. 2 and you're out of here. We don't give you strike 3. So he said, don't sup with vipers. So. I love what people that angry. We know that somebody just said angry. My chat takes a second to catch up. So get out of here, children. This is an adult-only stream. Go outside and play. You can come back in when the lights come on. This is a child. No, children are not meant to be seen or heard. Go outside and play. Kind of old school. Go outside and play. It's an adult-only stream. Remember, 7, the number of maturity to be 7. Tell me the 7 things in Scripture that it is you're supposed to be doing, and I might just let you stay in there. He forgives them for their sins. Jesus died for our sins. Okay, get EA Sports out of here. Please get EA Sports. This person's a cracker Jesus. I already explained to you what forgiveness of sins, and you don't know. There's no such thing as Jesus as a Satan, son, God, Mithra, birth in the middle one on December 25th. If you don't know who that is, then get the hell out of here, because hell's not a place below your head or below your feet or above the sky or to the left or to the right or to the north, the east, south. It's actually that empty space in your head. How about that space? We'll talk about that conversation in a minute, the old spinning ball camp. But hey, knowledge, bis, bathos, busos. You know what that means? Bis, bathos, busos is the word knowledge. My people shall perish for lack of knowledge. No bis, no bathos, no buso. Abis, abathos, abusos. Revelation 9:11. Remember, it says at Revelation 3:11, I come quickly. Let no one take your crown. So, here you go, cousin, and singing and preaching the word of God. You must be a Methodist. Oh no, you're a Mexican American. So, a real man of God. Get out of here, you Mexican American. You're transsexual Jesus. There we go. Carl's got it. So, whoa, somebody's screaming out loud like a child. So, get him up here. Get him up against the wall. Get him up against the wall. Against. There's one in the spotlight. He don't look right. Get him up against the wall. Against. There's one with spots. If I had my way, get him up against the wall and I'm all of you. Shh. Take the jab. You've been too many jabs. All right, you're an idiot. Get out of here. We're only talking about the gospel if you're just being stupid. And we've been lied to about Jesus. Yes, you've been lied to about Jesus. Remember, he said, don't be a pervert. Welcome, my peeps. Let peeps stay here. Okay, there you go. Somebody's actually, they're not going to put swine. Look, there's more than one Christ. Remember, he said many. So they say Christ. Christ's a pagan term, but it means anointed in oil. He was the Hamashiach. He hung from a tree, not a cross. That's a pagan unk. That's Satanism. Anytime you see these images, that's Catholicism. That's when, Constantine thought he was going to lose his empire. He's slaughtering Christians. So were these Gothic, Vandal, Visigoths, all these Othogoths, all these Vandals, Visigoths, all these people went after Jesus Christ, the one birthed in the middle of the winter. Satan, Mithra, the sun god at the time of Rome. Just people call it a different name. So there's more than one Christ. Many, he said, many will come in my name saying they are Christ, and they'll be deceived. So that's all your religions. That's not Christ. He says the body is a temple he destroyed with all the physical rituals. Remember, no stone left upon another. The unblemished sacrificial lamb, all prophecy, all stone rituals, all sacrifice. They ate lamb, not crackers and grape juice, not sugar-coated puffy bunnies or marshmallows. I don't want to hear sugar-coated peep out of you. They didn't eat peeps, Cadbury eggs. No, this is the worship of the lunar goddess, the sex goddess. The one that had sex with her son, Semiramis. That's why Catholics like to touch kids. Joe Biden, Donald Trump, they're still touching kids at the airport. He dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes, and they're still touching kids at the airport. So whatever, people don't want to put his house is decorated with Mithra. He just came up with this Arch of Triumph, but you don't know. I've covered that on this channel, and how many 6 channels in 12 years. Hillary went and knocked down the Arch of Triumph. Remember? Oh, wait, they scouted it around and made the Arch of Triumph and dragged it around. That's the arch. Arch is the entrance to the hell, Al-Qaeda. Going too fast for you? Write it down. Go back and play it again. Watch it again. Go watch the restream. So, but hell is no knowledge. So you're not going to sit here and claim anything that, in here that's not defined through the scriptural text. Canonized version. Remember, they were going after Christians, slaughtering Christians. This text that you read is some bastardized. You raped the word of Father. Add, that means enforce your idolatry on it. He said, don't add, that's pervert. To add or take away. He said, that's twist, warp, change. He said, don't, or I'll blot your name out. See, he ain't this easy, sit down on your ass, Jesus. An ass can't learn. He rode in on a donkey, but an ass means you can't learn. Ignorance or ignoramus means you're an idiot. It means you can't learn. Or no, wait, you don't know. You've never heard or seen. It's never crossed your eye or ear hole or eyeballs or ear balls, whatever your taste in music you have. Whatever. I'm not here to impress you. I'm not here to try to change anybody. You can't change anything. Father created all things, everything not written. So Father's the creator, the writer, the author. You will edit your name out of the book of life. The lambs. Remember, Father declared him the lamb? No, through Father the creator, it was David. Remember, declared him the lamb, so that makes Father the ram. It was from the house of David. I stand corrected. So don't sit there and believe. He said, be sure no man deceived you, is the second coming of the sign of his return, correct? Hallelujah. Look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. Don't look down at your phone, get your head out of your ass. Learn something. That's just what it is. Its definition. He's the word. Word is the word Hokadesh. Truth is Aletheia. He was the word in flesh. That is Shiloh. You use words. Add. He said, don't pervert my word. That Hebrew word is froward. Don't froward. He said, you're frowarding my agape. Because they created their own halakha. And their halakha rituals, like baptism by water, is not baptism. He baptized John. He had John baptize him because he'd go by their halakas. They'd hang him from a tree. So he could feel not a bone and broken in his body, the unblemished sacrificial lamb. So, see, the lamb. That makes Father the ram. Final judgment. One shofar. Last trump. Final, 7th shofar. 7 shofars, but the final. Why do you think he decorates his house with Mithra, Jesus, the Satan, sun god at the time of Rome? Paints his face orange because he's a cheetophile. Hashtag that out. Nobody's ever said that before. We said that on the stream. Hashtag that out across this rock. Cheetophile and chief, commander of the Uniform Code of Military Justice. He's got 34 felonies and he's controlling the military. Remember, Congress said, or excuse me, not Congress. Congress makes the law. It was the Supreme Court. Holy crap, said he's violated posse comitatus 9-0, but he still just keeps doing it. Remember, he's starting something here. Oh, you got to listen to me. He in Oregon, Oregon chose to use the military, the National Guard, against ICE. See, all these states, because they're not cooperating, they're bringing federal in, and they federalize these police. You don't realize it's going to go to posse comitatus. He might invoke enact the Insurrection Act today if this no kings. And I think it's just a big setup for, we're just getting started in this maybe second wave of what we're about to see. That's what the book says, Soros. I ain't here to try to make you understand a damn thing. No king's ritual. This all Soros, this all Trump. They're doing this. These people are masters at what they do. How do you think they've kept their control for so long, for thousands of years? So I'm not going to here try to change you. You don't study any kind of biblical scripture or historical history is written in a book, and book is written on what? Stone? Well, it used to be written on stone tablets. So what you smoking? Book means Bible. Bible means book. Whoops, got that backwards. You must be esteemed as the potter's clay, turn their works upside down. So they know the rituals, they know the cycles, they know the waves, the millimeter waves, they know the tech, they have the tech, they've been holding it back, restraining it from you. Remember, we have tech, we could have free energy, ether technology. There's still machines running in the Tesla Museum that are running on perpetual motion, magnetics, perpetual polarity, anti-polarity, anti-gravitics. Gravity, that's a funny name, but let them go ahead and do their thing, because most people don't even have any idea that, the man decorates his house with Tartarian technology, been around for thousands of years, millions of years. You've got a copper magnet, right? Oh, copper magnet. That's pretty funny, a copper magnet. Well, if you take copper and you wrap it, copper, and you wrap it with a magnet and you spin it around, it makes electricity. You don't think we hadn't had electricity for millions of years ago? Get out of here. Computers is 0 and a 1. Cancel, 0. Placeholder 1, cancels 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. That's the makeup of all this. Fission, fusion, spoken into existence. There has to be vibration. That is, Torah is the language of Hebrew is math. You just don't, you speak Mexican American is what you speak. Most of these people, that's what they do. I live in America. One day I'll be able to maybe leave. I don't know. I'll know in a month and a half, or a month and a week. And it'll all be over. So, yes, the duality. It's the Gemini, the twins, the two jokers in the deck. Look over here. Don't look over here. Oh, wait, say one, do another. Bend over. Charlie Kirk, he knew a little too much, leaning too a little far to the right, like the Republicans with the elephant, and then ended up like an ask, like the left, like a Democrat, like a donkey, like a blue lollipop. Democrat or Republican. I'm not sure which one you lit. When you mix them together, you get kitty fuckers. Well, can't keep it in the pants, keep it in the family kind of people. Remember Tammuz, he loved his mom loved him, and they fuck like rabbits. Silly rabbit, tricks over kids. That's Jesus, the sun god Satan. Remember, he had a son, Mithra had a son, Tammuz, and he had sex with his mom when he died, and they resurrect his cock worship. The Washington Monument and the one right in front of the Vatican, same dicks. Nimrod, get your blood pumping. They're going to resurrect the Nimrod. That's December 25th, Mithra. You just don't know what you're talking about. You're going to go into your camps and slave them into the camps. This is sinful speech. Get out of here, Assad. You know Assad. This is the meat, HD fat. This is where it's at, like on a chuck steak, chuck eye. Remember the eye of the storm? Get out of here. Goodbye. Sin. Can you explain what sin? The word mark is the word karak, or character. Do you study any Greek? To be off the mark, right? Character, karak, or character is the word mark. Sin means to be off the mark. You're out of here. Get out of here. There we go. You see what I'm saying? You don't see what I'm saying. 2 kings, 2 crowns. Remember, I come quickly. Revelation 3:11. Let no one take your crown. On March 11th, he declared the crown, coronavirus. Remember? You have to excuse me. We just got some more work. But look, another king, another crown. Boy, they got a no king's ritual going on today. What do you know, Joe? Remember, he said, you knew I was a snake before you let me in? He's the king of Israel. That's what Netanyahu said. And then he let Joe Biden. They all island boys. It's Trump's island, not Epstein. EpiPen Island, you got to include the Clintons, Bill and Hillary. They're all island boys and girls. They bring boys and girls to Trump's Island, Trumpstein Island. Hashtag that out across this rock that you walk. Are you spinning on a planet? There's no such thing as planet. Get out of here, child. It's not 2025. I will not allow you to be in here as a lunatic pagan. Satan is the adversary, and you add. He said, don't pervert. Don't pervert. Yeah. We're born into sin. Remember, from the corrupt dust of this rock. This light was created from the darkness. Have you forgotten? You don't read it all, do you? You've never taken like a hand or pointing at a number on a wall or a digit on a screen, taking the time, have you? Oh, yeah, the old numbers. Dialectus. Oh, wait, you want me to turn some numbers? Super Bowl, halftime, occult ritual. You like do your Super Bowls, don't you? You'll be encamped. Encampment of the Saints. It's in the Project Blue Book. You're an idiot. You just don't have it. You got to have the right. There's only one book. I got one right here. You don't have it. It's called Project Blue Book. See this? It's in the writings. So they've been doing this since at least, well, thousands of Yuga cycle. Well, Cali, going back to Cali. But anyways, we're not going to go there. Like from the City of Angels, Angelos, messenger, Angelos, angel is the word messenger definition. Do you define anything? Do you define definition? I am the Hados. What's that mean? Oh, wait, you need to phone a friend? Anyone? Bueller? You guys quick to the trigger. What's your words per minute? Whiskey, Papa, Mike. What is Alathea? What is Harizo? That's what he said. I am. So he said, be comforted, Peter. He said, get behind me, Peter. He said, I'm not asking you, Peter, if you phileo me. Do you agape me, Peter? I am. So. Oh, yeah. Well, no, we won't have any poetry in motion here. This isn't some haiku. They're still soggy party. You can't handle the truth, so you got to go. Pancake party. What are you, the Waffle House? You got them scattered, smothered, and splattered over here. Awful or Awful House? Are you the IHOP? You can hop out of here, you little Easter bunny. Silly rabbit, tricks over kids. New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter. Stop it. The shepherd were in the field with the sheep. The shepherds. His dogs. That's my dog. Like a shepherd with a staff. All right, never mind. Sheep, black or white? Black and yellow, black, like a Steeler, Pittsburgh, or... Never mind. Yes, well, he said, worry no man that can take your flesh, peeps. Only worry it could take your flesh and your soul. So, Helios means what? Sun. Right? Like the heliocentric model where they think they're on a block, rock, or ball. It doesn't really matter if they're on a ball or a block, right? Geometry, I think of geometry, I think of like a block, right? All right, but anyways, you're on a ball, right? Spinning on a planet at 1,040 miles an hour in the third dimension, third rock from the sun. Notice 33, like you have 33 spinal vertebrae. But anyways, to reach the Christos, the Holy of Holies. Never mind. Oh, yes, remember Helios, like the sun, God? Yes, so they're on a ball or a block or a rock, spinning at 1,040 miles an hour, third rock from the sun in the dimension, third rock from the sun, third dimension, on a ball, corkscrewing and spinning. Remember, spin or that is pervert. So they're perverting through time. Well, corkscrewing and spinning through time and place, through time and space. Remember? Do we need to go back in time? Okay, so they're on a ball, they're on a round ball in the third dimension, spinning at 1,040 miles an hour. Dimension from the sun, in the third dimension, from third rock from the sun, on a ball, as spinning at 1,040 miles an hour, corkscrewing and spinning through time and space. Have you ever looked at the helio? Because we said heliocentric model. Heliocentric model. Can you tell me about your space model there, about space corkscrewing and spinning? Like the spiraling starfish, like Patrick's SpongeBob, Squidward, under the sea in your abyss knowledge of the celestial firmament, yuga cycles. So you're on a ball, you're spinning at a planet. Okay, they call it a planet. Well, just to let you know, there's no such thing as a planet. So whoever the hell told you there's a planet, please leave now. You're not on a planet. There's no such thing as planet. So you're on a planet. You're spinning. Planet of the Apes or Planet of Chewbacca had a threesome with Anakin Skywalker, and they had Wookiee with an Ewok. Now you got Planet of the hairy big feet apes or whatever you call them. So okay, let's go back in time. So all of us. You're telling us all of us. So the water sticks to the ball because of gravity. Okay, I got this. I'm trying to remember your models, because I know the both models. I don't do none of the models, so but I know the models, all the models. But okay, it's like Vanna, you know, or maybe like, come on down, have your pet spayed or neutered. But anyways, neutered gender is the beast. But anyway, so you're on a planet, you're on a ball, and you're spinning at 1,040 miles an hour in the third rock from the sun in the third dimension, corkscrewing and spinning through time and space. I hate to break it to you there, asshole. You're already in space. Why would you need to go to space? You're a dumb fuck. You know that? Please leave now. I'm not paused. You need to leave. Get out of here. I'm not spinning. That's pervert. Pervert to warp or spin. Twist, warp. They say you're corkscrewing. So that's basically this. You can't corkscrew or spin me. Get out of here. It's not 2025. You're not corkscrewing on a ball. You need to leave now. And you can't talk about shapes in here. You go stick your little, whatever, flute, little round or whatever square peg in somebody else's American pie. Homie, don't play that Bandcamp. Oh, world. Yeah, world or world. Yes. Are you on the WRLD or the WHIRLED? World. Are you whirling, twirling and whirling? It's pervert, man. Like Trumpstein Island. Remember, they pervert that to you. I'm telling you, it's Trump's island. It's his island. Stop calling it Epstein Island. It's Trump's island. Trumpstein, if you want to. Trumpstein. Because that's his island boy. His island buddy. Remember? Like Barry, they like to bend over, play lightsabers in the ice holes at the island. They bring boys and girls to the island. Mr. Cheetahphile. We're coming up with some epic stuff in these modern apocalyptic era that we're in. Welcome to Revelation. Welcome to the second writer of Revelation. Welcome to the Roja, red. You get mad, turning red. Because I already saw the writer on the White House. I mean, on the white horse who brought the crown, the corona in warp speed time, the bringer of disease, or the cure of the disease. Remember, there's two writers. He always declares two witnesses. Like you have these two thieves that'll steal your crown, like in Revelation. March 11th, he declared the coronavirus. I mean, the crown virus. He said, I come quickly. No, it's not Prince Andrew Island. It's Donald Trump's island. Stop fucking kicking the can down the road. You Americans, stop lying to yourself. Ocean blue. You got balls. How many? Dos. You can kick those down the road if you'd like as well. You're going to tell me Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok, they had a threesome with Anakin Skywalker, and now we've got big feet. You can take your two big feet and your two balls, two blue balls if you want to, but Prince Andrew has nothing to do with Trump's island. So he's been there, but it is Trump's island. So remember the Scottish Reich, you're just childish, young in your days on this walk of this rock, but we're all eternal, so don't worry about it. It shows in your dialect. So no, it's not Obama's island, you idiot, because Barry is his name, is a known homosexual. His name is Barry Soetoro. It's not Obama. Obama was his uncle, you dumb fuck, David. See, you speak out of line. You speak like demons. You change history and you're warping. It's Trump's island. So, see, here we go. Look at these two. Now they're fighting over and they won't even put it on Trump. Look at these two. Get the fuck out of here, David and Ocean. Get these two dumb fucks out of here. These stupid idiots out of my chat. They're both of these guys been to the island, but it's still Trump's island. It's Trumpstein Island. Yeah, and Hillary, or Bill and Hillary. So it's EpiPen Island. How about that? Yeah, you're food for Wi-Fi. So always have to rhyme in order to teach. No, we don't, Joe. Now you know. Remember, he said, you know, I was a snake before you let me in. Then he let Joe Biden. The two hollow needles. Welcome to the YouTube. Spitting Jew like Alex and Donald. Remember that we're going to put Hillary in prison, lock her up. How many hundreds of millions of dollars they extorting from prisons, buzzing banners and T-shirts and websites and swag. You know what swag is, right? Not that kind of shit. What are you smoking? Get out of here. Anyways, all the hundred millions of dollars, and then she sat at his inaugural dinner. The most idiotic generation to ever walk this rock will be the Trump supporters, and Mr. Jones, Alex Emmerich Jones. I know, put time in at InfoWars, so I'm not going to talk about it. Anyways, moving on. He said, come out of my people. So it is what it is. But lock her up, Billary for prison. Remember, it's Billary Island. No, it's Trump's Island. They're all island boys and girls. They bring boys and girls to Trump's Island. Shut the fuck up. We know Obama's been there. Talk out of line. So, dude, get out of here. That's your herd mentality with Travis Scott, another pure Satanist. How many people died at his concert because people act with a herd mentality. Fuck Travis Scott. He's you know what I'm saying? Oh, hey, Rodney King. Now, there's a king we need to talk about. Rodney King, LAPT, beat the fuck out of him. Remember that? I was birthed during that time, was right there. That's where I'm from. Born in the city of angels. Born on the valley. Born in the valley. Born on the hill in the valley. But never mind. You wouldn't know. Granada. But I remember. I'm that damn old. So, no, J.D. Vance is worse than Donald McWarpspeed. Look at him. In J.D. Vance, it advance in Trump pants or Trump pants. Already told you about Trump pants in advance. That's prognosco. J.D. Vance, that's who'll be your president. Remember, if the Simpsons come right, because he was laying in a casket. They never let me down. It's a great study tool. They don't always get it right, but remember, they got him laying in a casket. So maybe he'll be the deadly head wound that was healed. He'll come back. Got to get back in time, like a time traveler, like the movie Donald Trump. Back to the Future. That movie is Donald Trump, but you don't know what you're talking about. So, whatever. Go see Informed Christians. I'm not a Christian. Go see Daniel Elijah Vallis and see his decode. It takes him 45 minutes to get through the first 15 seconds of the movie Donald Trump, Back to the Future. So, I don't want to talk to anybody who hasn't studied, and I'm not going to argue with anybody. I don't have time. I might be able to leave this country in a month and a week. How long you been here? A week? A day. A weekday. I'll probably go through the Mexico border. Remember? Oh, man, get rid of it, man. No, not that way, man. Throw it out, man. Oh, man, that's a bummer, man. They're busting a carload full of nuns, man. No, Donald wasn't. He is. I am. I'm always birthed at the line, peeps. I travel through time and space and place, go back and forth through time. If you've been on this channel, you'd see that. As a magi, birthed as an angel, a messenger, in the city on the rock, the concrete jungle, if you will. No, not you will. Father's will birthed me on the hill in the valley to birth. Here I am declaring this on this celestial, right? Knowledge, cosmos, the orderly arrangements of this rock back and forth in time in the future. If you've been here long enough, you'd know that. But he burst his messengers for the time and the age. I'm just here to get in front of Mr. Warp Speed and declare the age of Aquarius, the birth of the bride. Hallelujah. Always. Well, whatever. It's like a dance through. It's like a tapestry of Star Trek, if you will, a cosmos going back and forth in time, an orderly arrangements back and forth and back and forth, back and forth, back to the future. Using the celestial firmament yuga cycles, like going back to Cali, where I was birthed on this rock, but you probably wouldn't know what I just said. It makes no sense to you, like America. I'm American, so if I can leave, I will. If I can, but I can't, so I will wait until Father allows me, because Father's, I got a 51% chance, if you're going to play luck, that I might not go to jail, and a 49% chance that I might not. No, it's 100% in Father's hands. There's no such thing as free will, no such thing as chance, and no such thing as luck. I know why they're trying to throw me in jail still. It's what did it just accomplish? $100,000 for nothing. Is it about the money? No, it's about standing up to the beast. It wouldn't change a single thing. So it's okay. He bursts whoever he chooses from the foundation of the world to do all these things. That we're all given an individual task that's in his service, that we are supposed to be girded loins, believing in him, Maranatha, until I return at the final trump. So I don't know. I don't know why Father made me sit in the chair all these hours and do all these time. Well, I know it's because I'm girded in his service. I'm not going to mark my body with, I am revelation, remember? Magi, looking up at the celestial markers. You guys know. You've been here before. The whole, so, thank you, Father. So, not trying to sit there and be something I'm not. Father created me. So, yep, there you go. Baron, this talks about the chasms, brothers and sisters. I'd already done told you, you better get to your chasm. You better get to your chasm. There we go. You better get to your core temperature. You're 98.6, 60, 52 to 60. So maybe somewhere in there. And it could be 55, 62. There's a variance, but it's core temperature. So, hey, this rock's going to get cold. They know it. Listen here, Jon Snow, with your watcher on the wall, the watchers. They put this in movies and television. They play the Game of Thrones on you. They put the Game of Thrones on you. You see what I'm saying? Probably not. Are you red-eye to go home with Father, to be home with Father? Are you red-eye? You see what I'm saying? Probably not. Tell thy vision. They tell lies to your vision and sting you when you're a child at the spelling bee and curse at you and curse him and yes, and poke at you. Play visual and verbal voodoo with you and sting you. Remember as a child? You got stung at the spelling bee. You went to school, didn't you? So you get channeled. Go with the slow flow, put your currency in the bank. You've been schooled. You got the alien dialectus. Lost the tongue. Oh, wait, we broke the wave, huh? Breaker 19 coming in from behind. Remember, they tried lightsabers in their ice souls. So, oh, I gotta take it's getting a little bit warm in here. It was 2 degrees this morning. Damn, it was cold, man. I got to get to South America. Either that or I'll have to ask the jailer for another blanket. Oh, pardon me. No, you guys stay inside. Stay inside. It's still cold. It's a little chilly out there. Nope. You're staying inside with the dead. Staying inside with the dead. Yeah, the big beautiful bill with the crypto. You don't even realize what was in there, Stoner. I mean, you may, but people don't realize what that big bill was, what it did. I'm done, man. Like I said, I'm done. I just make do what it is, what Father made me do in here. You know, I ain't trying to change a single person. I don't care what people do. It's mind over matter. Jimmy crack corn, and I don't care. They're corn Julio God, and they're corn worship of their coronation. Coronado is the underground state capital, just so you know, in the chasms. I'm telling you, Coronado. Yes, it's Grandpa. It was his uncle, Justin. It was John G. Trump. It was his uncle, John G., Uncle John, so his nephew. Call me daddy. Who knows? They do some sick shit in their family, so probably, come sit on Uncle's knee and let me give you some tech here, and I'll let you hold on to the tech, and you can hold on to my, Nimrod. Tower. Thump, 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 thump like a rabbit. He'd be bouncing him on his knee, taking a horsey ride. Whee! The writer of Revelation, the writer in the White House. See, they already knew. So, Yeah, they set this up a long time ago. Prognosko means to have foreknowledge of. Father did this. Father's creating this evil, just in case you didn't know. It's like if you ever played good and evil, imagine a badass evil. No shit, you dumb motherfuckers. You're about ready to see a lot worse evil. You don't think of it like that, do you? Like a 5D chess game. Remember, I told you if this was chess, I would have made you flip the board over. This ain't checkers up in here. We don't make simple moves. Back and forth, make a couple jumps. Listen here, you feeling froggy? You can jump the fuck out of here, silly rabbit. You know what I'm talking about? I ain't feeling froggy. I don't do this sex with kids and touching kids. None of this pedophilia is disgusting. It's Trump's Island. Argue with me. Drop 3 steel billions with 2 airplanes, so they're still touching kids at your airports. That's creative like this motherfucker is still doing it today, aren't they? Bet you he's loving it. Just like Joe. Told you, trading lightsabers at the ice hole at Trumpstein Island. Mr. Cheetophile. Break your back. Break your neck. You know. Oh, Father. Forgive them. They don't see it. It's right in front. It's in everything, brothers and sisters. They put it in television. They put it in children's. They sting you as a child, start telling you curses and cursive and telling you, you know, we went to the moon, right? We landed on the lunar surface, on the light of the lunar surface, you know. So you're not going to get away with the crunch because the crunch always gives you away, Captain. You know, it's like some scrape the roof of your mouth and, you know, give you a test, see if you're going to pass, like some DNA, you know, some DNA alien dialect or something. Well, whatever, some mRNA. How about that? Some messenger relay. Messenger, so go in and corrupt the program like a mainframe, like your corn syrup gods. They disrupt your gut bacteria, and that changes your protein, so it goes as a whole, and then you become toxic. Remember, he said, if you're toxic, I'll vomit you from my mouth. What? Don't worry about it. You just speak American. I'm American, so it don't matter if you're American or American can't or not. I'm gonna just, you know, I don't any can. I don't do a can is the government. Can is the ones I shoot. I shoot Mexicans, Americans, Texans, all cans. It's a spiritual shot. You know, that's your allegiance to a state, or your allegiance to a border, or allegiance to a man or a flag. Wipe your ass with the American flag and then burn it, because that's the proper procedure to do when you dispose of properly of a flag, and that's to burn it. People are idiots. They don't remember anything. So, and countries, you know, they're shit too. The government, all of it. The people, there's some good people. The land, Father Nature, beautiful. No mother, get out of here, Satanist. So, your mother is the word. Your mother is the tree of life. Your mother is correction. Your mother's when you sup with those that are in the narrow way. That's your mother. It says in Scripture, your brothers and your sisters and your mother are those that do the will of the Father. The bride. Canada has far better weed than Mexico. Well, don't call it weed, because, Joe, I don't smoke weed. I don't smoke marijuana. I smoke cannabis that I grew. I don't smoke marijuana. You hear me? Look how purple she got. I brought those in this AM, or if you're morning, because we had a wake. They died. Whoa, we had a wake and a morning, but we love them still because they're all right. Yeah, those are doing good over there. Those are the ones we already trimmed up and are doing. Isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? Oh, we have one come off the stem. Oh well. All right, put it back. So, don't tell me I don't smoke weed. Oh, don't work for my sciatic. I have to use medical grade, and we're not giving any medical advice. Cannabis. So hold on. I have to use I'm a medical, not giving any medical device transfer technician of some cannibals here. Well, not cannibals like the eating of the meat, the fat, the HT fat's where it's at. Cannabis, not like Cain and Abel. Okay, whatever, Joe. You don't have any idea what you're talking about. You wouldn't know what medicinal grade cannabis is. We just took that in. Goodbye, Joe. Get Joe out of here. Joe wouldn't know. Canada has BC, which was not anywhere near. Dude, get out of here, Joe. Get out of here. Get Joe out of here. Get Joe out of here. Get Joe out of here. That has nothing to do with anything. You're an idiot. You probably use, disgusting, grow with filthy, and you use clones and don't even have any fucking seed vault, you dumb fuck. You called it weed. It's not weed. You're a fucking idiot. It's cannabis. You have cannabinoids in your immune system, you dumb fuck. Get out of here. You shithead. Just shit on something that's beautiful, that's never hurt anybody, never killed anybody, and relief for many things. And I'm not sitting here giving any medicinal advice. Come here acting like an idiot, call it weed. I can't stand that word. Fuck you. It's not a weed. It's a flower. It's lovely. It looks like swag because it still has all the leaf on it, you dumb fuck. I just took it before. The person never probably even trimmed a plant in their life. Never even trimmed their own medicine. What a like I said, what a terrible thing, man. One of the most beautiful things I've ever done in my life was finish a cannabis plant from start to finish, and partake in some of my own herb that I grew, and it was fabulous. And I was like, damn, dude, that is up there with like having a kid, like father, bringing you to what I'm saying, have a relationship where he really just turned me when I just couldn't figure out why I couldn't give my life to father. Why couldn't I give it to him? Why couldn't? And then I was figured out, oh, well, dumb fuck, it says it because he's pulling you to him. Oh my God. It felt right. Some things just feel right. So what an idiot. Probably smoking some dispensary, So just smoking a bunch of genetically modified. Joe was genetically modified. Remember? Came in here talking about rhyming or something like that. What a dumb fuck. That's okay, my bad. Whatever. I don't care. Watch. Going to jail or going to Mexico. I don't know. I was thinking about me going somewhere else, guys. I seriously am. Been maybe having a thought, but I don't know. I can't bring my dogs. Maybe I can. I just don't want to get on a fucking airplane. I'm not getting on no airplane. I ain't touching my balls. I ain't having none of that shit. I flew way too much when I was young and stuff. No way I'm never going to get radiated again. I do that to my body. So anyways, so enough about the cannabis talk. My whole life is not stem around cannabis. So I have a whole nother life. It just happens to be one of the things that I love to do. Because it's rewarding. So that other one's super purple, and you see this one's, it's nice and purple too. Those are going to be nice and pretty when they're trimmed up. So, which brought them in today, and first part of the day it was a little chilly out there. They were just a little bit frozen. It was about 25 degrees or something when I went out there, but they're inside the the outdoor garden. I don't have the lid on it, but the outside of the garden was frozen, but inside they weren't wet or anything when I brought them in. They haven't dripped any water, didn't get any frost or anything like that. So they should be good. Those should be just absolutely stunners. Like I said, I'm really happy with with this herb here. It's just super covered in trichome, and all that purple is just, man, it's so lovely. Isn't she lovely? So anyway, so let's go on with this show here. Yeah, no, I know they're idiots, Sorry, it was somebody messaging me about something yesterday when I was in town, and I didn't get to them, so they just called me. But okay. Anyways, so let me take one more pull off. That's pretty yummy, man. Thank you, Father, for allowing me to do that. So. you know, we couldn't be more, what do we got here? Crazy how they look. Yep, there you go, Justin. Thank you for mentioning that. They did that with the cannabis. A lot of people always, because I was a medicinal grower. Dude, I was a medicinal grower, right? With a CDL. Medicinal grower with a CDL, right? Who would open carry. Justin's like, huh? You can't do that. Yeah. Used to push the envelope, well, whatever. I did everything legal by Father, what I'm saying? I'm not worried. Father is my judge, through Shiloh. That's my covering. That's how I thought I go under the Old Testament. I'm not worried about it. I'm screwed either way. I've committed many sin in my day. So I need the covering. But yeah, some people are like, dude, how do you have a CDL? You're a medical grower and you open carry and you do some of the crazy, and you sell clones and you sell guns and you do a lot of things that, you don't pay no taxes on things like, dude, you do some yeah. Thank you, Father, for making me who I am. Father made me. If you don't like it, take it up with Father. Yeah, what's up, buddy? So my buddies, hold on, he's hanging next to the dad. He's wanting to hang out. Oh, now we gotta say hi to the buddy. To my boy, to my biggest. He's a big boy. He takes up all the couch. He's a big guy. He's not a small puppet. He's just a big old guy. He's the biggest guy. He's the biggest guy. He's the biggest guy. He's the biggest. He's the biggest. He's the biggest. He's biggest. Biggie. I got your tail. 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 Oh, Dad's got your tail. I got your tail. What am I gonna do? I got your tail. I got the tail. Dad's got the tail. Oh, Dad, that's his favorite spot. That's his favorite spot. He likes going tickle right by his tail. Oh, just on his tail. Just on the tail. Just tickle to my tail. Damn much my tail. He thinks he's a kitty cat. So, oh, I love my puppies. Oh, I love my puppies. So. Yeah, preparation is life. That's right. It's a lifestyle. It's not something you do in a hurry. So good stuff, man. Preparedness is a lifestyle. Oh, Mr. Bone, Daddy didn't give me no love. Let's give some. I gotta give the other Bubby some lovins too. My boy. Okay, on it. And Dad, get a drink of water. Oh, out of water. I got one of those iced coffees yesterday. I didn't drink about a quarter, about half of it, I guess. I'm gonna drink water this morning. I thought I was gonna drink it today, but we haven't been drinking it. We've been drinking water, huh? So, anyways, the No Kings protest is today. Obviously, I don't really. Last time there were a lot of places where they held protests where nobody showed up. And again, I think if you look at what's going on here in Oregon, they're making a mockery. They've got all these inflatable, people decorated, all these people, because Portland is weird. They've got this thing, keep Portland weird. It's just a thing about Portland. It's Portlandia. It's just the way Portland is. You can be weird in Portland. So, and I don't necessarily mean left, I was actually talking with my tattoo artist there yesterday, and he was saying, you'd be surprised how many conservative people have blue hair. I said, I know, because we were just talking about kind of, he's pretty open-minded about this stuff. And he's like, talked about some things last time, because last time when I got this tattoo done, when he did the touch-up work on it, silver's sitting at like $29-30, and now it's sitting at, it was $54 or $55 the other day or something like that. So he's like, man, there's a lot that's happened, since you were here last, and it wasn't that long ago. But yeah, we were talking about, how, again, a lot of this stuff is, this is all planned. It's like preparedness. It's all put ahead of time. So they're making a mockery here in Oregon. And there's something I want you to pay attention that's happened in Oregon. I just said to you that makes this state very unique, like no other state so far. This is a sanctuary state. This is the first sanctuary state anywhere. Remember, I was talking about blue hair, and don't necessarily go there like that, because you dumb motherfuckers forget that, what our government does to people all over the world. And there are people who come from all over here to try to find a better life when it's us that's fucking everybody up. But anyways, so I would like sanctuary in another country, remember? But I have to wait. Maybe I'll find, my sanctuary will be a jail cell with a bunch of stinky dudes. Remember, it's 100% up to Father. So, but if not, like I said, you got to look. The people come, here, and Oregon was the first sanctuary state in the U.S. It's the only state that equals 33 in all the gematria. It is the oldest place in all of the northern hemisphere. All of the northern hemisphere. I don't like using the term, but it is. But Oregon has used now the National Guard before Trump could declare, and use them as a federal censor to protect, and go after migrants and bring ICE out into the state. Oregon chose to use the National Guard against ICE to protect the protesters, because people have a right to protest. So this state is going to be the beginning, and the Civil War started here, brothers and sisters. If you understand what I just said, maybe you haven't figured it out yet, but there's a line. There's something that's been done different here in this state that hasn't been done anywhere else. And there's a reason why I live in this state. And I don't agree with all the poly-tick bull stuff, poly meaning many, and the tick in office right now, the queen acted like a queen too. Tina Kotek. She's like a tick. She's a leech of the system. But anyways, she has chose to stand in and use the National Guard to protect the protesters, brothers and sisters. Now, if you look at the protesters down there, there was nothing going on in Portland, like I said, and I need to document this, like I said, what I'm saying? There were literally, 100 streamers across this platform, and I know there was others on other platforms streaming that nothing was going on in Portland until they brought in all these. Then, of course, people show up like they're going to have a No Kings protest today. But there was nothing going on in Portland. That happened years ago. That was something like Ferguson, where the cops stood down and allowed that to happen. See, the cops stand down. That brings in this has all been a long process. You don't play the long game. You play checkers, couple moves, bam, flip the board, you're done. This is a game of, strategic 5D chess that they're playing here. Trump brought in Soros, who brought in, Black Lives Matter and Antifa. Trump is Antifa. Trump is Black Lives Matter. Trump is Soros. Trump is Joe Biden. He's Obama. He's all this. He is Vladimir Putin. Remember? We're getting really deep in this, brothers, sisters. This war that we're in now is not something people are going to run away from. Trump just said for sure we're 100%. We're already at war, because one of that reporters brought up about sanctions, because they're going to sanction China by 500%. That's a war. That's war. We're at war. Anybody who says we're not at war, just get away from them right now, because the war that they want is a bomb falling in their backyard. So they've started a civil war, brothers and sisters, and it's been started here in Oregon. So the line has been drawn. And this could be the state where this goes off, because you're not watching. And I don't think any of you even understand and could wrap your brain around. If you're Stoner, he's from up in Canada, it doesn't matter. It's not going to affect him right away. He's already got his own issues with Justin Castro or Trudeau and all their gun legislation and all their nonsense that they do up there. It's the same thing. Basically, it's all, like Nate says, a Canadian prepper, it's just the same thing. Canada is America. There is difference, but they're all part of this NAFTA and all this free trade with all their highways and byways. You're just not seeing it. But They built the infrastructure. It's there. You guys aren't paying attention. The infrastructure is already put in place in many places. So for this new system that's already taking place as you speak, they've collapsed the whole system. Now, I don't care what you think. This, you can't pay our debt back at $33 trillion. And we're at almost 38. So we're not anywhere close to ever being able to return back to where, we once were. And we're headed deeper down, into this civil, full-blown world war. We're at war with the world. You got to remember, how many allies does America have? We sanction every nation. Sanctions are a tactic of war. That's the very first thing normally that a nation does. Embargoes, tariffs, or sanctions. I don't care what you call it. We did that during World War II. That led to, obviously, Nagasaki, Hiroshima, right? But going back to the encampment of the American people during World War II, because their parents were born in another country, they interned them in, Japanese citizens. Now they're doing it again. They're doing everything they did during World War II again. And that's what I'm telling you. This is the same thing. So you're not paying attention, but it doesn't matter how far. We're way deep down this rabbit hole. So I don't put my head and go all the way down, but I know what's in there. That's what I'm saying. I ain't tripping. I ain't going to be one of these people get stuck. Some people get stuck on one thing. They can't figure it out. So kind of like that Charlie Kirk thing they did. Just got the dog chasing its own tail, the left chasing the right, fighting over nothing. That's what they're doing, fighting over a big false flag, So, I hope nothing goes off today, but I know it will. I have just a sneaking suspicion that Donald today is going to enact the Insurrection Act off of what happens today. There'll be violence in the streets. There's always provocateurs. You got to remember, like somebody mentioned Travis Scott earlier, where people died. People get a herd mentality. It's called democracy, mob mentality, democracy. Okay, whatever. 49 to 51, that's called mob mentality. But these people are idiots. We don't live in a democracy. We live in a corporation. But the democratic process, voting, was part of the original Constitutional Republic. But we're long from that place, time and space. Now we're in a corporation. So the beast enslavement, where more people locked up in America than all other countries, and now they're just going out, just kicking people and locking them and put them in concentration camps, just like they did during World War II. Like I said, here we go again. All the things that happened during World War II are happening right now. So as Donald federalizes the police, this is starting this enact to be able to put these states where, like Oregon is now chosen to take and use the National Guard against ICE to protect the people. There's something going on in Oregon that you guys aren't fucking paying attention to. And I want you to get ahead of things sometimes. And I'm not, this is just time. I'm not ahead, but I'm just saying nobody's watching this. But if you'll listen to what I say, every other state, they've used the federal government to protect not the people, but against the people, the protesters. We're the first state where we're using the government is used the Tina Kotek, whatever. She's still a Democrat, and it doesn't matter. She's still part of, she is Donald Trump. Okay. Tina Kotek is Donald Trump. They're all part of the system. So, but that's not happened yet. So why is it different here? I told you there's something different in this state that nobody listened to me. The oldest clothing was found right here on this rock. They spoke 13 tongues in this valley, or right where I'm at. This place, it predates anything in the Southern Hemisphere as far as, the clothing, this footwear, that they found out here in multiple sets, so it's not like they had just a little fraction of something. They found that 18,000-year-old camel tooth in Riley. That's right here. That old, it's not, they're announcing these things. They're slowly dripping. I try to tell everybody who want to listen to me, that's okay. I don't care. I've studied this stuff for decades. It doesn't make me some kind of, miracle or like I'm reinventing the wheel here or something. I'm just telling you what they're doing. I've been studying for decades, 3 continuous decades, very long studies, a long times, making it my life's work constantly for year after year, and doing still my life that I have to pull off. So, but they're doing this by the script, and they're taking this to a new system. Financial, we're in the cycle of the debt cycle, which is an 80-year cycle. If you go back in history, it's about every 80 years the debt changes. The rulers, whoever's kind of controlling what they call the reserve currency, if you will. Remember 1945, we took it over. It's an 80-year cycle. What year is it? It's 2025. Time's up. Right on time, right on the clock. Ding! But no, it's not happening. So it is World War III. Stop it. It's been World War III for a long time. They've been poisoning us with food that's disgusting in this country. So pay attention. There's something different going on right now. And it's very alarming to me because I hope I can leave this state and get out of here and go to, like I said, I even had second thoughts of going to South America right now, but I want to set up that ministry. I can't let this bother me. I'll be fine. So actually I had a question for you guys in the chat. Some of you guys are pretty smart. I knocked myself on something yesterday. But I have to try. I'm going to travel out of the country, and if I can travel out of the country, I have veteran tags on my truck on the Forerunner. And in some ways that people might, and I don't want anybody to grovel at me because I'm a veteran. I just got that just because like I said, it was part of, well, I know I got it on my license because I could get a discount at Burger King, and I don't remember, that was a long time ago when I did it, started doing that, and I didn't for a long time. That sounds so stupid, but somebody's like, hey man, you get half off at this place. You're a veteran. Why don't you have that on your license or nothing? I'm like, dude, no way they'll give you half off. It's like, yeah, seriously, half off anything you order, the whole order, you can actually, they'll give you half off. I'm like, that's crazy. No way. So for yourself, you couldn't order for anybody else, but if you ordered whatever, they would take half off the meal, 50%. I'm like, dude, no way. I'm gonna go get that on my license, but I ain't ever to use it for anything else because I didn't like being a veteran. So that's when I started doing it. But anyways, I have it on my license. I have it on my vehicle. I have it on my license, driver's license, which I can't. I mean, I could go change that too because I gave up my CDL. Maybe this is the time to do that. Shit, man. Okay, well, it don't matter on the driver's license because either way, that's something different. Maybe I consider that too, just because I should. So that would cost money, probably about $300 or something or more, $300-400 I can. But what I'm asking you is, if I traveled out of the country, do you see them? Somebody like me, my plates say, Army veteran. It has, the Army logo and veteran and whatever and all that on my plate because I'm a veteran. So I feel like I could be targeted because I'm a veteran right now. If I left out of the country, especially going to South America, maybe not so much in another country right now, but like with what's going on with, there's military supposedly down there, there is down in, there's like 10,000, operatives down in Puerto Rico getting ready to launch there you go. So connection, what's your thought on that? Scott, what do you think? Leaving the country with my plates could be dangerous, having the veteran tag on there. I think I need just to put a regular Oregon tag, which I don't want to spend the money, but I'm going to fucking figure it out. I got damn change down here. If I need to spend this fucking change, I should do that, change that plate over. What do you think? Because I still have time on my tag, and I don't want to, it's not till next year, about this time. So I don't know, man. I think it's time to get rid of the license, get rid of the plate, and just go back to plain Jane, like looking like everybody else. I told Kevin that when he got his plate, that he got like the Crater Lake plate. I'm like, man, I wish you just gotten the regular Oregon plate. Because in this state, you're going to stand out. In another state, probably not so much because they don't recognize out-of-state plates as much. But no, I've seen that. What's your thoughts on that? What do you think? Anyone comment in the chat? Give me a comment. Am I missing? All right, maybe you're not hearing me or something. What's going on? Let's see if we get all messages. Maybe we're not getting our messages or something. Oh, there's 20 sitting in here. Ask you a damn question. Answer the question, you silly rabbits. It's a serious question. If you were to leave the country and you have plates on your vehicle, military plates, do you think you'd be targeted in South America with veterans plates? I think you could. I'm sure that people might grovel at you. Oh, you're a veteran. Okay, thank you, Lane. I'm thinking, okay, Lane, I think you get that damn plate. Okay, you're just wearing a bullseye. Look, guys, people might grovel at me, and I don't give a fuck. I didn't, like I said, this is an old thing. I told you why. Because I got 50% off of Burger King. That's stupid. I don't even eat fast food. It's been a long time that it's habit. So thank you, Elaine. You know, I feel like it would be targeted. So I need to come up with the funds to do that, you know. Okay, thank you, guys. I think it's a good thing. Don't just go down there and go, oh, well, hey, I'm a veteran. You know, look at me, I'm a veteran. No, dude, that could be a big problem for somebody. Oh, you're a veteran. No, fuck you, get out away from me. I don't like veterans. So time to change it, guys. Thank you. Thank you. So thank you. Thank you, Elaine. You know what I'm saying? Elaine originally said that, you know, you're wearing a bullseye. So Target. All right. Damn it, man. Always one thing, it's another, man. First, you know, like I said, I just went to town and, you know, the Toyota, whatever it is, what it is. I'll figure it out. I don't care. I mean, I could be going to jail and that'll even matter, right? Wouldn't even matter. Like everything hasn't even mattered. So why I'm even trying to do anything? I'm just preparing and not planning for anything. I'm planning for nothing and just preparing for all things. So, anyways, thank you guys. Appreciate it. It's been on my mind, so I need to make that an issue, like 100%, like right away. Don't wait anymore. Go fucking do it. Take those plates off of my truck. You know, get them off there. Just put regular Oregon plates on the vehicle. Don't even nothing else. Regular Oregon plates. That way, I just look like I'm plain Jane downtown. I don't need nothing fancy. Crater Lake or God, Oregon has some beautiful plates. They really make some nice plates in the state. I mean, I like graphic design, so I don't know, Elaine. I haven't even my attorney. I said this. I was talking with Scott, I think, the other day. That and who else I was talking to? But I don't even know how much time I'm looking at. I don't know, Elaine. I don't know. It's like right now I'm literally like 37 days, you know, a month and a week from pretrial, or a week later I have trial. So I'm either going to jail in a month and a half, or I'm done dealing with this at the latest. I won't have to deal with this anymore. Maybe because there's these other charges, but I think John's going to take care of them. No, I was going to drive there. You know what I'm saying, Nathan? I'm driving there. I'm shipping. I'm not flying. You know, that's what I was thinking. And maybe I might take a flight. That's what I was thinking. Maybe I'd take a flight, but I need to bring my dogs, and I need not to be afraid of this. That's what I'm saying. If I don't go down there with veterans plates, I think I'll be all right. But see, I'm saying if I went down there with veterans plates, I think I'd make myself a target. If I just go down there and I'm trying to get maybe a trailer, see, there's expenses like one of those little overlander trailers to carry some of my stuff and just look like I'm going on a vacation, you know, like, I mean, there's a lot of people who go down south to go drive down through Baja and all down through there and go see the Mayan ruins and travel all through an off-road type of, you know, just not big. I don't have anything. It's still stock. It's nothing, but, you know, I try to keep it as plain looking so it doesn't actually stand out, you know. But anyways, but what do you talk about, Kevin's? What do you mean, Kevin's? That's why I said Kevin's. What'd you say? I'll put Kevin's plate on them. No, I can't put Kevin's plate. Kevin's got his own truck, and I told you Kevin got the wrong plates if you ask me, and that's fine. He's got a nice plate. He got a Crater Lake plate. It's a really nice plate. You know, it's Crater Lake, but
and it doesn't stand out. He won't stand out of Oregon. Out of Oregon, no other cop, no one in South America will look at his plate and it will look just normal. Uh, I'm not going to be arrested. I'll go to jail I'll go to trial because I'm taking it to trial. And if I, yeah. So I have a CDL too, guys, and I gave up my CDL. So I think it's time to just get a regular license too. I don't want that CDL anymore because I don't operate in commerce. I never want to make a single dime for this corporation ever again if I don't have to, if that makes sense. That's why I'm, off the grid, make my own power, live the way I do. So, yeah, no, they SWAT raided my house because they were trying to put my son in jail, Justin. They tried to put my son in jail, and they put my son and daughter in jail, and me. And, the SWAT raids on the playlist, there's lots of, there's so much to it. It's still, and it was all for nothing. And my son and daughter, there's a better chance right now, no chance, but they're not even alive anymore. So that all this got them killed. My fucking plan to help them out got them killed, possibly. And at the very least, they're mad at me and don't want to talk to me ever again if they're not being held for ransom. So it's a pretty fucked situation for me. But I'm probably the one who got him killed because the gold and silver that I told my son told me to go on the road like I want to go now if I can, potentially is what got him killed over precious metals. So it's a really hard situation. The rest of my life I'll be burdened by this and terrorized. Why can't you drive there? So anyways, you have to just go look at it. I don't have time to go through all this every single time, but I appreciate it, Justin. But anyways, it'll all get taken care of. And like I said, it's not going to matter because it's not going to bring my son back, or they're not coming out here like they were building a house out here and all that. Everything we were doing is just went backwards. So everything I thought I had him in my life again, and closer. And I love my son. He's a good man, and I get him attacked all the time. So it's pretty much me who got him swatted too. So. And my daughter. So I'll be responsible for the rest of my life knowing that I may have gotten him killed because I didn't listen to him. So that is a possibility. It's definitely on the table. So it is a long, hard burden for every day. I'll never forget what I did, thinking that I was helping my son, and ended up costing me over $100,000, and now I should have, I could have bought 5, 6, 7, double cab Tacomas like I need right now to go there with. Now I brought with the vehicle, the Toyota, and I have things I got to get fixed. So it is what it is, suspension and stuff. But they didn't really look at the motor, but I feel good that the timing belt was replaced and it does run good. So it's just going to all cost money that I don't have because I just spent it on my son, and I still potentially have costs. So I'm not sure how. Still owe the attorney some money if I go to trial, but I don't know. I'll figure it out. Yeah, I ain't trying to go where nobody goes. I'm going to just go do me. Once I get out of this country, I'll be a whole new man. As soon as I breathe me some Mexican air. Oh my God, I'll be so close to eating tacos, So I want to go there and enjoy my time and start there, get on that side. I think that's my plan. I don't have a whole lot of time to make other plans right now. I'm not making plans, remember? God will crush them, but I'm preparing to leave and go through Mexico and driving down through that way to get down through Panama and then down to Ecuador. So it's not like I have to drive that far, but it is 3,000 miles there. So I'm not driving all the way to where else is that. I'll have to have my vehicle shipped across the Panama Canal, obviously, but that's not a problem. That's, I have insurance and I have license and all that. No, I don't like to have it, but sometimes I have to do what I got to do so I can move around without being, extorted any more than I have to. So, But it's getting to me. It's getting to me, you know. It's getting to me because it's getting close. I'm like, a month and a week or a month and a half away from that. That's it. I can't. These days are going to tick by really quick now. And I knew they were like this. When you put, remember when you put, it's a little dusty there. When you put sand in an hourglass, right? Remember when you put sand in an hourglass, and at those last grades of sand, they start running out quicker, right? At the end, they start running out a lot quicker, right? Those last 37 grains, they're going to go by really quick, brothers and sisters, much quicker than that last, it's just the way it is, that's the way it works. See that? Gone in a moment of time. Look at that. So these 37 days are, I'm a little beside myself, almost gives me like a butterfly in my stomach, just because, I've been locked up in a cage. I can't leave the state. I can't go anywhere. I can't do anything, knowing that they can come SWAT raid this house at any moment again, do whatever they want. You just come here and notorious, send a bunch of dudes with guns and shoot me up and say I planted a gun on me. They can do whatever they want. In this modern day, they can holograph your ass. They got your voice on everything. They've got every picture of you every 3 seconds. They take on infrared on your phone. But yeah, well, obviously, connection. It's been 18 months. I'm not a person that yes, you can drive to South America. Why would I not be able to drive there? I can drive down through Mexico and then go across the Panama Canal. Take a ferry, put the boat across the Panama Canal and stick it on the other side on a boat, and there we go. I'm in South America. What do you mean? Keep looking, Nathan. I appreciate it. You put your boat on a ferry, and the ferry, they ship your vehicle on a ferry. Yes, you can, guys. You guys don't understand. You put your boat, you drive to, how are you guys coming up with this? You take your boat, and you drive to South America. You put your boat on the Panama Canal, and they have ferries will cross your boat over the Panama Canal down to South America. It's all attached. The only thing is there's been a canal run through the two, right? That cuts that. We cut through there. There you go. Ferry. It's called a ferry. Okay, guys, you can't drive. You put your boat on a ferry, or Sabrina, listen to me. You drive down there. You put your boat. Yes, because they made the Panama Canal. How are you guys saying this? Am I got some kind of like fucking lag or something here? What are we doing today, guys? It's the No King's Press, So it's all right. I have to put my boat on or put my vehicle on a ferry. I know that, and cross it over the Panama Canal, and they'll ship it over. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you have to take a ferry. They do it in Alaska. There's all over. Many places like that have ferries. Michigan has them. To go across the lakes and some of the Great Lakes and stuff like that too, where you put your boat. A boat comes up and you drive on. It's big, it's a ferry, and you drive to Washington has them, up in Portland has them, so it's called a ferry. And listen, stop being a fruitcake, guys. No, love you, brothers, sisters. So that's all it is they remember we cut through that area through the Panama Canal, so people don't have to go around the horn down there through, but I'll have to look. Will somebody look up for that for me since you guys are such badasses and look online and you can get this stuff? I don't know where the hell you found that. It says you can't drive there, probably because you can't. You have to put your boat. You can't drive straight there. But it's weird how information we look up. But how much does it cost to take a ferry? Look up for me. How much does it cost to take a just not a commercial vehicle, passenger vehicle? How much does it cost to pass a passenger vehicle across the Panama Canal? And do I want to bring, a trailer? Maybe just check a vehicle first. Probably wouldn't be that much more for a trailer. Half the price of the truck or something, I could probably, I bet it wouldn't be half, but what's it saying on that, guys? What do you see? What do you see on your Google search? When do you guys got something other than Google? And I use Google too. Whatever, I'm lazy. I use Google. I used to use all the other search engines, but I don't anymore. So. Oh, got me. Ooh. So, I wonder what it costs. Probably $300 for a slip, something like that. I imagine it's going to be pretty expensive down there. I don't think it'd be like super cheap. I'm sure there's a pretty good cost. That's a pretty big byway. I mean, you're going to have to get shoveled into a pretty big stack of chips, if you will, pile of cards. Hopefully, well, not houses will fall. Stack a bunch of house of cards there. So if not, I'll look it up, but I was wondering what the cost would be. That's something I got to plan for. I already got about $1,000 worth of fuel cost, to get down there. I just got to be a little bit conservatively myself a little, because I don't know how, if it goes up, down, it's kind of made an average price. So, sightseeing boat ferry arranged excursions or tour operators. $2,200. It's across the Panama Canal. $2,200 fucking dollars. You gotta be shitting me. No fucking way. Maybe. I'm not saying, Elaine. Thank you. I don't. Who knows? Maybe that's 22 Panamanian 100. Maybe that's. I don't know if that's U.S. dollars too. So, man. No, that's not Canadian. I'm not sure if that person from Canada. I'm not sure where Elaine's from. Well, I better get 1,000 to 4,000. See, I knew it was going to be cheap. Damn it! Thank you, Elaine. I didn't say you set the price, Elaine. I didn't say you set the price. Like, damn, lady. Look at you're right there. We need to be though. 2,200, right in between. Hey, that's the better price. It could be more like 4. Shit. Hey, look at Elaine's like, don't bite my head off. I didn't set the damn price. You ask. You don't like the answer? Don't ask. You don't play stupid fucking games. You get stupid prizes, right? All right. Thank you, guys. Damn. All right. That's a big cost, man. Holy shit fire. Wow. Wow. And I'm wondering if you get, if it was loaded, if it would cost more, because if it has to be fucking empty to ship, that'd be a big deal. Damn, I got some shit to plan, man. I better hurry the hell up and stop doing all these live streams so much. I'm not going to have time to, not plan, just be prepared for, whew. That's a big freaking choke point right there for money right now. Oh my gosh, dude. Father, you make the world so expensive to exist. Damn. You guys, that's like 3 or 4 months, So there might be some variance, who knows, but thank you guys. We could get a difference. That's what I'm saying. So crazy, the variance. Okay, better plan on having a couple grand to ship it. Damn, dude, that's a lot of money. It's not even that far. And that might not even be you crossing the damn ferry. You know what I'm saying? You might still even have to cross the ferry too. That might not even be for you. You might have to pay as well. Shit fire, man. I better go sue this fucking government before I leave, man. Damn. Oh, I just wasted so much flipping money. Should have just taken the gold and silver and left. I would have had more than enough money to cross the ferry with the ferry. Damn. Damn. I got to get those vehicles sold, guys. That's a vehicle out here. I have a vehicle I might be able to pull off, a couple grand out of. I mean, I'm sure it's one more, but before I leave this, this coming week coming up, I'm taking the whole week to get both the vehicles sold, and I have 2 vehicles I'm going to sell. North? No, I don't want to go north. I don't want to be in the cold. I want to go south, and go south and get down towards the heat. I want to be warm for a while. Hot's okay. I'll be hot. I can be hot. I'm a Scorpio, so I can shed my shell. I can molt. I get pretty tan, so my body doesn't burn like that. To be in the sun. So, damn. How much a rent-a-car is. Maybe it's just cheaper to sell all the vehicles and buy another one when I get there. Go with just loaded with just, take a rent-a-car down there. I don't know, that's probably pretty expensive too. Rent-a-cars with all the mileage just get pretty steep when you start doing everything's expensive now. Holy shit, it just costs to pay attention. Because then I got to come back in the spring, guys. That's another couple grand to come back here. Yeah, Honduras. That's what I'm saying. Ecuador, Honduras. That's what I'm doing to get out of here, man. I want to get out of here. I want to get out of America. It's so expensive to live in America, guys. There are so many places you can live for $1,000 a month or under. And be retired, not work. That's what you need to live. 500 in Ecuador, 600 in Honduras. Elsa said it's in Paraguay. It's about the same, $600. She said her and her 3 kids and her husband live on 800 or something a month there. 8 to 1200 is what they live on for a family of 5. All expenses. They have healthcare, all that. This is, you just got to get out of America, man. If you have American money, you can live really well outside of America, but because the American dollar is so strong right now, it's just because we made everything worth so little, and that's not going to last. Pretty soon, it's going to be other things here, but damn. I have everything for sale, though. I've been trying to sell everything. I just can't sell anything. Want to buy something? The only thing I've sold recently is my motorcycle. Kind of a bummer, but that's okay. I have to pay the taxes on this land. Taxes on the other 20 acres. Taxes on the 45 acres of land to pay taxes on. So coming up next month. Damn, that's when I'm leaving too, huh? Shit fire, dude. I better win the lottery, right? Just kidding. I'm not going to win the lottery. I got lottery tickets. They're called grenade pins, but good stuff, Carl. Good stuff, man. Outstanding. Yeah, no, a lot of people live outside. Look, not everybody's, have the countries done to, what they've done to me, and still have places like I have. I have this land paid off. I plan on coming back to America. I want to come back here and finish this ministry and finish what I started here. I'm so close on several projects. that they need completed, just so I can feel like it's for the ministry. But you can take and live in many countries, and people have dual citizenship and love living outside the U.S. and don't really travel back too much to the U.S., but do from time to time and visit family and have normal lives. And they're not going to talk no shit about America. They're just like, I just have a way better life outside of America. I have friends. I didn't have any friends in America because all I ever do is work. All I ever do down here is hang out at the beach or hang out and go eat and live my life and sightsee. And I'm retired now. I'm retired on $100 or $1,000 a month. Some people you can't rent a freaking apartment for $1,000. A room in Bend, Oregon is more than $1,000 in some places for to rent somebody's room with a little kitchenette. You know what I'm saying? So look into these places. There's so many places, brothers and sisters, where expats go and have a very good life, and the people love them there, and they don't get treated like shit. And like I said, I know it's, we make things really bad on other countries, but there are a lot of countries that treat the tourists very well because they depend on that tourism. So they're not going to treat their tourists like shit like Americans do. So, it is what it is. Look up for yourself, but you'd be surprised. Hey, you want to buy some property out here, Carl? I got some land for sale. I'll give you a screaming deal. Maybe you're my saving grace here, Carl. You want to buy some property in Silver Lake, Oregon? I got a 5-acre parcel, one of the nicest parcels in the whole valley. Beautiful slope, got power touching it, right next to it, on it. Water's probably less than 100 feet. Valley up here, this perfect place to build that. 8 miles from town. Bend is so much closer than most people to Bend, and you're still out here, but for sale. I got it listed at 39. I give it to you. I give you $20,000 off today. 19,000. I got the deed to it. It's in my name. Taxes are probably $60 a year on it. You can start making improvements today. The grid coordinates, you can look it up online if you want. It's on the marketplace. Donate to the cause for the ministry. It's a good spot out here, though. The largest dark sky sanctuary in the world. I've already shown you on the map where it's at. You could open some cabin rentals out here like I'm doing and retire out here, Carl. I'm telling you, there's so much fucking opportunity out here. Open up a little. We only have a couple restaurants in town. Go open up a restaurant. These people will grovel at you. Oh, you want to get into somebody's fucking, heart? Go through their gut. I know how to do that. Got 5 businesses you can open up out here and just retire. Cabin rentals is the way to go, man. Sit there and change people's shit and piss after pissing and shitting in a, in a composting toilet for 3 or 4 days. It ain't gonna stink like that. Boom, wipe it down with Clorox bleach, rent it out again. Bam, they'll be renting out here. Make a name for it, do your own. So it's a great business, man. Sit back and, you can build them with bully barge, shipping containers. There's lots of ways to do them, and if they're small, under 400 feet, they're not a living space. The county can't say shit to you like that. Just don't let anybody live in them, and nobody's in, residing. It's not a residence. I know all the way to beat this bullshit. Or you can do it totally, like say you still do it as legit. It's just cabin rentals, like an Airbnb, but this is dry camp cabin. No change and no, bring your own bedding. You're not providing no sheets for nobody. Take the plastic prison mattress style down or whatever, hospital bed mattress and wipe it down and, you know what I'm saying? So, but anyways, there's a lot of opportunity. Here is so reasonably priced. That's why here is just so, you could do it so reasonably priced. You can build it all yourself, owner builder. The permitting is really reasonable out here compared to any city or anything like that because it's way out in the middle of the country. So you're 100 miles from a Walmart, still close enough to get to town. So I was there yesterday. So, yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna try to get a couple things sold. I don't need that much money to operate. I don't even care. I just want to go take a vacation. I'll figure it out. I'm sure I will. I may just stay in Mexico. That's kind of been my thoughts. And if Kevin's going to go with me, then um, we might just take one vehicle. But I think I want to take both of them, you know. So I'll figure it out. I'll figure the cost. There's probably some, you know, I bet you I could get it done for $500 to $700 somewhere around there. It might not be as high as 2, but it could be. I better plan for that, you know. So it could be more from what you guys seen. So um, maybe that's something where I need not to bring a vehicle down there. You know, maybe this isn't the trip to bring the vehicle down. If I'm coming back, maybe I should rent a car, just get out of here, not worry about bringing a vehicle right now. I mean, having a vehicle's nice because I can bring a lot of, you know, possessions down there with me, but, you know, not a lot, but, you know, bring some things I need to survive with. But I could also bring them in, like I said, maybe a rent-a-car is the way to go. I wonder what the mileage on a rent-a-car would be, because then you could, you know, take the rent-a-car down and go down to, you know, Mexico and get a rent-a-car down there. Stay down there for a little bit and rent one down there. And yeah, there's ways to do it. I'll look at it. That's what I'm saying. And look at, I'll just go. I don't care. I'll walk if I have to. I told you I ain't gonna stay here. I'm not gonna let cost be the problem for me. I'm so stupid. I should have already filed all the lawsuits, but I will. I'll get them filed. And you know, I got to take it one day at a time with this trial thing. So the attorney, you know, he's aware of what's going on. So that's good stuff. We ever want something out here, this is a place to one of the best places in the world to go hunting. And you can dig a well, but no, I ain't getting nothing. Nobody's giving me nothing. No Social Security. I ain't never gonna get shit, man. Father's never gonna give me a chance at anything like that, and it's not a chance. I just have to make it on my own, man. I don't get that life, even though I've been a veteran and been a police officer and a school bus driver. I've done a whole lot, done a lot of different things, man. I don't get no benefits. I have to earn it all the hard way. Remember, 6 years ago, everything was taken from me. So I always have to start from scratch. From scratch, I don't have that. But hey, look, I own this land. I own that land. I own all this stuff. I own everything. I own it all. Own it all. And that's just been in 6 years out in the middle of nowhere. And it's not in the middle of nowhere, but you know what I'm saying? It's getting to be. I told, you know, I was talking to somebody, my ex, the other day and saying, you ain't going to recognize this place when you come out here. It's been a while. If they came out here, they're wanting to come to Oregon and, like, you know, you'd be blown away what this place looks like. This valley is grown a lot. A lot of people out here live in the absolute dream, you know, love this place, have quality of life and sit around and do like what you say, go hunt and fish and stop trying to fight the big city life. And because the cost is reasonably cheap. So it's a spot where people come and retire for the rest of their life. Some people come out here and they, like I said the other night, man, it never gets old. And never been in a place, ever been to all 50 states where the whole sunset is the whole sky. This whole sky out here makes a sunset. I've shown it on live streams before where there's not, you know, I mean, it makes the sunset. Every cloud is pink or orange or yellow or, you know, purple or red or, you know, they're just, it's intense. It's intense out here. This valley has not a view like any place I've ever been. I'm glad that Father sent me out here. So a lot of veterans out here, a lot of retired people out here, you know, they got a benefit, like you're saying, and they just love it. They live out here and live the dream because it's not very expensive to live, you know, not outside of America, live in that Ecuador or whatever, but they're kind of doing it here because there are a lot of people who take and have pretty good wealth, like you said, or have just a small retirement and can make it without fighting. They own the land, they own the driveway, they own the power pole, they own the small, you know, cabin, they own, you know, the underground little shelter that's below the cabin. They got the, you know, they own the patio, the little barn. They own it all. Not like fighting a big house payment anymore. Instead of living in some, you know, 3,500 square foot home, they could build a 400 square foot print and build a double. There's 8 and build a basement. There's 12, build a patio off the front. You got nearly 1,800 square foot on a 400 square foot print. Lots of ways to make space, but well, obviously up and down. It was just, that's not rocket science, but a patio go out a little bit. But they don't want that kind of space to look after anymore. Come out here, build a nice place, scrape out something. There's some places around that have trees along the edges. If you had more money and you could spend a little more money, even like Silver Lake, dude, it's freaking beautiful over there. Water, rivers, that's just right here, what you're talking about. So, and water, there's a well. We got some of the best water in the valley over here. But anyways, this year, is there much light pollution? I believe. Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm over here on the west coast, Michigan, Ontario. That's on the other side there, Michigan. But anyways, good conversation. Thanks for talking with me, guys, because I appreciate it. There's things I got to work the kinks out, guys. I'm just getting to where I'm been able to think, well, hold on, wait a second. It hasn't, there's a date. I don't have to sit here and wait anymore and guess and hope. And, I mean, it's not going to do anything for the whole situation with my son. That was just a complete waste of fucking time. I got to get over it. I mean, I'm sure I have still things, like I said, to deal with the rest of my life because of it, but, so I'm kind of reaching a point that, I'm not gonna let anything hold me back. Even if I just go to Mexico and never leave Mexico, I don't care. Yeah, we're both been going through that same thing. So it's weird to have light at the end of the tunnel connection for me. You're in that waiting game, that I was, because you don't have a date yet. And I did it for 18 months, and I have some pretty serious, things. Like as soon as I can let go, then I'm going to fucking call my son. Obviously, I'm going to try, to fucking get a hold of him regardless, dead or not. You know what I mean? I'm still going to fucking try, So, and I have, I have, what I'm saying? I have. But, I may go talk with Adriana's parents in person then. I may be making a trip over and try to talk to her parents in person, because I've already talked with Elijah's mom and his stepdad and the people that I can talk to. There's the only person I haven't been in contact with. So we have such teeny tiny little lives, such little lives, yeah, that just blows me away how that's their daughter who's been with my son for many years, how they haven't contacted me as the dad and saying, hey, what's going on with it? Nothing. Why have they haven't contacted me either? Did somebody go intimidate them too? Like Elijah's mom, his dad, his stepdad, I don't know exactly if she is or not. That I don't know, connection. Like I said, she's so conservative, and they've lived such a isolate, they live in an apartment up in Albany and stay quiet. And he goes and does work throughout the state, working on cars, and, helps contribute to the household. And they live in a nice duplex, really nice 2-bedroom duplex. I mean, I don't like it, but it's nice. It's clean. It's, and it costs money where they live. It's not cheap. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no such thing as luck, but so Kev, there's no luck. So 100%, it's going to be God's will. I mean, you could say chance, 49% chance that they won't convict me, or will convict me, or won't, or there's no. But I appreciate the positive. It's in God's hands. It's nice to know something, guys. It's killing me now. It's actually making me fucking sick. It is. I'm getting just kind of anxious like that. And I have been like this in a long time, just knowing, like I said, it's like getting my life back. And now it may be sitting in a fucking jail cell, for Christ's sake, but at least something's going to happen. And I don't want that to happen to my dogs at all. It's the only reason why I'm concerned about going to jail, is because the dogs will suffer. I'm going to suffer always. I'm always going to suffer. That's just the way Father makes my life. I very seldom, and you see how much I'm going to suffer now for the rest of my life, more than I ever have. If my son is dead and I got him killed over that fucking gold and silver, my life is going to be hell for the rest of my life. Not literally, because we know what that is, but I'm going to terrorize myself my whole life. I know it will. I'm hard on myself. I'm the type of person, I'm not happy when I get a lot of shit done. I'm like, man, I could have done it. Could have done more, and when I get behind on things, it just, just the way Father made me. I don't know what it is, but so I'll never let it down. It'll never be out of my brain. I'll never let it go. I have things that I hold on to that I don't wish I just wouldn't, my brain would just let go, but just not that guy. Father made this brain. If you've been here and you've been with this ministry for a minute, people have a hard time keeping up sometimes when I'm talking in here, but apologize. My mind races like a 5D, computer, and I have only so much time on this rock. So, um, uh, it makes me actually go. No, I'm okay. I'm not like that. I'm just saying it's not. It's not. I'm not anxious like that. I'm fine. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, whatever. That's not what it's about, Elaine. I have so many Kevins here. I appreciate it. Kevin will take care of the dogs. I have somebody here to take care of the dogs, and they know Kevin, and he's got the other puppies, and but like I said, the main thing is that I'm coming upon a date, and I have to live with myself. If I get locked in a jail cell, I'll sit there and not know that Elijah's. I'll just have to sit there and wait to get out to have my answer. You know what I'm saying? If he's alive or not, because I don't think anybody's going to look for him. It's going to put all the looking for Elijah on hold. And Adriana, imagine that. Fucking imagine that, guys. But I keep putting it in God's hands. Uh, whatever Father wants for Elijah and Adriana is His will, not mine. Obviously, I didn't get anything that I wanted. I got this burden for the rest of my life, so I'll deal with it. I'll try to figure out how to not let it shape my life, but it'll be a part of who I am. Some things I just will never. You see how much I don't like my past and what I've done and my being in law enforcement, military, and serving the beast, and what I've done is, still weighs heavy on some of the things I'll never rest. My soul won't rest until the flesh dies completely. So, it's okay. It's all right. I know that Father has a plan, and some of His plan might not come to fruition until death. I'm willing to face that. Like I might never not, like I said, I'm always going to have to struggle. I might never know. I might die and never know, where they're at or what they're doing. That's insane, but I'll try not to go insane, you know. But I think I'm all there considering all things. So I know trying to leave here is the right thing to do. Elijah would want me to leave if he's, you know, alive. Because it's something I just coulda, shoulda, woulda, but it's something I should have done. All this could have been avoided. I didn't listen to my son. And I'm going to have to deal with that for the rest of my life. Even if I talk to him, I don't even know what I would say to him. Like, I don't even understand how to even deal with life after this, guys. It's scary as fuck, actually. So, and I'm not afraid of living. It's just, it's just not anything that I thought was going to happen. You know what I'm saying? But he'll pave the way. He always does. I won't make plans because he wrecks them. So he always does. He makes it whatever it is. I can't make plans in my life because he doesn't allow that to happen. I've talked about it. The people throughout my years and decades that I have like this restrainer where I can't go out of a certain. He keeps me in his parameters, so I can't steer things from wrecking into things or avoiding things, or there's some things that my son could be a witness if he was here. Things I know that are going to come from more than a decade, decades away. And I know it's coming, and I try to get out of the way of it, or I try to prevent it, but it can't. You know what I'm saying? But it's my life, and he's chose this. I really try not to make any more decisions like that in my life again, because they don't lead me to anywhere. But I really, just like I said, I want to just try to enjoy the rose, smell the roses now. If I mean, if that makes sense, smell the flowers, take the time. I've fought for a long time, and I won't stop fighting. I won't stop sharing the word. But oh, sorry, my bad. Um, but it's okay. I know Father has a plan with all things, and so we still have 37 days to get to, and or what's that? 42 or no, 44, right? No, so hold on. Damn, see, I can't even think straight right now. I can't even do simple math. Holy shit. Oh man, 44 days, but either way, it's getting close. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I've been trying to say this, like I said, connection. I think it's going to lead to this Project Blue Book, and that's going to suck, because like I said, the system's going to know whether you're real or not, because they know what real is and they know what fake is. They're not, fake stream, lame stream. They control the narrative. Operation Mockingbird, in this case, they have controlled the narrative for a long time. So, yeah, this is it, man. There you go. There you go. There you go. You got it. Brilliant. Brilliant connection. Thanks for putting the connection together. It's probably because you don't smoke meth. Probably smoke brisket and some good herbonics, we can. So, well, you kind of got to do the herbonics, and your stuff's a little weird up there. My bad. But, either words. But it's kind of weird to say that, when it say that, okay, in a week and a half, right? Or a month and a half, or a month and a week, this is going to be finished, and maybe sooner, because John said he'd posture. We're getting. I don't know what that means. I mean, I do know what it means, but there we go. Good stuff. Then like some lox and cream cheese, huh? Like the cream, it always rises to the top, to the occasion. Yeah. But dude, I want to peel this new skin off here, or this second skin, so bad. But he asked me, he said, please leave it on. If you can, leave it on at least 3 days. If you can keep it on for a week, I would really like it. If you don't get a rash or anything, you don't look like your skin will get a rash. He said it'd be so ideal. Man, I want to peel this thing off there. It's all right. I'm not messing with it. Look how good I'm doing. I'm not picking at it or anything. I'm just, keeping it so it's staying down or whatever. I don't want it to. But I want to pull it off there. I don't normally. You see any problem with that tattoo healing? I don't have any problems with the way my tattoos heal, so. Yeah. King, 2 Samuel. Yeah, there we go. We're in this. Dude, I just heard a fly. Hold on, I see it. Please. Damn. I think
I got it. Oh, got it. Okay. It was a second fly. Where'd that one come from? They're just appearing out of nowhere. I got the one. I can't stand flies. Inside the house. Outside the house, I don't, they're flies. Can't, they are outside. Flies are not supposed to be inside the house. They're like children. Go outside and play. Oh. But, kind of a strange, like I said, kind of a strange time here again, because, I heard it again. The other one. Probably when I brought the ladies inside. Yep, they let their inheritance is the crown. We have the no kings ritual today. You know, no kings. They're mocking you. Oh, I don't think I got it. Damn it, I didn't want to hit it on that cord. Maybe I did. Yes, I like music. We sing a lot of music in here, Elaine. I'm like a little mini jukebox. Don't rock the juke. I do. I just bust out singing all the time in here. You can ask Stoner. I don't know where it comes from. Father made me a goof. Okay. So if I just start singing any kind of random music, and it's just all genres, because I like all music. So except for Screamo. And I don't really like overdo the music. I mean, I don't listen to music anymore like that. I will from time to time because it's a time machine, but yeah, you know, music is a time machine. Remember? Oh yeah, they're flying maggots, Michael. No, Elaine, I'm fine. You, like I said, you're not going to fix what my mind is fine. You can't calm my mind. Nothing's going to calm my mind. Hang out here a minute. You'll see what's going on. You can't fix me. I can't be fixed. My only thing's going to fix me is death, my last breath, and then everything will change. Not until that day. So, and everything's exactly perfect like Father wants it to be. I'm not anxious. I'm just frustrated with myself that I got my son killed. I have to live with that for the rest of my day, and I might go sit in jail in prison for a while and think about that and then get out someday. And I don't even know how long that would be or whatever, but it is what it is. Father has it all. There's so many things in this case that have been unexplainable, but eventually I'll file the lawsuits and, they'll have accountable. And if not, then Father will judge everybody when he returns through Shiloh. He has the redemption of the bride, and he covers their sins for standing up to the law, to the government, and to religion like he did. But everybody else is going to hell because they don't stand up to the beast, and they're part of the beast. Neuter gender it beast system. So it just sucks. Made a poor decision, and I've made poor decisions before, not listening to my son. So I don't know if I'll ever get the blessing or the opportunity, because those are kind of the silly, I don't really like either of those words, but to listen to him again. So I think the best thing for me to do is, if I can leave, go, because he'd want me to go, and he already told me to go, and I didn't go. So I'm made a poor decision, and it's never going to go away. I'll deal with it. Time will pass, but it's not going to go away. Can't ever change. One day I don't know if I'll ever see him again, or my daughter, or not, but I had him this close. They were going to move on the 20 acres, but now I think that's the farthest thing from them I'm ever coming back to this planet. So, probably never happened. Boy, Father does that to me. He give me something, get me this close to something, and then, just yank it away from me. But that's the way it works. So, we have a missed call. Who called? I don't know who called. What did I put one on again? My apologies. I got a notification. I don't know what the hell it was. So.
So, but either way, I have to just deal with it and I'll move on in my life. And that's what's kind of strange is that you'll either be with a bunch of stinky dudes with a jail cell or I need to start headed south because as much as as difficult as that is, because I might lack the finances, I'm not going to let that stop me from leaving. Said I've got this Toyota fix, and um, get it to where it's going to drive 3,000 miles, so it can make it there. I'll figure out how to get the remaining money or something. I could file that lawsuit if I get on the road and know I can leave. You know what I'm saying? I might. It's not going to take me that long to get down to Mexico, and I'm sure there'll be some Mexican attorneys that love to have that down there. I don't even think I need to, like I said, file it in this country. I'm pretty sure the lawsuits that I have are going to be able to, if not, I'll take care of it, but I just need to get across that border for now. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm going to jail. I mean, there is no other option for me. So that's my options at this point. And that's Father made those options for me. They're not what I wanted at all. Everything is actually the complete opposite, from that really. But I have to work with what I've been given and pick up my teeth and put them back in my head like I do and get my ass kicked again. I'm sure he's got a lot more ass kicking for me. I'm not done getting my ass kicked. I told you, I'm already what I'm up against every day that I live with the rest of my life. So at the best, at the very best, my son is alive and hates me and doesn't want to talk to me, which is insane. But that's the best option that I have now. So how that is even a thing doesn't make sense. It makes more sense of all the foul play that Marshall killed them over the gold and silver, over debt. Forgive us our debts as we forgive us our debtors. Here we are again, fucking debt. So I hate money. I really wish I'm not saying that I wish I didn't have my dogs because I just fucking walk around. I wouldn't need a vehicle if I didn't have my dogs, but I'm not going to subject my dogs to that. I may have to someday, but right now I'm going to use my ponies, my horses, or whatever if I have a vehicle and make sure I can, you know, get them in and out of the elements, at least in a vehicle or something like that. Says I'm spoil my animals. So I love my puppies. They take care of me. Never lied, cheated on me once, stole anything, or broke my heart. So as of now, they're number one, other than Christ. But my dogs have been good to me. So the dogs hurt the cops hurt my dogs. So that's why I should sue the state of Oregon just because they hurt my dogs. Savages. So they'll have their day someday, but I'm just going to try to focus on not doing any of this anymore like this. And really, I think once I leave America, I don't want to talk about America anymore. Probably the only time I bring up America is just kind of as the beast and not going to talk about it the way I talk about it now. So well, that'd be a relief. I've served this system since I was 17 and I'm, be 52 coming up next month. So I think I've served my time for the system in this country. So if I take a vacation, that's probably allowed. My son wanted me to. That's like I said, that's where I feel like shit because he's like, Dad, you need to take a vacation. You don't fucking never take a break. Since Uncle Jeremy came and stole all our shit from us, all you've done is work. You won't even stay at my house more than 2 days and you leave. I plan to try to do things with you and you won't even stay here. So I have a farm and a ministry and other, things to run here. I can't just be gone all the time. So, but that's where it is now. So we'll see what Father has for me. And like I said, it's just a little terrorizing knowing that this date's going to finally come. And who knows, anything can happen between now and then. So I am not making any kind of solid plans because he will wreck them. So he always does. But at least there's a day, you know what I'm saying? and tomorrow's going to be 36, and then 35, and then those days are going to start ticking. When I get in the 20s, I don't even thought about the 20s yet, brothers, sisters. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Holy shit. Man, I can't take this. This is too much. Too much. Oh, I'll be all right. It's just a crazy feeling that there's going to come a day, and I might be able to. There might be a step take forward, almost even believe that it's real. You know what I'm saying? You know? Yeah, I love my puppies. I got good puppies. You know, we all got. If you got good dogs, and they're eager to please. That's what a good dog is, eager to please. So I think I made some beef sausage. Hold on, I'm gonna heat it up. This beef sausage up. Eat the beef sausage. Let's get that bad boy hot. I made some sausage. I made it with that sweet Thai chili. Sweet Thai chili. They get warm. So. Yeah, like I said, it'd be a nice, to at least move forward in this case. And I don't know when the attorney plans on. He said he was going to posture and tell them to drop the case, because he doesn't think that they have a case, that it shouldn't even gone on this far, like I've been saying the whole fucking time. So if they take me to court and they lose, then they also run the risk then of wrongful prosecution, a lawsuit of wrongful prosecution. So I'm not sure if they want to risk that. I should probably file the lawsuits, but I'm really trying to put this in Father's hands. I've asked this ministry to help me out. Nobody did, but that's okay. I'm not going to ask again. We lost a moderator over that, and it was just a phone call. All I was asking is to make fucking phone calls, but I'll take those millions of dollars that nobody wanted and put them into a good cause, People want them, that's fine. Like I said, that's the way it works. If Father wanted to be any different, it'd be different. Just like everything in my life. Some is not even very explainable. I can't even explain it, Captain. Making no sense. Oh man. Yeah, I'm ready to have the rest of this freaking. This is it. The beef kielbasa. Get back, Pete. For a second. Get back in the thing. I'm not here to take a second. I saw that truck out there. That's weird. I saw that truck. So that guy didn't wait. That's really weird. That'd be a really nice, friendly guy. Yeah. Always makes money roll out. Can't stop the roll out. Homie roll out. Makes money roll out. All right, made some sweet Thai chili sausage. Made it with the Thai chili sauce. Cooked them with, cut them and kind of scored and let some of that sauce get in there. So, pardon me, we're gonna eat this Thai chili. A little spicy, a little sweet, all at the same time. So, yeah. Brown to a nice color there, eh? Nice brown and some brown. But Thai chili sauce is the best. You guys like that Thai chili sauce? See that on there? It's all over the outside of it. It's all caramelized on it. Man. Well, I mean, I don't want to eat it every day, but that sauce never gets old. Oh, it go away. That's the sauce there. Look at all thick. Look at how thick this is. Because I cooked it in the pan. It's like jelly. We'll just jellify that whole piece there. That's not that's. I'll just smear that on there. It's more like a jam now. Flipping rides, boys. Life might suck, but no, it's not that bad. But we eat good here in the high desert. Me and the puppy dogs and the kitties and the chickens and the ladies. You want a bite? That's beef sausage there. I want to eat pork. One day closer to my trial. One day closer to the trial. Eating sweet Thai chili sausage. Just pan-seared it, but it's pretty yummy. Yeah. Those are the worst, sausage and pork chops, but those make me want to throw up in my mouth. But I know I love pork chops. I love the taste. I remember what they taste like, but just no. But eat whatever you want. Remember that, Stoner Connect. What you have in your mouth is not going to, don't let anybody force you to eat something, okay? Stoner Connection. Some people might like the taste of a dick in their mouth. I know. You don't even want to try it. I got it, Connection. You're not going to even try a no thank you bite. You don't even want to know no thank you bite. Not just the tip. I don't want to hear that shit. Right? Some of us just, you can't tell somebody what they like. I'm charged with hindering prosecution because I wouldn't let him arrest my son. Interfering with a peace officer because I wouldn't let him arrest my son because he did his probation twice. 2 times, even with his wife. Huh. So they did want to arrest him for when he did his probation 2 times, and I wasn't gonna let him arrest him because they'd already thrown him in jail once. So a dad's got to do what a dad's got to do. So I ended up grenading him and my daughter, and then grenading me to the face, shooting my son with his hands in the air, and kidnapping my daughter, and shooting my dog, and then tear gassing me with 5 tear gas canisters. So it's they don't have a case, and I've been trying to get them to drop the case, but it is what it is. So I'm in God's hands now. It's always been in God's hands. You know what I'm saying? So Father's will be done. I know it. He will prevail, even if I go to jail. Man, this is good sausage. I love the spiciness of that sweet Thai chili. So I don't know how much time I based on. I don't have a record, so I don't know. I was more concerned about trying to have the police locate my son's dead or missing body and my daughter's dead or missing body, but they won't. Nobody will do anything. Nobody will take a report. Nobody will talk to me. It's like I'm dead already. Like I'm living in some kind of Catholic purgatory or some bullshit, silly, stupid thing like that. So, yeah, right. Yeah, right. Not till guilty until proven otherwise. So they grenaded my daughter in her fucking sleep. How's that not guilty? That's a lawsuit. So, oh well. It was all for nothing, ma'am. All for nothing. They may not even be alive. I may not even be able to bring them any justice. You know what I'm saying? But you can't grenade somebody in the face. I made no threats to them. And remember, Father allowed me to live stream the whole thing, so it's documented. Maybe I did die or something that day, and I'm just here in this alternative world with you guys, and it all feels very real, but it doesn't too. Sometimes it feels like I'm not even fucking alive. Because remember, I just did all this for nothing. And I can't take back the scar on my eye, my chest fucking problems, and my head, the issues that, I'm never going to go back to the old me ever again. I'm not saying I can't get better, but I think there's things they've scarred me for life. I'm just not going to go away. So, like I said, even at that, the best results that I have right now is that my son doesn't ever want to talk to me again. Yeah, we don't know anything about this case, Michael, but that's okay. You didn't get SWAT rated. This is about the fucking SWAT team coming in, and you think you'll be okay, but you don't have any understanding what's going on in the case, but that's okay. You can't compare your case to my case at all. What was your name of arrest? I was arrested as the name Apocalypse. Revelation. What was your name at your time of arrest? So, your case is a little different than mine. And I'm not saying that your case doesn't matter. I'm just saying you didn't exercise your right of subrogation and challenge the judicial capacity of Dave Vandenberg, the seated judge in the case, that he's not operating in a judicial capacity. He's only operating as a clerk,
He's just a clerk trying to scare me. That I put the court on notice of liability for all damages, punitive, right? Emotional and physical damages. Took over power of attorney of capital letter Tracy Werner in open court, where the judge said I made my record, so it's record. And told him the only way I'm going to give him back that merchant number, or what you call your social security number or your bond, you don't know what it is, but is if they can prove, or Dave Vandenberg can prove that he's operating in just capacity and he's not. So that's only ever probably been done a couple of times, maybe just a handful of times in the history of this corporation. Because most people aren't allowed to make record. They're not allowed to say shit in court. 98.5% of cases go to fucking take a plea bargain. They don't even try to go to trial. So I'm going to fucking trial. Fuck you. I ain't that 98.5%. Fuck all y'all. Whatever they do to me. I'd rather be tried by a jury of my 12 than some hung by one fucking man in a black robe. Fuck you, Dave Vandenberg. Fuck you, Pat Wolke. I'll fucking sue both those fucking, take their bar from them. Sue their fucking bond. So they can never operate as a judge ever again. They obviously have very clouded judgment. Drive over fucking 6 hours and tell you that my son was murdered in your county. Don't tell me you don't know anything about that. I guarantee when they put him on a polygraph, on a lie detector, he's going to fail that. It's not even admissible in court, but he's going to fucking fail it. Pat Wolke will fail that lie detector test. You'll find in the cellular data that Dave Vandenberg told him, they had a phone conversation like, get rid of this fucking dude. He won't lay down like a little bitch like everybody else. So, I'm not like anybody else. Don't want to be like anybody else. Not trying to get you to be like me. So, I just have to deal with this. It sucks that it may have got my son and daughter fucking killed. Bad mistake on my part for not listening. Should have just left the shit alone. Well, but Father wants me to do this. He's got to keep me standing here. So I'm going to go until if I go to jail, I go to jail. So what? I'm already looking at, okay, go to jail. I got out of fucking jail. So what? That's what Father wants for me. This is all I worry about. They've already been through enough fucking shit because of me. Everybody that gets around me gets fucked up around me, assaulted, and attacked by the fucking police and the government. So it's evidence speaks for itself. But what am I gonna do, man? Can't change it. All I can do is count the days. One day closer to death. Hallelujah. So go back to be with the Father. So that's okay. I know that all things ever written and everything not written and everything that ever will be, Father created. So no luck, no free will, can't be saved. So I hope my son's holding on to that, you know. He loves the word, not the world. So I don't know how he would make it right now. I have no fucking idea how he'd be living. Because I know if he was alive right now, he'd be filing a lawsuit. He's smart enough not like that. I don't think he's like me, and I'm not saying. I think he'd file the lawsuit because I don't think he's soft like me. He's a hardcore dude. For the word. He can have it all and still love the word more than the world, like that. And not have it all, but he's... Father gave him a beautiful wife and a beautiful life, other than my bullshit, because I got fucking in trouble to begin with. Wasn't even his doing. When he originally got in trouble, it wasn't even his doing. It was me who did it. I got him in trouble. You just don't know the whole fucking story. You know what I'm saying? I mean, most people don't. That's why I put my neck out there for Elijah, because they don't know I originally got him in trouble. His original getting him in trouble is because of me.
And here I get a SWAT team brought on his ass and his wife. So if he's alive, no wonder he don't want to fucking talk to me. I mean, that makes no sense because he knew he was here for fucking 17 days. He could have left. He knew they were coming. I told him the SWAT team were going to come here. I told him the night they were coming. I told him that don't resist and they won't shoot you. And they shot him fucking anyways when he didn't resist. So probably pretty pissed at me right now. Can you imagine that? Your dad tells you, be like the thief on the cross. Remember? Nobody knows. There they are, you know, let Father choose. And then they shoot him with his fucking hands in the air. So he probably don't believe anything I say ever again. So I wouldn't want to hang around me. I'm fucking dangerous. I get people shot. My animals fucking tear gas. I got both my son and daughter grenaded because of me. And possibly killed. And who knows what fucking torture they've been put through in the last 18 fucking months. Tell me this is real. Most surreal feeling ever here. But, oh, fucking well. Time is a ticking away. Time's a ticking away. Let's make some ice cubes. Taggy. Let's make some ice cubes. Yeah, let's get some ice cubes going. Let's make some ice cubes for Dad's water. Oh, pardon me. There we go. I'll get us some ice cubes. Just made a couple. Just out here a moment. Get that solar panel. I'm gonna have to trim these ladies for the end of the day, guys. Gonna have to trim the ladies. Right after the stream. Yeah, look at that. What we got here? Oh, some kind of notification. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm glad that I talked this over with you guys. Either way, if I travel out of America, I need not to have American or veteran tags on my vehicle. Thanks for discussing that game theory that with me, because that's something that could be
end up being costly to me. Somebody just target me because I'm a veteran. I can see that right now because of how bad we piss everybody off all around this freaking rock that we walk. Just pissing everybody off. I better put that lighter in. I lit the stove and I came back over here. Oh. Okay. Drop it down on the ground. Drop it like it's hot. Park it like it's hot. How's our wood doing? Yeah, we gotta put some more wood. Do we have more wood? Hold on, guys. I gotta go grab a couple pieces of something to throw in the wood stove before the flame goes out. There's a little bit of coals in there. It was in the 20s this morning, so this cabin got pretty little cold. Give me a moment. I'm gonna go grab some wood, a couple pieces, throw in there for now. Ice cubes are going. Busting firewood here. It's warm in here, guys. It's got nice warm in the cabin. Cold outside and warm in the cabin. That's how we do it, huh? Yeah. All right. I just made that sausage that I made with the Thai chili sauce. Just, scored it a bunch of times, and so the sauce gets down in the cracks of the sausage there. It's beef sausage. The Thai chili, I love that Thai chili sauce, so it's good stuff. But yeah, I'm just taking away the days here because trying to hang out with the puppies. I mean, whatever's going to happen is going to happen. I don't have any control of that. Obviously, I tried and got myself in a lot worse problem than I ever started. Made the problem way worse. Put myself over $100,000 more, and at a loss here. What the hell can I do with my lighter? Where'd Dad put his lighter, guys? I think bang it. I went in there and lit the stove with it, huh? Yeah. She brought some more of those juices, huh? So much mines. Gotta let another fly in here. Ow! I let it fly in. Dad let it fly in. Grab the fly swatter. Grab the fly swatter. Get that back together there. Where'd that fly go? See that fly? Any ice cubes yet, guys? Any ice cubes yet? Any ice cubes drop? Let's see if we have any ice cubes yet. Oh, some baby ice cubes. Some baby ice cubes. The hell? Oh, sorry. I got a notice about I used my Cash App card because I lost like $2 or $2.50 yesterday in the washing machine, the car wash, to try to wash the truck before I brought it over there to the Toyota dealership. So I had to use my Cash App card, and it did an update. Yeah. Anyways. Any words? So I'm counting my days here. Trying to get to the 24th, hoping that, boy, wouldn't that be nice here in the next week or two if the attorney called me and said it's all over with. All done. I don't know how much time they could give me. Like I said, I haven't even talked to him about that. He hasn't even talked to me about that, so I don't even know what time I'd be facing. Is what it is. They don't have any evidence, but I'm just saying, they do what they want in this court down there. They do whatever the fuck they want, so. First time I ever seen him use the video call, the video conference. Never seen him use that before. Had all that in place, but they've used it now a couple times for John, so they try to act like they're gonna do something, but like I said, I know even if they just watched the SWAT raid, they wouldn't convict me. That's what I told John. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I don't know if he even plans on playing the SWAT raid. He said he only planned on playing the video from the, from the video of the stop where they stopped. They didn't even stop Elijah. They didn't. Like I'm saying, that wasn't what happened that day. So I don't know. God's hands once again, but I'm glad. Like I said, I'm just kind of talking myself through it because this is a little difficult. Ooh, you stink, girl. You stinky little biatch. You stinky girl. Some more water in there. I'm gonna get some more ice. Oh man. It's one of the finer things in life, Berkey water. I take the Berkey with me. So, well, I better make a checklist. Better start writing some shit down, huh? Better start writing some shit down. Make a list. Minus a pen. Minus a pen. Got one in here that works. Got one in here that works. That's like a major thing. Have to change. Plates and change plates and it's like a jaundice, like a yellow green. That's called jaundice.
Uh, and you know, okay, change plates and license. That's like a huge, huge thing to do. Huge thing to do. Um, Glad I got to make this list of things I'm going to have to make a list and not do these on a priority. What else do I need to do? Oil change. I'm going to do a complete oil change before I go. I hadn't done it that long, but I'll make sure I do a fresh oil change. Do an oil change. Oh, okay. Normally, if your skin gets burnt, yeah. And you don't always get a yellowing of your eyes, so still could be a form of that doesn't always affect the eyes. Um, Oil change, but it could be other things too. I'm not a dermatologist. There's not too many things I have to do before I leave here. Fuck it. Get the Forerunner ready to go. Nothing's taking a priority. You know what I'm saying? Get the Forerunner ready to go. Yeah, I don't take no pills. I don't take 0 pills. No pills. Ever no pills. No pills. No pills. No drugs. No narcotics. Don't put narcotics in my body. No, thank you. You can have your narcotics. I'll keep using my cannabis. 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 No cannabis. Did you ever hear that song, that meme, where that lady was asking her husband, he was seeing some Bone Thugs in Harmony. She's like, honey, what are you singing? He's singing, Uncle Charlie, Uncle Bob, and he's, singing that song, by Bone Thugs. And she asked him, and he did the hippopotamus thing. That was hilarious. I don't know if you ever heard that meme where she asked him, what are you singing, eh? Hippopotamus, cannabis, smoking the cannabis, smoking the cannabis. We're gonna miss everybody. I'm gonna miss everybody. It's off the Eternal, was it 1999? That album. Do you have an album? An album. Who says album? It's an album rhythm. Hippopotamus. Oh, that was hilarious. Do you know which meme I'm talking about? I love that. That dude is great. He's sitting there on the couch singing Bone Thugs in Harmony. It's 99. My nigga. East 99. It's got the Bone song on it. The bone, 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 bone. The bone, 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 bone. The bone, 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 bone. Bone Thug. Here he comes. Here's my puppy. Bone Thug. Bone Thug. Oh, the tattoo's doing good. Look at that, guys. Oh, it's doing good.
Look at it. It's doing good. It's doing good. Look at it. It's doing good. Look how much better that looks, guys. See how much better it's popping now? See, I wanted that dark in there like that. See how much of a difference that makes? Gives it all that volume. Just does not look like the same tattoo that it was. Oh, I want to take that damn thing off there. Keep looking at it like that. Take it off there. Yeah, I went in yesterday and got it redid. He redid the whole, reworked the whole tattoo. I mean, look at that line. Look how dark it is. You know, he did all of it. Actually, he had everybody change all the blue, put a new blue in it. It's not very good with that shine on it there, but you can see a little better like that up close though. But he hit it all again, all of it, and then he put the line in the top. Remember, because he didn't have it up there. Went over all the blue again. Went all over all these. So, yeah, more tattoos. I need more tattoos. Tattoos, they can't steal your tattoos. Even in jail, they can't steal your tattoos. Yeah, so went in there and because the tattoo parlor is right next to the Toyota dealer. It's like right next door. So, woohoo! So, flipping rights, boys. Now it matches. Now it's the right tones. Now you can't see that, but see? Now they match. No, they're right. So, Joe Dirt trench coat. Huh. Not me personally, not by name. I don't know who that is. Oh, my dad's got to give him more ice cubes. Gotta get more ice cubes. Bottomus. Bottomus. How come we didn't have a rack there? What's going on there? There, we only got a half a rack that time, huh? Something happened to it. More water. Bring all the cleaner in there, huh? Oh man. Oh my goodness. So yeah, I'm hoping we don't get too much of a violence going today with this No Kings ritual, but we'll see. They plan whatever they want.
No kings, huh? So it's past that. We already got a ruler. But I hope everybody stays distracted long enough so I can get out of here. It sure be nice if the American public would just stay asleep like they are a bunch of numbskulls. We don't need no education. No. Into the meat grinder they go. Into the pink slime. Eat your kids. Bleach your kids. Eat chicken nuggets. Nice. Got the candle that took the ladies today. Still got all the leaves on her. On those two. Those two are trimmed over there. So there's our garden for the years. Or allotted, well, whatever. You could start another garden if you wanted to. So I have some trimming to do before the end of the day. I'll get her done. It's okay. I want them to hang that way, like I said. That way I can trim up and then get all those tops. Well, the bottom of those water leaves, but the ones that are on top of the, you'd have to trim, because you trim before, but the water leaves. All those ones from the bottom, from the top down. From the top down, from the bottom to the top, to the top, to the bottom. I got them. Oh, so there was a fly in here. Where'd he go? Where'd he go, Tate? Where'd that fly go? Where'd the fly go, piggy? Big guy. My biggest, hanging out with my puppy, hanging out with my puppy. Oh, so. What do I be looking at for time if they convicted me? And like I said, I'd appeal, so I wouldn't just sit in there and do the whole time. I'd file for appellate court and try to take it. So I bet you I would be looking any more than a year or two if they convicted me. If, which would be a total wrongful conviction. I'm sure it could overturn it in appellate court, which most cases get overturned in appellate court because actually the evidence gets looked at. So, yeah, I better be prepared for both. Get prepared to. For fuck's sake, man. Here we go. The days are ticking. My dad was 37 years old when he died. I know how fast time can go away. Because I'm a lot older than my dad was when he died, so time can get by you. Time can get by real quick. Said as long as the vehicle's ready to go, I don't care, man. I just want to try to go so we can get on the other side of the border. Maybe I'll come back. Maybe I won't like it, but who knows? Mexico be better than America. Mexico be better than jail. That's all I have to say about that. Yeah, right. No, we're going to talk about it till this every day. Taking her down, doing the march. This coming week, I need to get both those vehicles ready. I mean, there's only so much I could do to them. They're just so. If I can't get that vehicle ready, I'm gonna change. For now, I'm gonna change the. That wasn't bringing up. Charges like. I was gonna bring it up. They were able to add. They can't add no charges now at this place. No, they can't add no charges. You're not right there. They would already added charges. They can't add charges at my trial. Their connection. They can't do that. So where'd you get that? But work release program. They don't have a work release program here. So yeah, I don't know where you get the information there, Stoner. But yeah, I'm not there. They won't convict me. They'd be stupid to even try. Like I said, I do think that John here in the next week or two will call me and give me some kind of update. I'm hoping, but 'But they already added their charges of harassment. Remember, menacing the police and harassing the police. So they've already added to go from 5 to 7. So 7 is the number of completion. So I wonder if this thing made a second run or not. What's going on with it? Not making any ice cubes on the back. Why not? Interesting. What's going on with it? Oh well. I don't care. Let's get some ice cubes. Might be a little time for a cleaning. So maybe make one more run and call it good for now. Make one more run and call it good for now. Oh man. Oh man, the water's so good. It'll definitely be a different life though from what I've been living, obviously. I mean, I can stay here if I wanted to, you know. Like I said, I really want to get this ministry going, but I think it's time to take a vacation, take a break from this whole America thing for a while and put it on hold and come back, you know. Get a charge, eat better food. I do think Kevin's willing to go with me, so I'll have somebody to go with, you know. And the animals could use getting out for a while, you know. They like the vacation. I mean, they're farm dogs, but they like going out on the road and driving. They love it, you know. Both Tango and Pants just absolutely love being in it, going for rides. There's long ones like that, huh, Biggie? Long ones like that. I just know more than anything that what's driving me is to get out of America, because America's the beast. And that's what's driving me, is I don't want to stay in a country that I know what we do to all these other countries. So I'd rather be beat the one, than the one giving the beating, you know what I'm saying? Because the blood of the saints are going to be the ones that are poured out on the nation that fornicates with America, the beast. So I'm going with it. I'm doing what because the word tells me to do. I'm leaving because the word tells me to get the fuck out of this country. And out of Canada. Canada's the beast too. It's part of it too. Any one of these nations that have, part of this United Nations by proxy war and all that, you're still fornicating with the beast, So I'll just feel better. I'm not going to talk about America anymore. I just served this country since I was 17 years old. I joined the military. So I think it's time to, not give up on the country, but take a vacation. Every soldier is supposed to take a break, take leave. It's called leave. Take 30 days a year. I mean, you can add it up, but they encourage you to take your leave. So time to take some leave, collect some pay. I have some back pay. I think I'm going to collect maybe $25 million a piece. They won't need to worry about anything down there. Could just get a retirement visa and stay down there and come back here when I want to. Maybe we could add some more lawsuits to the cause. These are $25 million grenade pins. So we'll go ahead and convict me, and then I'll get a wrongful prosecution, and it'll double all these lawsuits. Guarantee it will double all these lawsuits. I know as soon as I go talk to a lawsuit attorney, they can be drooling, absolutely drooling, on why I have not filed these lawsuits already. And I already told you why, because Father already told me I can file them, and I'm just, because I don't care about money. Money isn't the issue here. I mean, I have to have it. I know I'm struggling, but whatever. He always provides a way. I have assets for sale. Maybe something will sell at the last minute. I thought maybe Carl was going to say he was going to buy some land there for a minute. Yeah, I'll buy one of your properties, but I don't know how much retirement he has or what he sold his house. So this would be a perfect place for something like he was talking about. This is the freaking hunter's paradise, but I ain't forcing anybody. So hopefully those will be my, ticket that, like I said, helping my son too down the road. I don't want to buy his. Those are his. That's his hand grenade, not mine. This is Elijah's lawsuit pen and Adriana's lawsuit pen. So that's why I'm showing you. I don't love money. I already would have filed these lawsuits a long time ago. Don't you see that? You know how long ago I could have drove into Bend and filed the lawsuit? I was there yesterday. I could have done it yesterday. I dicked it off. I was going to go by it, turn like, nah, I want to go home, be with my dogs. If there's any chance I could still file this lawsuit even if I'm guilty. It'd probably, even if I went to jail, I'd have the time to actually file these lawsuits, you know what I'm saying? But I know I'm not going to get convicted, you know what I'm saying? And then if I get a wrongful prosecution, that just makes all these lawsuits double. This makes these about $50 million grenade pins. State and county. See, this isn't just the county out here. Sue the county and the state, and then I'm going to go after the federal government for not getting involved. Because I called the feds to come out here and get involved with this before they SWAT raided me. Before Josephine, or excuse me, I got Josephine County too and Lane County. These people are stupid, man. You know what I'm saying? I could have already filed these, but I will. I don't care if Father's making me. He already told me I can do it whenever, for accountability, not for vengeance, not for the money. The money will just come. That's just part of what a lawsuit is. It's what you do. You file a lawsuit, and I'll file a suit against their bonds too. I'm not filing just lawsuits against the state and the county. I'm gonna file lawsuits every single person that's on that list. that live stream for 248 hours, and everybody's additionally added to the list after the SWAT raid. So that had added just 25 more plus men, plus the judges that have got involved. Remember, now I can't go after Ted Martin, but I can pull out a civil lawsuit against him and go after him too. Not in vengeance, for accountability. He's the one who signed the SWAT raid warrant, so he'll be drawn back into court. Guarantee you, Ted Martin's ass gonna be coming back to court. He should have settled this when I told him. That schmuck thinks he's gonna get away with this. He's not. Either will Michael Taylor. Piece of shit, Lake County dog shit elected sheriff who never came to my house wants to talk about this case about Michael Taylor fucking not talking about, you know, Sergeant Rourke out here, and then all the missing dead cop out here, and all the shit that goes on out here in North Lake, because he's down there in the southern portion of the county. But it's okay, you know, like I said, that would all come out in lawsuit, because I'll hire teams of investigators. When there's hundreds of millions of dollars to be had, hundreds of millions of dollars to be had, people will, you know what I'm saying, send out plenty of investigative, you know, teams of investigators in this case. This is a 5-year-old case, like I said. These people have been running from this case since the beginning. This case involved my son, you know, getting involved with Tony Karsten, which nobody wants to talk about that ever. Just like they didn't talk about that, like that. If you notice, they don't even, my paid attorney doesn't even want to talk about Elijah's 180 hours, the original reason why I've been arrested, you know? So, because I wouldn't let him arrest him because he did his 180 hours plus another 133. See, even the paid attorney won't even talk about the 180 hours. So this is a crooked system. So I'm going to use the civil lawsuit side to hold these people accountable, which will hold them criminally liable without placing a criminal suit against them. That's how civil lawsuits can work. So that's why there will be civil lawsuits placed, and civil lawsuits will take place, because remember, that's a different kind of lawsuit. You know, that's not a criminal lawsuit. So I can go after their bar, you know, their bond, you know, their bond to the bar, or their bond. Yes, I can. That's how it works. So I'm not stupid. And then if I sue through an attorney, through habeas corpus, for Elijah for the same bond, none of these people ever work again in this case. Everybody will be taken off of this case. Nobody, because there'll be multiple, too many. Adriana, myself, and my son, nobody will have a bond. 3 people can't sue your bond. You won't have a bond after 3 people sue your bond. I don't care which line of work you work in. So, or how big your bond is. That's what a bond is for. So if you fuck up, somebody's gonna pay. And oh damn, why is that not working? Oh well. Need some more water. I've been drinking water. Lots of water today. Lots of water today. Like a pimp, like a pimp. Oh man, dude. Party. Mix up there. Oh. No, they have here what is called, you still have it there in a sense, connection. This isn't, see, they still here have in America what you're talking about, where they tie their hands. Here it's called qualified immunity, where you can't sue. But you can when they break the law. So you can still sue in Canada. That's not true. There's no more opportunities there. You're, once again, not correct. I mean, Canada does have other restrictions, but not under qualified immunity. It's the same thing up there. Sovereign, whatever. sovereign immunity. They can lie, they can do, but they can't break the law. When they break the law, you place lawsuit against them. So maybe not criminal. Like I said, that's what that criminal lawsuit, but the civil, that's what the qualified immunity is for. So you can't sue them like what you're talking about, because you can't. But when they break the law, they lose their qualified immunity and they can be sued. So through civil lawsuit. So you can do that in Canada as well. You guys are not that much more. I mean, you have, remember, this all comes from basic Magna Carta. It's, you are America. Some say, fuck it, you're America. Stop telling yourself you're not. Like we tell ourselves we're not fucking Canada. We're Canada. Everybody's loyal to the Queen, Scott. Everybody's loyal to the Queen. The Scottish Rite. Fucking Donald and the Scottish Reich and the Queen. Remember the purple people eaters? Same dicks. So, Canada is America. Don't fool yourself, you know, and Mexico is almost Canada, you know, which is America, you know, as America's already down there, you know, with Army Rangers and, you know, drones. And now we got all that stuff in the South Atlantic, all, you know, so, but you do have the right to sue in Canada, civilly. It's not like I said, there's, even though our laws are different, they're very similar. I really wish people would understand a little bit more. You guys are a little bit more restricted because you guys have more like that old law, you know, still to the Queen. But remember, we're just that colony that left that gave the rights to France. Remember, it was Benjamin Franklin, wasn't it, that went over there and made the deal with France, you know? So we're still, there ain't no different, man. Don't forget, France came over here and said they wanted their gold back too in 1971. So not much change. I'm not seeing, so. This is all still part of the same law. Merchant law, nothing's different. Connection, nothing's different. Same dicks. America's Canada. Like I said, go back, and then J.P. Chase bailed this whole system out back before we even collapsed the first time. So not what anybody's thinking. Not what anybody's thinking here. It's all the banksters who are running the whole fucking show. So, and they own the corporations, and the corporations are the banks, and the bank, that's fascism. So here we are. Yes, you can't serve two masters. It says you can't serve Mammon and the Most High, or self, or yourself. You know, a man's enemies to be the one of his own household. So they serve the other Jesus, the cracker Jesus. Oh, the religion. They serve religion or government. That's their religion, is government. This is the boot they lick. That's what I'm saying, you guys. That's I wish pay attention though. That's fine. Yeah, the tomorrow. Oh, everything's gonna be so beautiful forever, Jesus, tomorrow. So yeah, no, exactly. All of these people are banksters. They're all part of it. They're all part of. There you go. There you go. That's what I'm saying. I don't even have to sit down and break down to who all these people are. That's why I tell you, Donald Trump is George Soros. You know, he is Warren Buffett. You know, stop it. You know, these people are fools. But this is all just a show for them. This is just a big show. They just love what they're doing. I bet, like I said, if I was elite right now, I'd just be laughing at how top-down control they've taken. The world's on fire right now. Like I said, I titled this World War III is here. If you look around, there is world war everywhere you go. Everywhere you look now, there is war in one form or another. You know, and war doesn't always have to mean bombs falling. So the people are actually starting to rise. This is feeling a little bit before like COVID to me. It really does. We're feeling a little 3 at 11 here. We're feeling a little 3 at 11. You know what I'm saying? The 3 and 11 Jesus, that's what he is, right? There he is. There he is. That's what we identify, the 3 and 11 Jesus. You know, because he's warning. Let no one take your crown. That's the 3 and 11. We'll put that out there. The 3 and 11 Jesus. We said that first. We say stuff on this ministry that's never been said. So, that's how it works. Your crown is your prize. No, nobody cares about birds. Where is I hear a fly? I hear a fly. Why are flies so freaking noisy? Nobody's ever answered me why are flies are noisy and some are not. One day I'll get my answer. I'll probably get that answer after I die. Yeah, but see, 3:11, see what they're doing there? I come quickly. Let no one take your crown. Revelation 3:11. Let no one take your crown. We got the rework on the tattoo. Man, he made some burgundy. He changed the color too. Look at that, guys. He changed it to a burgundy for me. Because remember how it was red? Remember how the tattoo was red? He changed it to burgundy. I'm happy he did. Boy, I see it there. It's starting to come out now. Woohoo! Instead of a, like a royal, not red. Red isn't red. It's burgundy, when they do that. It's a purple burgundy color, right? Not red. It's not royal. Royal's purple, but if you look at it like when they do that, you know what I'm saying? Well, like I said, he made it burgundy. Look, because remember it was that ugly looking, pale looking red like this. It looked like this, remember? Oh, hold on. That's the color it was. That's the same exact color it was right there. Those two colors were identical. That's the color it was right there. Exactly. I put the two together and showed that next to it because I showed how I had the same. Look at the difference. That's what I'm saying. See? Those two colors aren't even anywhere close to each other, right? Yeah, I think he changed the color. What do you think? He whip shaded it with black and with purple. He had purple out, and he had he took quite a few colors. He put about 3 colors in that, along with the black that he whip shaded into that to give it that look. Because that's a big change. Because remember, if you go back, I put those two together, and the color of that almost was identical. It was that pale red color to that. Yeah. Because he didn't have a burgundy. He didn't have a burgundy out on the table, right? You know what I'm saying? He didn't have that. Yeah, good call. Because he added like 2 or 3 colors. Red. I know he had red, but the red wasn't the same red that he used last time. It was a dark, it was a darker kind of a cherry red, not a, not a stop sign type of red. And then, he dipped that into that purple. You know what I'm saying? Dip that red into that purple and a little black. And that's how he whip shaded that color, making those 3 colors with purple, that dark red, and black is how he made that. Because he didn't have a burgundy on the table, or he didn't. You ever had a tattoo? They have the little cups, but yeah, it was definitely he did a good job too. Like I said, and I like his, because that's the look I was going for. That, see what I'm saying? He still has that color at the top. See how it still has that color at the top when you pull away? How it looks, He left a little bit of that in there at the top, but he threw more of that red in there with it, because he threw it in there behind it. And yeah, he redid the whole tattoo basically. We really nailed those little gems on the top, blue gems. So good work on that. So yeah, That's how you got a tattoo when you tattoo yourself. So my uncle's legs, he's tattooed his legs, you know, all this. That's how normally a lot of people tattoo their legs, you know, when you're tattooed, you know, I mean, obviously you can tattoo your, if, you know, opposite arm, or if not too many. I wouldn't want to try tattooing with, I mean, I can write with my left hand, but I don't think I want to try to tattoo with my left hand. I can tattoo with my right hand, but I'm not going to tattoo with my left hand. Uh, but legs get tattooed. A lot of people tattoo their legs, their calf, you know, with that orchestra, their calf, you know, all this stuff they can reach pretty easy. So, scene artists, see what I'm saying? All the parts you can reach pretty easy. Pull up there and hold your leg up there. You know. Yep, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, man. So I'm talking about. If you was to put a Bible verse tattoo, what would it be? That's all my tattoos are, man. Revelation 12. Revelation 12. I'm the only man with a Revelation 12 sign. Be a great sign in the firmament. The Virgin, clothed with the sun, the moon at her feet. All right, she had the moon at her feet. She'll have a crown of 12 stars upon her head. That's the Revelation 12 sign. And the Revelation 13, I have many signs. The great millstone, the star of... That angel picked up a great millstone and cast it into the sea. You know, my whole be in the world, but be not of it. That's a play on, because that's not actually the world, but your eyes want to think that's, you know, it's what I've done with my art, you know. So, but yes, the great red dragon eclipse. That's actually one of their fake, you know. So, the most high does not dwell in temples made by... Yep. So, Revelation 3:11, I could quickly let no one take your crown. Remember, you must be as esteemed as the potter's clay. You must turn their works upside down. So, all my tattoos are scriptural. So, pretty much all this whole farm is. So, this sleeve coming next. If anybody ever wants to take a donation for the tattoo fund, you can tattoo if you want. I teach with it. That's why I told him that. As I said, do you realize how many times your tattoo gets seen on my ministry? I'm not saying that you do the work you want to do, but this tattoo that you're doing, it's going to get seen, you know, over and over again by a lot of people, you know. And the Star of David. There's the Star of David. Signs, there'd be signs in the stars. He said there'd be signs in the stars, sun and moon. That's Matthew, right? Genesis for times and seasons. Remember? The Magi, they were looking for a sign. He said there'd be signs. Remember? The King Star. Oh, yeah. The whole sleeve is a testament to the teaching. So that's what I do with my time to tattoo. So it just keeps going, but I won't stop, or I'll stop. But anyways, that's what I've taken a lot of my money, because tattoos aren't cheap, and good tattoos aren't cheap, and cheap tattoos aren't good. So you get what you pay for. So this place has the best artists in town, but you see the work they do. So yeah. Anyways, like I said, it's, you know, it's something that I'm able to teach no matter where I'm at. Even when I get locked up in jail, I'm teaching. You know, it's what I do. Pastors, just what I am. Father made me the revelation that I just reveal truth. That's what I'm here to do. People don't like me, but I'm not here to appease the world. You know what I'm saying? I was here to appease the world. But hold on a second. Man, I got but yeah, the cross is blasphemy. But cross images, we're told not to worry about images. And I'm not saying because I have all these images on me, you know what I'm saying? But the image of the cross is such blasphemy. People are not understanding, you know. But Christ warned us of that. You know, he warned us of what we see, and what we see: idolatry, things of the dirt we see, little things, little statues, little idols, little big tall towers, or imagery, things we see. Things we see are things we see. Remember, he's letting no one take your crown. Gee, I wonder who that'll be. A man's enemies be the one of his own household. You're your own enemy. You're your biggest. You will have your name blotted out of the book of life by self-will. We're not doing Father's will, but we all make mistakes, you know. We don't always get it right the first time. That's why he rebukes us with his light and pulls us to him and makes us stop doing the things of the world and point out the errors. And that's part of what we do. Oh, you're being judgmental. You're motherfucking right, I am. You know, I love that when somebody tells me, oh, you're being so judgmental. Yeah, exactly. You know, everything you see comes from the dirt, Michael. He doesn't want us to love dirt, okay? He doesn't want us to love dirt. Dirt. Things of the dirt. Little things of the dirt. Little idols, little statues or big towers. Everything you see from the dirt came from the dirt. It's going to go back to where you and your dog and your wife and your house and your car came from where? And it's going to go back where? Don't love dirt. Love the word. I love the word because the Most High, he doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. He's here with us now. So the word, it will never die. Heaven and earth shall perish. We'll have a new body, a new heaven, a new earth. Hallelujah. The meek will inherit the earth. Is not below your feet. Heaven's not above your head. That's not what heaven or earth is. Hell, not below your feet either. So people are a little deceived, but don't love the dirt, love the word. Father doesn't want us to love dirt. Just think about it that way. Everything you've ever seen, tasted, touched, smelled, like I said, everything in front of you, back, left, right, north, east, and west to south of you is from the dirt. And 1,000 years from now, 100 years, most of the stuff will be right back in the dirt where it came from. So it's kind of the way it works. Remember, don't love the dirt. So that's idolism, dirt worship, dirt lovers. They're in love with dirt. Satan putting the idea that they're in love with dirt, and they love their Jesus. That's dirt booby Jesus, the dirty Jesus. She's a dirty girl and man gender Jesus, transgender, pangender, bender gender Jesus. It's organic. We do it organic. Planting roots here. Well, seeds, you know, but don't grow roots. You got to get it off your ass, Jesus, right? We're not planting. Well, this is house, so he said don't sup with vipers. So you got to have somewhere to stand, right? So, but never forget that Father is the Word. Father is the word Hokadesh, and that is the word spirit, so he doesn't exist in flesh. He had to fulfill the flesh nation, the Gentiles that he didn't love, remember? He only loved his most high pride of the heavens, like the pride of lions, Leo, the scepter shall not depart from Judah. Judah, he was from the tribe of David. No, he's from the tribe of Judah, from the house of David. Tribe, wrong tribe. No, house. Remember, begottens from the house of David, he sprang out of Judah, the lion from the tribe of Judah. Just make sure you got the right tribe there. My bad. The scepter shall not depart. That's Leo in the celestial firmament. So
Yeah. Imagery. What you see, logos, your swastika or your Nike, just do it. Be like Nike and send it. I mean, just do it. You'll be fine. Take the jab, take the Vex. You'll be fine. Just do it. Everybody's doing it. Stand in line, get a cheat test, get a free test, get a PCR test, get a free COVID test. So, yeah, Leo is the firmament marker that crown father now, not the high priest Aaron and Levite, but Shiloh, Leo, the lion from the tribe of Judah. She'll have a crown of 12 stars. Remember, it was Jupiter that was opposition and pointed to the head of Leo, crowning. Now Shiloh is Leo. Leo is Shiloh. And Shiloh is Christ, the Hamashiach. That's who Shiloh is. That's who Leo is. Leo in the celestial firmament is the king. Right? The lying king. Hello. Wrong king. Once again, you just keep screwing that up, right? No. No, that's where people get it wrong. That's okay. You're not going to turn a goat into a sheep, remember? So, well, is it the lion and the lamb, or is it the lion and the wolf? Or is it the wolf and the lamb, or is it the wolf and the lion? Or is it the lamb and the lion and the life and the lion and the sheep? I think you're lying to yourself. You're not supposed to be laying with vipers, you idiot. That's okay. They tell lie, not lying. Yeah, they're lying to your vision. So careful. They've got their scepter, their stick they wave at you. They orchestrate. It's called Hollywood. They love to mirror. They that's what it is. It's thank you. So I thought it was the lion and the wolf. They love to play with this. These silly rabbit tricks for kids. No, is it a wolf in rabbit's clothing? Or is it the tortoise and the hare? They got him banging pots and pans in the middle of the winter, celebrating their oath to some sun god, saying, Jesus Christ, the birth of it was not the star of Christmas. It wasn't the star of Nazareth. It was the star of Bethlehem, the star of David, remember? So, well, the lion was, remember, what was the lion? It was Babylon, right? The lion, the leopard, the bear, and the beast with iron teeth, which was Rome. So the lion is Babylon, right? Persia, the leopard, the bear, Russia, and the beast with iron teeth, Rome. You like that? You know what the beast, when it talks about the beast with 4 heads, what it's talking about? It's talking about those 4 nations. You ever seen the beast with 4 heads? Those are the nations. I just told you the nations, what they were. People get that all wrong. They see the image of that and they think it's some kind of mystical beast. Uh-oh. What happened to our fire ski? Lions and dragons and tigers and unicorns and
East with iron teeth. No. Oh, come on now. It's got to be fitting in there exactly. So, yes, Rome never died. Rome never died. Rome never died. We still have the head and eagle coin. Same decks. They even change it. Yeah, we'll put the same head and eagle on there, but you'll still fall for the same trickery. Yep, it's called the Lucifer. And there's no such thing as Lucifer, remember? Their telescope is called the Lucifer. Just to know, there's no such thing as Lucifer. They're looking for Planet X, and that's what the Mayans called Herculobus or Nibiru. And they knew the Yuga cycles, the Kali Yugas, but people don't pay attention, you know. The tribe of Gad, but that's okay. Yeah, the dragon. Do you see the dragon lantern? Little cock rock ring ritual with the dragon. Little dragon. Remember? Their little, they do their old, with the dragon, little dragon lander. The little dragon lander that they did. Little cock ring ritual. They let them. Yeah, there's no Lucifer. There's no such thing as Lucifer. So Lucifer is a word never written in Scripture. That's not a biblical or scriptural word. Doesn't have any relevance in the text whatsoever. It's only written once in text, in one place, one time, and it replaces a word that's never there. You know, so there is no such thing as Lucifer. That's as real as the Easter Bunny or Jabba the Hutt or Battle to the Altar of Jabba. How about that in warp speed? Woo! If I had my way, I'd have all of you. Shh. Right. You think he's in heaven with his dad? So silly. He's sleeping. He's dreaming and sleeping. What a silly dog. What a good boy. Hanging out with the dad. Oh. Oh, man. So, I wonder what's going on at these No Kings rituals they got going today here. There are no kings. I got a little ice bead coffee there yesterday. I've been milking it. Oh. So, but there's no Lucifer. There's no such thing as Lucifer. There's no such thing as the word Jesus doesn't exist in the text because there's no J's in Hebrew or Greek. So who the fuck is Jesus? You know, you translate these words and then you think you know something. You don't know anything. You know a translation is what you know. So yeah, but connection, Halil is not Lucifer, is not the morning star. Venus is the morning star. Venus is the morning star, not Lucifer. See, that's not even correct. Venus is the morning star, not Lucifer. And that was the Star of David. Remember? Leo, the lion from the tribe of Judah, the Star of David, the morning star and the king's star conjuncted. Lucifer is not the morning star. Venus is the morning star. Bunch of fucking idiots. Can't even use their proper, not saying you, but don't even. Translation. It's not a word. There is no such thing as Lucifer. Not or Lucifer. That is not something that exists. You know, there you go. Venus is the morning star. Not, see, you said translation. Fuck translations. I don't listen to translation. Remember, that's not literally the definition. That is not, we are warned about. Don't do that. And I'm not saying that you didn't because you quoted it out of the lexicon. But see, Halil is not, you know, the morning star, but that's not, Lucifer is not a word. Venus is the morning star, not Lucifer. See, they got it all wrong. I'm a magi, so I'm not gonna let you fuck that up. Not you, but see what I'm saying? Venus, remember? The morning star conjuncted with the king's star in 2 and 3 BC. This is the sign that the magi were looking for. This is what I have on my arm. So I won't let nobody fuck this up. That's why Father sent me here, to make sure this star marker, that nobody sits there and starts changing some fake fucking bullshit and adding to it, you know, and it's, you know, and you said in some translations, so fuck translations. Jesus Christ is Satan. Look at that translation. That's a literal, but see, nobody wants to look at that either, right? I mean, it's like the world's just a bunch of fucking bumbling ding-dongs, I guess. Too much ho-hos and too many snowballs, been snowballed. Too much of the bread. Hot cross-top buns, the one who had sex with her mom, Ishtar, remember? Tammuz, the son of Satan, under the sea. Too much television. You gotta remember what was there. He said don't add, so there was no Lucifer ever. Ever! And it's only written once, so why the fuck do people call themselves Luciferian? Are they Venus-atarians? I mean, what a bunch of bumbling fucking morons, if you ask me, but that's okay. I'm not trying to turn people who think they know their ass from a hole in the ground. They don't. So, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. You said translation, you know. That's why we're not told not to translate. Do not translate. Do not translate. So, I'm not cutting on you, Stoner. I know what you're pointing out. You quote from that. That's fine. I'm just showing you how wrong it is. It's all wrong. Translation, you can just throw it out. Translation is just somebody made up some shit, said the sky is orange. Fuck you. It's not. That's called a translation. That's a translation. Like a train. Train translation, like riding a train. Like hop on the fucking train. You say something to somebody and you repeat it in there. I say to Scott, I say, or connection, I say, I took the Beverly bus down to Beverly Boulevard to Barney's Beanery to buy a bowl of beans. And then he says that to Michael in his ear. And then he says that to the next person. And it never comes out the same on the other end. It's called train or translation. So you can run your train on somebody else. You can get behind me, Satan. And I ain't talking about Brokeback Mountain here. He said, don't add a jot. You know what I'm saying? So, isn't that funny that these people think they can turn something out of nothing? Venus is the morning star. Lucifer doesn't have anything to do with text. There's nothing that's not there. It's just some kind of added thing. Like somebody said, hey, the sky's fucking orange. Okay, well, we'll just go with that then. That's the translation they said. That's as fucking stupid as it is, man. And this whole generation think they're fucking, you know, they're what they are. There's a bunch of cheetophiles is what they are. See? The sky is orange, cheetophile. Get out of here, cheetophile. You're not going to defile the word around me. He is the word Hokadesh, spirit, ghost. So I'll ghost your ass out of here in a minute. You know what I'm saying? Because you say stupid shit. That's what people do. A bunch of demons, liars, deceivers. Nephilim is what they are, bullying their own bullshit, their own translation. That's what they are. They're transgender verbiage. They're alien transgender Jesus. Sky Daddy Jesus, he's an alien. Your Jesus is alien. No, that's not why Scott's turning green. Leave Scott out of this conversation, for Christ's sake. That's just a representation of Chronos. Yes, Chronos, the time marker. Saturn, the Saturnalia, Satan, Apollyon. Everything I've been teaching you, Scott, it's all right there, right in front of your face. Look at that. What do you know? There's Satan right there, Jesus Christ. Apollyon, the seventh king being revealed as the eighth king. Oh my God, it's all right there in front of the whole fucking ministry for the whole ministry to see. Not grace and truth. They don't listen to none of this shit. That's okay. They don't have any celestial bliss. They have the gospel to be just fine. You don't need the celestial gospel. It's just adding to your faith. Saturn. You know how hesitant I was ever to get that on my body. I hated getting that, but all of it is teaching. I don't do this for me. I do this because Father allows me to pastor the gospel through this sleeve. You know? You got any tricks up your sleeve? You're motherfucking right, I do. Silly rabbit, tricks over kids. So, man, I'm going to want to get that swastika tattoo. And it's so funny that the guy who was tattooing me yesterday said he would never tattoo a swastika on anybody because of, like, the Proud Boys, how they've taken and perverted it again, the same bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And he knows it's, you know, it's an older thing than that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's called to miss the target. It's called to be off the mark. That's called the sin. From my understanding, the deceiver that falling and took third. But falling doesn't mean out of the sky, Michael, just so you know. That's not what falling. Third of heaven is not above your head. So that's what you're talking about. So he perverts everything, walking close to truth, but has missing the target. That's right. So there's no gods in the sky. See, that's what I'm saying. There we go. This is Kabbalism, guys. This is mysticism. This is fairy fucking tales. Fairy is a Celtic demon. An Arab demon is a genie. You know, put that fucking genie back in the bottle because it ain't coming out here. 2 wishes, get the fuck out of here. 2 fortunes, you get fortune tellers. Fuck off. What are you gonna rub my balls or rub on my crystal ball and tell me fortunes or wishes? This is all mythology, palm reading, tarot reading. There is some truth to tarot, but they don't read the cards correctly. So I'm not giving you any knowledge of tarot. You don't even fucking, tarot's not a shuffle. There's no shuffling in tarot. It lines up the same way every time. Nobody can read fucking tarot cards like, oh, well, I think this. There's no shuffling fucking tarot cards. It's not how tarot works. It's like you guys fuck up the Yuga cycles. It's not the middle of the winter. You're celebrating the goddamn New Year does not start. And it never has in the middle of the winter. That's the stupid as fuck society you live in now. The whole world's doing it. So everybody you know is a dumb fucking idiot going along with this shit, acting like a lunatic. And I'll be the one calling him out. And you can fuck off if you don't like it. I don't care what the world says about me. It's not 2025. Get your head out of your ass. Your fourth point of contact. You don't want to learn shit? That's not my problem. See? You stink like it. Because you stink like the earth. You know, you speak like the earth. The earth is the rule. Your dialect is alien to me. And that's fine. I'm not here to appease the world, remember? WHIRLED or WORLD. You know, are you spinning on a planet? There's no such thing as planets. He said, don't add a jot. Now they live on that jot. And they blew it up with some NASA helium and spun it at 1,040 miles an hour. They live on it. And they're third rock from the sun in the third dimension, corkscrewing and spinning through time and space, right? Spinning. Fucking perverted people I live with here. So it's so easy to deceive people. People thought a virus was alive. Now they'll think that aliens they've been sending up in the sky for decades are aliens with neoprene skin covers like sex dolls or baby dolls. Little babies, you know, those ones that look like, oh my God, that thing looks like it's alive. Yeah, they got that walking around, getting hard. Nimrod. Maybe got a 30-foot sex doll running around, squirting shit at you. I don't know. Maybe it's a female. Maybe it's a 3-booby Jesus. Man gender like Shiva or something. Woo! There'll be some Shivas out there for you. Kind of like no need for concern. Sorry, I had to take that. Was like just had to take a pause for a laugh at that. That's right. He said, "Don't." He is a jealous God. Don't fornicate with the beast, because the blood of the saints will be poured out on the nations that fornicate with the beast. So no need for concern. So, hey, whatever, man. Remember, this all spoken into existence. You know. Hold on, what do we got here? Oh man, darn it. I get all these people answering me the wrong. I try to do shit when I'm in town, but nobody ever answers me until I get back. Now I'm home and I'm 2 hours away, so I can't do the shit they want me to do. Oh, well, life is timing. Father's timing's perfect, and it's not a number on a wall or some digits on a screen. Digital, get down. The iron will not cleave with the watery clay. Tech. Iron. It's the age of clay, not golden, you idiot. Gold on age. Because the wonderful things he does. The age of gold on wonders. Oh. And his arch. I think he's got the Achilles heel going here. Oh. See, Rome never died. I come quickly, let no one take your crown. I love it. So, here we are. Yep, Trump Vance. Already told you about that. Trump Vance and Trump Vance in advance is prognosco. So, I also did foreknow. I did predestined. Well, that wood's a little wet, I think. Oh, well, it was freebie wood, so somebody gave me some wood. I got wood, not too many pieces, but you hear that stuff? Pretty snapping. It'll burn. It's burning. What's the matter? You burning? Oh. No, but anyways, we're gonna march towards some more. We'll see. You know what? During this last No Kings ritual, and they hold this bullshit, a bunch of people didn't show up to these things. Let's talk to you about Oregon real quick, guys. I want to talk about this. I live in a state that's the first sanctuary state in the U.S., okay? Corporation. The governor here, Tina Kotex, it's Kotex. I call it Kotex, but whatever, another tampon, or if it's round, flush it down. Oh, no, you're supposed to flush tampons down the toilet. My bad. Kate Brown was the last governor here, and I stood against her, too, during the COVID. But anyways, I don't know what you guys did during the COVID, but anyways, you know, we're going to keep marching towards this, war, and the war is here. And now the Oregon governor has chosen to use the National Guard and not let Trump take over them like he has in all these other states where they support ISIS, and ISIS goes against the people and the protesters and arrests protesters and arrests. Now in Oregon, the governor here has chosen to use the National Guard against ICE and to protect the protesters, the people. Have you looked at the protest in Portland? Somebody talked to me about these Portland protests. What do you see? What do you see? What do you know about the Portland? This is my state. I could live in any state. This is the one I chose to, set up shop. I don't plant roots, but set up shop, if you will. So what do you know about Portland, Oregon? I live in this state. People are like, damn, I've been here my whole life. You know a hell of a lot more about this state than anybody I've ever known. So what do you know about Portland, and, for example, Portlandia? Oh, wow. Thanks for that, sharing that there connection. What do you know about Portland? Because Portland is the last straw with me for Trump. I never, ever, and not, like I said, people, if people don't see what's going on in Oregon, they're the fucking stupidest. I mean, this is it. Portland is the one where I told you. This state will probably be the state where the revolution starts. The Civil War will start here. I just told you how and why. because the National Guard is protecting the protesters and going against ISIS. That's not happening in any other state. Ask yourself why. It's a separate waste area full of the worst of the worst. That's what I know about Portland. Well, you don't know shit about Portland connection. You're 100% wrong. And it's people like you that say the stupidest fucking shit about Portland. They've never been there, and it's not a septic waste system. It's not. It's a beautiful city. It's actually, people say it's one of the cleanest cities they've ever been to. It's funny that and that's fine. I'm just saying that's the narrative. You just mockingbird the same shit everybody says. You know, there were bloggers. Going out and blogging on the streets. You know, what happened in Portland happened years ago, and it's because the cops stood down and allowed the fucking George Soros, Donald Trump funded, you know, Antifa is George Soros. What we see in your country is Portland and Chicago are very similar. And then Portland and Chicago have nothing in common at all. They're probably the fucking complete opposites to connection. See, this is the narrative, and that's fine, because see, connection's not in the U.S., so I need his side. I need his side because see, he's that side outside of America. So he doesn't have that mentality that we have. That's what I'm saying. See, brothers, sisters, that's bullshit. See how they can go in and do this shit? Because they're doing these Chicago. Portland has nothing to do with, like I said, I was telling you here before all this shit went down, before he brought the fucking National Guard, you know, to Portland, and then, you know, they turned it. He turned, like I said, remember, the government turned the tables on, you know, he said he was going to, and guess what happened? He brought ICE, and the government turned the fucking, the governor said, well, I'm going to use the National Guard against you. And so this is something completely fucking different. And if so, what do you know about, other than you connection in America, what do you know about Portland? Because you're out of the question. You're biased, and that's not at all. And I try to, and that's fine. Don't worry about it, because you have to watch the propaganda, because it shows. But you know, somebody like him, that's perfect. I need that side, you know, connection, appreciate it. But in Portland, you know, I told you that there were bloggers out there, literally, you know, hundreds of bloggers from multiple streams going out into the streets showing you there's nothing going on in Portland. Actually, it's a beautiful city. And it was the middle class businesses that were burned down, where the cops allowed Antifa and Black Lives Matter, which are the same wings to the same dragon, two cheeks to the same hole. Black Lives Matter and Antifa is Donald Trump. You know what I'm saying? Mostly that's not how it is in most cases in Portland. That's what I'm saying. There are areas like that, just like any other fucking city, anywhere in any city. So I grew up in the concrete jungle. I just went to Bend yesterday. Bend is a very unique city, but every city's going to have an area. But that's not the majority. Portland is a beautiful city, clean city. The crime is not what they're saying. Like I said, you should. I've asked people to go look at before Trump ever threatened this bullshit, to look at the blogs of people saying, "I'm here, I'm filming, I'm front of ICE, I'm at the Rose Garden, here I am, here, you know, I'm sitting here's a family riding by on bicycles. Here, look at it. Where's all this fucking dirtiness? Where's all this showing you guys?" You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Connections. I'm telling you, every fucking city's got a street or something like that. But Portland as a whole is not that at all. And Portland, I fucking hate Portland with a passion. But Portland is a beautiful city that has history that's older than most cities, because remember, they blazed the Oregon fucking Trail. Okay, this city is. There's no other city like Portland. If you would research Portland 20 or 30 years ago, you would, without all this bias and left and right bullshit, 40, 50 years ago, Portland was a city like no other city ever will be, like Portland ever will be. And it's probably just the most unique city there ever was. It truly is. It's an insane city. If you go research the history of the city, just that's what I'm saying. It was the gem of what a city, the role model, because of the logging industry, the Columbia Gorge. There was something. Remember all the traders back with the fucking Washington, or the pelt companies and all the trading out here. This was a fucking landmark. You know what I'm saying? You guys have forgotten your fucking history, especially with like France, especially where connections up there. And that's not blaming connection, because he should know a little bit more, and that's fine. You know what I'm saying? Because this has been a long time, but a lot of that had to do, this same whole area was all taken over, if you go back in your history. But anyways, go back to look at Portland as a whole. It was a city like no city has ever been, before. I'm telling you, it was something that's created. Just go look back. I want you to figure out the history, because I don't want to be biased, because I hate cities with a passion. They're all going to burn to the fucking ground. They're all hooked up to the grid, and they're all going to burn to me like ashes in a matter of moments. Everything can be fried. There are just too many things hooked up to the grid. But anyways, moving on. Portland, I remember, because I grew up over here on the left coast, the west coast. So I've been going to Portland since the fucking, early 80s, 79, 80, and understand what Portland was always been a city where you could walk down the streets fucking and not get robbed. So that's the other thing that I would like to fucking tell you. Is there are many places in Portland and in the middle of the fucking night you can walk down the streets and not get robbed. And there isn't a lot of cities like that. And there is a lot of places in Portland that, you can walk and feel safe, and that people have normal fucking lives. So if you guys would get off not you, but just get off of bias with the modern day, and that you're going to see bias, obviously. But when you have somebody filming something in your face going, I'm here, I'm on the ground, fuck what people think, I'm here live, I'm YouTubing live right now. Like these cops are fucked because I live stream them, right? You can see for yourself. You don't have to have a bias. You know what I'm saying? So, Portland has its issues, but Portland didn't need any kind of stepping in of the government. And I'm glad to see, and I hate fucking stupid Tina Kotek, not her, but her sin she fucking commits, with this county and this country, or this state. But it is what it is. At least the stance that father chose her to take is to use the National Guard against fucking ICE and to protect the protesters. So now, if you go and anybody to answer my question, if they knew anything about Portland, Portland is a weird fucking city. It's known for that. And it's not as left as a lot of people think. Just like I was speaking with a tattoo artist over here in Bend, that a lot of people have blue hair and they're fucking wealthy. And this is kind of a thing. It's not, there are very conservative people that have blue fucking hair. It is kind of the most popular color. Some girl came in with the same like colored gold hair that I was getting, thing. And I just brought it up with the guy because he's pretty, like he's not fucking sleep. You know what I'm saying? Ship tomorrow. So, but anyways, I'm going to give you this because I know I've been fucking going to Portland since, the only thing I hated about Portland, because as a city was the Portland fucking Trailblazers, Other than that, Portland wasn't that bad actually at one time. That's the only thing I didn't like about Portland was the fucking Portland Trailblazers. I don't like basketball. I don't do none of that shit, but I'm just saying. And they weren't that bad. I don't know what it was, but if you would have watched before, Warp Speed brought in there and violated, Posse Comitatus again, that Portland didn't need any fucking help from the government. And I'm appalled at people not looking into Portland, because if you look at Portland right now, they're out there fucking in frog suits and unicorn suits and chicken suits and blow up doll, in all these, frogs, and it's like now they've got a spawn of frogs out there. They're making this look like fucking there was nothing going on, and now all the people who are showing up are getting sprayed and beat up, or fucking people are dressing up like clowns, literal clowns, dressing up like characters. That's fucking Portland. Portland's weird. People can dress up like that and nobody's gonna be and I don't, it's not like, it's one of these places that it's still like too extreme, obviously it's still too extreme, but you know what I'm saying? But it's not the kind of extreme where people are so far to the left, you know what I'm saying? People just want to be different. If you understood Portland, Portlandia, it's keep Portland weird. It's just weird in a good way, not a bad way, because it wasn't the extreme. I fucking hate extremism like that. And there was some there, but Portland was just weird. And there was plenty of conservative people, normal, fucking what you guys would consider normal, but it wasn't wrong if you wanted to dress up like a Viking in Portland and walk down the fucking streets, and go see the Rose Garden dressed up as a fucking Viking. Nobody look at you cross, Yes, I know some of this gender bender bullshit, all that, but what I'm saying is that people could kind of be open more and not, I don't like none of that, but I'm trying to explain to you, people don't understand. And now you see what's going on in Portland. They're making people, this whole thing, look like fucking idiots. You know what I'm saying? All these people are out there dressed up as fucking clowns, basically clowns, suits. There's no fucking violence. And they're still getting gassed and maced and beat up and fucking sprayed and shit. They're making a mockery of this protest is what they're doing. Absolutely. I think it's absolutely one of the most brilliant things I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. I love it because nobody's being fucking pissed or angry. It was, woo, yeah, fuck you. We don't fucking care. We're weird. And if you want to fucking come fuck us up, we're just going to be weird. And we're just stand out here because we have the First Amendment right to fucking redress grievances. But they're not out there. A lot of them aren't bullhorning people. There are that one guy, this fucking dude's up on the thing. They were laughing. They were shooting that dude dressed in the chicken suit and shit. Fuck ICE. He has his whole, dance that he does or whatever. He's been out there now for quite a while, since almost day one. He has nursery rhymes that he's made up. People are brilliant, making up nursery rhymes, guys. Nursery fucking rhymes dressed up as a chicken suit. This is the violent fucking Portland, guys. I love it. I fucking love it. And more every day, more of these fucking blow up suits and people come out all dressed up like Portland weird shit. Nobody's fucking being violent and they're still getting fucked up. This is one of the most intense times I've ever, been a witness to in my entire eternal existence, to watch these people just get fucking beat down no matter what, shot, no matter what. It's kind of like what they did here. Were brutal with what they did with my daughter and son, and then came in what they did to me. So these people aren't, as I'm saying, they're making a mockery of fucking this whole Trump shit, dude. Portland, this is the place to do it. Fucking Oregon rocks, dude. There was a state that's fucking badass. So I could live in any state, bro. Since I could have left, I had a passport, could have left with my son. We could have went anywhere. Nobody could have told me this is where Father told me to put up the ministry, where the oldest clothing was found. Where you'll see the importance of this place someday, where I'm at. It don't matter. That's why the ministry's here. The ministry's right here in front of Table Rock, right here in this valley. You'll see. You know what I'm saying? But so these are the people that are such bad people in fucking Portland. They're dressed up and blow up fucking, unicorns and fucking ostriches, and they're out there dancing and fucking, they're not being violent, brothers and sisters. There's no violence there whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? And they're just making this a total fucking mockery. I do love this state. I have to say, I do love this state. I hate it because what they did to me and my son, but the state as a whole has always been a badass state. It was in between Washington. I fucking hate Washington. It's a beautiful state, but too many people, just the military up there and all that. Fuck that. I just don't like Washington. It's a beautiful state. It's beautiful. Get over to the eastern side, but the whole state's gorgeous. I mean, the ports and all that. It's gorgeous. It's one of the most beautiful states in the whole union is Washington. Truly is. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, just go with the culture up there, because if you're in, what people call native or whatever, but California, come on, that's where Oregon was kind of a secret. When I grew up, even when I worked the Olympics in 2002, people didn't like, what city is Oregon in? Yeah, fuck yeah. Until we had Portland, nobody even knew about fucking Oregon. So fuck you. You don't know shit about Oregon or my state. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't even from this state. I've had these people tell me that because I've been to all 50 states, every one of them, every major city, that I'm not an Oregonian, is what they would call a native-born Oregon-born Oregonian. But because I have been to all 50 states, and the people like, damn, you know more about this state, and I was born here. Holy crap, how'd you, I consider myself organized. Okay. So people are like, oh, damn, I like that. All right. Yeah, you can be organized. You're not from here, but we don't want people to come here. This is what I always tell people. Hey, I put it up on one of the things the other day. Welcome to Oregon. Now go home. I made that up. Did I? I swear I did. I don't know anybody else that said that. I said that shit in the fucking 90s in Oregon. You know what I'm saying? Welcome to Oregon. Now go home. Because they didn't want anybody here. It was a secret. We had the best herb, better than, to the north and better to the south. Even in Humboldt County, we get the tip of the triangle right up here in Oregon. So we grow the baddest, herbs that ever was. And people used to ask me, dude, where the hell did you get that? So, but anyways, the state is unique. It has all four climates, but, look at how much of a mockery that is being made of these protests. I think it's brilliant for people to come out in mass and not be fucking violent. I don't recommend to go into any large gatherings ever again. But we have the right. That's still the crazy world we live in. I think it's just too late for that. Oh, it's never too late. Yeah, I think it is too late for that. I would never go in any large gathering if I could help it ever again. Never. Been to a lot of them, but never again. Held large gatherings myself, you know what I'm saying? But nope. But you do have the First Amendment right to redress grievances. So I think this is the most brilliant way I've ever seen. Oh, well, Navajo doesn't mean you're native. So natives, I'll give you, Michael, the natives are pagans and Satanists. That's why Father allowed them to be genocided here. Because all natives aren't native. They wandered over the ice bridge. Donald Trump's talking about building a bridge from Russia to, oh my gosh, here we go, guys. Holy fuck, man. Magog, much. Anyways, the invasion from the north is you're worried about your southern border wall. Remember, they came from the tribe of Gad, the Mayans, the ones that knew the Yuga cycles, star cycles. The Chinese were here in the 14th century. There's no Native Americans. That's the stupidest fucking thing I ever heard in my life. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, native. Get the fuck out of here. This is a melting pot. Everybody came here from all over, although that there were tribes here for many years. They had the Beaver Wars. Remember, before we ever came here, all these people were dumb fucking Americans. But there's a reason why Father said, here, have some blankets. Be comfortable. Go to sleep, you fucking pagans, because natives are pagans. 99% of natives are Satanists and swine and pagans, and that's why Father allowed them to be genocided, because they go after, just like Egypt, gods of beast heads and pole gods and totem and all that's just Satanism, just another form of Satanism. So natives are Satanists, 100% pure fucking Satanists, and that's why they don't get any special recognition on this channel, because they're not Native American. There's no fucking such thing as Native American. I rebuke that fucking term. It shows how childish and a fucking idiot you are when it comes to the record of this rock here in North. They're, like I said, this rock has been, the oldest clothing on the rock was found right here that predates 13,000 years ago. Camels right here in Oregon. Camels in fucking Oregon, man. So I gotta do a little Cheech and Chong. Man, I didn't know they had Arabs in Turkey. So I just had to do it. So people are idiots. I just think the fucking native, whole thing is decoded it all. How fucking stupid are you to claim you're native? You're not native. You fucking came here from either the south or the north. There were people, but there's no indigenous bullshit. Fuck all that bullshit. I'm so tired of people saying that. Now, the natives took much better care of the land than the white man took much better care of the land. You know what I'm saying? They did. They wandered around. They didn't fuck it up like we did, build cities. They took much better care of the land. They weren't savages like people fucking say they were, but they were still Satanists and they still were pagans. Get over it. I just have enough fucking balls to tell you the truth, because nobody will. So they weren't natives. And the reason why I can remember, the people coming here to the Americas were, fleeing Satanism, paganism, the Catholic Church, worshiping gods, triple gender gods, three gender. It don't matter. God don't want it. Pole gods, multiple heads, beasts. That's all the same shit to him. It is. It truly is the same. It don't matter which way you pervert it. That's what. But they were fleeing that, came over here, and that's why Father allowed them to genocide all the people who were here. Like, here, have some yams and some casinos. All better, right? No, I don't mean to go there, but just that's the way it works. If you go after Satanism, fathers, just like I think that all these fake Christians are about to be genocided by tech. So if you call yourself a Christian or a Catholic or a Mormon or a Presbyterian, or, that's going to even take people like Catholics, so it won't just be whitey, but any, I already try to explain to you how many of the people are going to, I do believe these nations are going to be picked off for the nations that are predominantly believers in Jesus, so, but, like I said, it's okay. I know that people don't understand the native culture, what they were and who they were and what they were ignorant. Fucking, that's it. I told you, I'd have done the same thing. I'd have worshiped the sun and all that. If I thought the sun was bringing me life when I put plants in the ground, I knew that hot ass sun kept me from dying every night, from nearly freezing my balls off. Woke up, I pray to it too. I pray to the same thing, this God and that God, and but God's not some totem God, and he isn't some God of man gender with three genders. He is Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, not Trinity, how the Catholicism is. But but anyways, most people won't talk about it. I actually don't know anybody I've ever met in my life that's willing to talk about, what I just told you with historical record. Because again, Chinese were here in the 14th century, and that's 14. We go way back before then. So I have respect for the tribes who were here on how they were stewards of the land. And as we've come over here in this religious name or whatever, we fucked this place up. So I think that I'd rather go back to the way that they lived, and I live like they live. When I actually do, I ask for, like I said, not a calling to the bush or anything, but I know the spirit of the native people are here, and the spirit of the land is here, because this is a very, we'll use the term again, native, and even older than that. So I don't like to mess this land up, because I ain't trying to wreck anything that's been here before me and will be here after me. I'm a spirit too, so I'm not trying to eternally fuck myself when I'm out of my flesh. I'm not willing to let this, when I go back to who I truly am, spirit, then I'm not going to be, I can't, I feel better about speaking up now and not sitting there and hiding it. He said, don't hide that light in a basket. So Father allowed the genocide of the people of this nation because they were pagans. Natives are pagans, just like Christians are pagans, just like Catholics. This is all paganism, Satanism, Catholicism. These are all their worshiping of the sun and the gods of stars and animals and beasts. And they've done this over and over. You can pervert it 50 million ways if you like, but the Most High doesn't have flesh, and he birthed the flesh vessel to fulfill the Gentile nations. So but he did bring these people over here to set up a place, whether you realize it, 'cause it talks about it in scripture about the Mayflower nation. And in 1619, what at the the grabbing those slaves up out off the ocean, right, brought them here, and here we are. That blessing is up. That actually ended at the time of the COVID. If you pay attention, this is script. This nation's talked about in scripture. So the Mayflower, they came over here on the Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria, Mayflower, followed George Washington, or not George, Christopher Columbus. You just forgotten your history. 1492. Remember, I told you the Chinese were here in the 14th century. Before that time. So a lot of people seem to think that they understand what happened here on this rock. But remember, they came over here fleeing Satanism, Catholicism, Mormonism. It's the same thing. All these religions. Back then it was Catholics. The Masse, the eating of the flesh of man, beast, and woman, where they had an orgy. Like I said, you can go back and trace all this stuff. It's Christmas under another name. Saturnalia, the feast of Saturn, the feast of the Yule. They thought there was a god of heaven, goddess of heaven, spinning the Big Dipper around the North Star. That's Catholicism. That's Satanism. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no such thing as natives. We're all part of it. And in America, this is the nation of melting. This is the melting pot. That's why I won't go for it now. Father did create a blessed nation where all nations came, right? And it was very different under remember Magna Carta, and then they was put into law the first Articles of Federation, and then all the the Continental Congress and all. I don't need to take you through the American history if you know it. The original 13 colonies, Jamestown. This is where it all starts, but it's just what starts actually in the 1600s of how this nation truly comes to what it is. It's the blessed nation of, 400 years of a blessed nation, and that nation's time up at the end of the COVID, right at the start of the new age. Father's brilliant. You guys, I wish you could get in my mind and understand. I covered the Mayflower Nation and how that started and how this was brought to fruition, that why this House, Congress, and Senate was something never seen before, that they put this through a process that not serfdom or kingdom, not some democracy, duality system, some fascism, but a true constitutional republic where, there were rights here that had never been given unto to even slaves, where many that, like I said, at this time were slaves were set free, and slave black owners purchased slavery. See, people don't know anything about slavery. There's just been such a wrong teaching when it comes to the original, because they do this. They get to write the history. They're the writers of the book. The victor gets the spoils. So you should go back and study, slavery in this country back to Jamestown, and, even before that, like I said, that how this, your history of slavery is all wrong. I've talked about it here before, where people wanted to be sold into slavery because they'd live a better life. They knew they'd have a guarantee. Like some people want to go to jail because it just gets too comfortable for them. But the three easy, hots in a cot, if they keep their mouth closed and put their head down and do the rank and file in there or whatever, that's the same thing, but what they have taught us is wrong. You've been given scriptural record and biblical record and record of the history of this country. Like I said, going back to Portland, remember they blazed the Oregon Trail. A lot of people have forgotten how they've done this, and they're really good at changing our history. They're doing it right now, knocking down statues and, monoliths, and erasing things constantly, adding so many things too, sometimes that are unconstitutional, that it just drowns out anybody even have any idea on how to even follow anything that would be legal or lawful at this point. I mean, America is, like I've tried to tell people, is the most unsafe nation there is to live in. I mean, I know it's bad in other nations because of certain things, but they'll kidnap you for being too poor in America, put you in a concentration camp. You get pulled over without having a taillight, and because you went through a puddle or your bulb burned out, it happens, and then you reach for your license and you get fucking shot because you're reaching in your pocket or your glove box. Don't tell me that doesn't happen every day in this country. So, Father's in control. Like I said, I know he's chosen, but I don't like that I took an oath to a nation that, again, this is supposed to be the melting pot. It was the right of all people. You don't have to have citizenship to be between the borders or the walls of this country to have rights under the Constitution. So I rebuke everybody, and I hate the sin they commit against the Constitution, the right of the people. So that right included all flesh, the melting pot. It's a nation of immigrants now trying to keep out immigrants. It makes no sense. So it was a blessed nation, again, that had, House, Congress, Senate, judicial, legislative, and executive branch. And even back then, if you studied slavery, you'll see that, there were many white, European men that were married to slaves that had came out of their indentured, their servitude, their indentured, and signed themselves to come here. There's much history that's so much erased about, again, literally towns of like half and half. Half the town was, people who came over here, you know what I'm saying? And from France, like I said, from other nations, and were brought, not this whole thing you've ever been told. There were literally, like I said, predominantly was not uncommon for a black man to marry a white woman or European or Caucasian, because that's what, it was common in the day, but you're not taught any of these things. They've erased all this history from you. And this can go back. You can research all of this. I don't talk about this very often in here, but it's out there, brothers and sisters. You know, it's all out there for you to have. I don't like to bring up, you know, like I said, it's there for you to be had. You know, you need to go back and research your uh your record of how you think that slavery in this country didn't start like you think at all, you know, and how you've been taught about how this nation was formed is not at all what you've been taught either. So but it takes time, you know, and it doesn't do it this modern day age. You can sit there and go jack off or rub your whatever you're gonna do, or you know, they've got all kinds of different, you know, social web hub porn, whatever chain you want to pull or whatever you want to do. But you know, there's some, you can take some time right now and discern all things and research some of this stuff. There's some, you know, you live in the age of where you can get all this information at your fingertips and discern it, run it all through a calculator, spiritual, you know, discern all these things, you know. But I think it's a tragedy, you know, that people are just sitting around in America acting like, you know, everything's okay. And we're so far down this new war, you know, supposedly this is some peace president, but those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction come upon those who call out for peace and safety. So here we go. It's a war, you know, more war, more war, more war. So no, I'm just saying connection. And a lot of that is up there too. See, at the time, there wasn't this US Canada, you know, it was Quebec and France and all, you know what I'm saying? There wasn't this US like that. You should understand a little bit of this too. And I know Jamestown and over there was over there, but I'm just saying, because this was all one, this trading companies over here on the east or on the west side was so huge to the what was going on the east coast. You know, sending these people out to braze the Oregon Trail and all this, it's so um yeah, let's get back to the original thing that I said. You know, I'm disgusted what the government has done to this country. I'm disgusted what they've done to the state that I live in, and uh, this is something, brothers and sisters. We're not. This isn't the time to be protesting. If you ask me, there's better ways to protest. The way to protest is to go down this route, you know, or like I'm trying to do is get the hell out of America. You know, I'm not going to let that get, like I said, the only thing that's going to stop me is God, Father. I mean, some can stop me, but, oh, it'll be Father doing it. It'll be Father doing it, I'm telling you. I'm not going to stay in America, this country that does what they do to their people, you know. Maybe if I'd have just had a job as some leg or something, maybe if Father didn't make me the way I was and I wouldn't have served in the capacity and been in law enforcement and, you know, went that side and got that understanding. So I'd really get a little better understanding of the law and the Constitution and what I'm serving and what I'm taking a note to. And see, I took a note to the right of the people, the right of the Constitution, not mandates, not codes, not ordinances, not revised statutes, not any of this added bullshit. And if I know it's wrong, I'm not going to sit there and let the people follow it. It'd be wrong for me to let you follow it. It says repugnant. You know, you have the right to face your accuser. You know what I'm saying? You have the right to face your accuser. So, but they don't do this anymore. Stop overthinking everything. Shut the fuck up, JG. Get the fuck out of here. Goodbye. Moderate JG. I don't want JG in here. JG doesn't know where they're asked from a hole in the ground. If you knew anything, you'd shut your fucking mouth, but you don't. So you run it like a trap and it gets snapped shut. Goodbye. I will enjoy life. I'm retired. I have things legally that I'm dealing with. As soon as those things are done, I will be able to do what you say, but don't fucking talk about my life like you fucking know shit from Shinola. So just act like nothing's have. Just be a fucking numbskull. The only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for JG to stand around and shut the fuck up and do nothing. So I'm not saying that you shouldn't go enjoy life. Absolutely, 100%. So, you know, it's okay. Not trying to change what Father has already created and will continue to create until the end of, you know, there is no end. You're until the end of this, you know, age, until we go into the next age, you know, new earth, new heaven, new body, meek, inherit the earth. Heaven and earth shall perish, but my word will never die. Father is the word, hope dash flesh, ghost. So you can ghost out of here, okay? But anyways, I'm going to continue, like I said, to share what I was told to share. Share the light, rebuke them with the light. That's what you do. Show them to the light. Father does it. We're supposed to do these. That's how it but that's okay. Like I said, he tells me through the scripture, it says, come out over my people. So if you're not making a plan to exit the beast, and like I said, if you're one of those people that's stuck in America, well, guess what? So have I been now. Not forever, and I wasn't. I should have left already, and I'm going to have to deal with that for the rest of my life. It is what it is. But now I have to go because if my son, found out that I could have left now, and he's still alive, and he probably that I could have left, I don't think he'd be very happy. And I'm not here to impress my son, but I made a big mistake, and if I can leave, I need to go, even if it's just a vacation for a little bit and come back. Don't make anything permanent. I just found out I have a bigger, that if I went down there and back, that's $4,000. That's probably just worth buying something down there. So I have some thinking to do. If I'm going to go there and come back, I might just, maybe Kevin wants to go down there. I can split the cost. Maybe I don't need to bring 2 vehicles if I'm truly going to come back here, or maybe I should just leave the vehicle here, sell it and get one down there, split the cost with Kevin. If he'll ride down with me, and I'm sure he would. I need to give him half the gas to go down there, right? Pay for, try to give him a little extra. I don't like to, whatever wear and tear. That's part of, when somebody helps you out. But so yeah, we're not going back to the 80s. Yeah, the 80s, huh? Wow. Tomo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Tomo. At the tone, the time will be, collect call from, this is our, hey, you guys, we had, what do you call it there? We had pagers back then, or like messaging or whatever you want to call it. It was called a collect call. Mom, I'm at the roller rink. Come pick me up. You know what I'm saying? Remember, that's how we had pagers, or that's how we had, messenger. That was our Facebook messenger back then. We were smarter than fuck. We figured out how to way around the system. Remember, at the tone, the time will be. You know what the time is? 8675309. Yeah. I miss the 80s, for Christ's sake. I could do 80s all day. I really could. Oh my God. 70s were awesome. But, 80s were a pretty wild time. Just coming out of the 70s, obviously, but no, I wouldn't do that if I was you, but oh yeah, I grew up riding dirt bikes. Fuck yeah, grew up in the desert riding. I remember mini bikes. Like with the Tecumseh or Big Briggs and Stratton mini bikes. And they made some factory mini bikes like, oh yeah, then we got the Trail 50s, went from the mini bikes and the go-karts to the Trail 50s, the collapsible, like a monkey bike, they call that, Trail, we had some badass. You know what those things are worth now? We had the ones with the right badges on them, multicolored, the burgundy and silver tank. Those were the ones. Fucking headlight and all that shit. And, bam, right up to a CR80, or something like that. Remember, I got my first 80 CR80, 1980 CR80 with two shocks on the side. No mono shock, no gas shock. Yeah, so, yeah, I grew up riding El Mirage, Dry Lake Bed, Red Rock Canyon. I lived in some of the best riding down there south. So, good times. Had riding out at El Mirage Dry Lake Bed. We used to go out there a lot, and there was a great place to ride. Stuff all over the edge of the lake bed. Yeah, three wheelers had the shaft driven. We had that Trimoto. That was pretty cool. We had the in the Odyssey, and then there was the Pilot where they had the badass suspension. You know, I seen some guy nearly finish himself off on an ATC on the edge of the lake bed on in El Mirage. There's this lip where it kind of comes down, and I seen him coming. I'm like, no, my God, he's going way too fast, and he's coming and he's coming. I'm like, oh shit, dude, here he comes, and he hit that with that. I think he was on a 200X, 200X or 250X. You know, he was ripping, and he hit that thing on that 3-iron, and he just wham, and he just whoa. I was like, oh man, he was so fucked up. He was so fucked up, man. I remember all he kept saying is, I don't want to die. You know, don't let me die. Like, dude, calm down. You're not going to die. He was fucked up. His shit, the ribs were all hanging out and fucking bleeding all over the dirt and shit in his wounds. And oh, dude, he was so fucked up, man. Damn, that was so fucked up, dude. I mean, I've seen people more fucked up since then, but when I was young, you know, that was kind of rough to see. And then, hey, listen, Michael. My brothers saw that. Dude, they didn't ride their three-wheeler after that for fucking 6 months, dude. I got to ride the three-wheeler by myself forever. I love the three-wheeler too. I take that three-wheeler out of, you know, hell yeah, woo! Freak yeah, they saw that guy freaking just wreck it, and they never wanted to ride the three-wheeler for about 6 months before they finally got back on it, and we're still super hesitant. Man, I got like free run of that three-wheeler for a year after that dude wrecked that three-wheeler, man. I was like, yeah. So I'm gonna still have my bike, but I love running that three-wheeler. It was fun. Just something about a three-wheeler is kick-ass, man. It's hard to ride, you know. It's not like, I mean, it is not hard to ride, but you got to be very careful. They are very bouncy, and you have to be very precise on how you land and how you better be good at riding before you try to ride a three-wheeler and like ride it like a motorcycle, because you can do what that guy did and just wad them up real quick. They come right over real fast. And if you put your foot down, you're fucked. So they'll eat you, pull you right off. So you can never put your foot down. It's one of those things that you just have to learn how to. And if you ride bikes, sometimes you will put your foot down. Not very often I put my foot down on a bike, but can't do that on a three-wheeler. It'll eat your foot and grab you and suck you right underneath the thing. So, but I love riding the three-wheeler. Man, I got so good in that year riding that three-wheeler. I could ride it like a bike, you know. I did. I jumped that thing. My brother's so afraid to jump, and I jumped that thing so high. Bounce like a yeah, big tires, you know, so you can hold on, kind of slam my jaw, clack my back, you know, the whole whatever. I just didn't care. I was young. Man, all those times I do that and hardly ever bust no teeth, no bones, no, and never broke a bone, never stitched, nothing, never came from riding bikes. I was always doing dumb shit, you know, that I broke all bones. I was always breaking bones, but it wasn't from riding bikes. Yeah, I never broke a bone on a motorcycle. My dad actually never let us ride a motorcycle without a helmet, gloves. He made me wear a chest protector more than any of my brothers. He said we didn't have to, you know, but he always asked me to wear my chest protector. He's like, would you please just wear your chest protector, Tracy? I know you don't want to, and you'll probably take it off and you'll come back with it on, because I know how you are, but would you please just leave it on? I know you're going to be, I see you keep going back up that hill behind you, and I know you're going to just put the chest protector. But other than that, we had to wear boots and riding pants and stuff. So, oh, careful. Yeah, I broke all the bones. My brothers never broke any bones, but I broke all the, neither of my brothers. We all did the same. I mean, I was much more extreme. They didn't do what I did as far as just being a dumbass. You know, they get me to do something that nobody would do. They'd ask me to do it, tell me nobody do it, and then I'd do it because nobody do it. You know, I was that kind of guy. Just kind of like the guy, if you dared him to do it, he'd do it. I was that person. I didn't care. Like certain things they knew that somebody was trying to do or nobody'd do it. They'd say, oh, go get Tracy, he'll do it. So I'd always, like I said, eventually I should break out the pictures someday. I don't have all of them because our house burnt down, but I have a lot of them where I can show you cast after cast after cast. Every time I was out of a cast, it was into another cast. It seemed like, you know, yeah, when pain was a good thing. So, but never broke any bones, hurt myself a lot, you know, sore or whatever and stuff, but never, it was always like ride my BMX bike, riding skateboards, you know, just stupid shit, like broke my bone with a water tube, water weenie. They call those water, that back, you know, whatever holder. It's almost like well, it's still not much different than a zip tie. Broke and shattered my part of my elbow. And then I didn't tell my dad, and I was like, went on a couple days like that. And then the next 2 days later, I fell down on a skateboard. I mean, just shattered the whole, like a dumbass, still being an idiot. And then I had to go to the hospital because my whole things started getting all raw like that. And so my dad was just, I never, hardly ever not being a cast. And then I would cut my cast off. My dad hated when I would do that, but when I was healed, I was healed. When it felt fine to me, I mean, sometimes I really hurt myself really bad. But when I was healed, and I guess my dad, did he get mad at me? But what's pretty funny is that he wouldn't, I cut the cast off and he wouldn't have to pay for me to go get the cast off. So he'd yell at me and scream at you. Now, God damn it, I told you to leave that thing on. You're going to go out there and hurt yourself again. And hell, you probably just break your same arm and you just got to leave the cast on. And we'd have to go get another cast, That's the shit he'd say to me, But more times than not, I just cut the cast off, whether it was on my foot or my arm, my wrist or whatever, leg or whatever, and cut it off and go right back at it again. I'd be out there riding my bike with a cast on, and saying, skateboarding with a cast and stuff, I didn't let it stop me. I just wear my cast when I was doing whatever else I was doing. So I never let the cast, it would slow me down riding a bike a little bit because the leg cast, ankles and shit, not easy to ride a BMX bike. Your foot don't want to stay on the pedal. But remember, we had those kill you fucking bike pedals that'll, you remember those ones? The ones that'll eat your shin? Now, those were some pegs. You guys remember those eat your peg? Bear claws, that's what they were called. The bear claw. Yeah, that was the first ones to eat my leg. I had a set of bear claws. They weren't just your little kitty pedals on your banana bike. These were some BMX bear claws that had the, look like maybe like a skier's, cleat, or like a cleat, with the, the bite. And so when it came around, it smashed right in the shin. It just smashed it right to the bone, split you wide open. And you just put a pressure on it and go over there and your head spin for a little bit, get lightheaded, get right back on the bike and ride again. I never did, Michael, break my collarbone. That's one thing I did. And I know that's one thing that I've seen people break because I broke arms, leg, I'm saying, just my head, just totally beat back multiple times, never broke my collarbone. That one looks like, I broke my hip, but I never broke my collarbone. I can imagine that's got to be one of the, I have fucked my collarbones up, and I think I may have chipped them, whatever, but never broke. And I've seen people crack and break, and I'm not saying, because the break and a crack isn't as bad as people think. Like there's way worse pain, like nerve pain and, sciatica signal pain and things like that. But collarbones or something I've seen people break. I'm like, dude, that's gotta hurt, and they do. They say ribs, if you ever broken ribs like a collarbone. I broke ribs, but never a collarbone. But I've been told too that the collarbone is kind of like a rib. It takes a long time. It pinches, it hurts. It's just one of those. It's your frame. And think about that. Every time you move, that thing is part of your, your body. It's kind of, left to right. It's, so. Oh man, I know I've whacked it so many times, and thought I did, and couldn't breathe, or, holding on to my collarbone, but feeling it and going, oh my God, it's still. I actually feel some chips in my collarbone from I did stupid shit when I was young, always doing dumb things. But anyways, I'm glad that I have my health about me, because I know I should be in a lot worse shape, from what I did, but. It was fun growing up as a kid, doing dumb things, and being in the 80s. It was great to just have no fear, to just do stupid stuff all the time. I did a lot of other things, but one of my favorite things was to be extreme, to the extreme. And I back then I kind of had a thing for being more extreme than anybody. Uh, you know, I don't know why I had to be so extreme, but it was something that I just enjoyed fear. I enjoyed knowing that I could hurt myself, but I just said it. I just did it what I did. And that was the '80s. I love that time where we set up, made bike ramps, and out in the middle of the street and concrete ramps and jumping over, you know, wrecking on the damn pavement and scrape my and having abrasions on elbows and knees and wrist and chin and skin the side of your face and just all the stupid things. I used to hurt my brothers a lot too, not on purpose, just getting him, trying to get him to do shit with me. A lot of the times I've fucked my brothers up, hurt them bad. Well, whatever. I was a kid. I liked to play and be extreme, so I could come up with some of the more extreme things to do. So, and sometimes I can't convince my brothers to. I remember time I convinced my brothers to ride the handlebars at the bottom of the hill. I wasn't going to wreck, and sure as shit, I got at the bottom of the hill, and I didn't wreck. But like a dumbass, had to go off the curb. And when I went off the curb, he fucking put his foot down like a dumbass. I told him don't put his foot down, and his foot went right down through the spokes and the peg, and his face went wham and hit the front of the bike, and I flipped and ran over him, and as he was still stuck on the bike, and that was bad. So for both of us, we got pretty fucked up, but he was more fucked up than me. We had to figure out how to get his leg out between the spokes and the forks, and we would have been all right. But if I just didn't go off the curb, but I'd jump off the curb just to fuck with him. So ended up biting us both. We'd have been fine. I'm telling you, he would have made that curve. He would have leaned into it. He was pretty hardcore. My older brother, super hardcore. He did stupid shit too, but he wouldn't do the dumb shit I would do. But sometimes I can convince him to do things with me. So, we just did lots of crazy shit. I grew up on a hill. I grew up, in LA and Valley, and did sort of hills. I can always, we used to do things like put skateboard trucks on couches or like like recliners and ride those down hills and stuff, kind of like that jackass shit. We grew up being jackass, basically. Stop it, Tuggy. I don't know how many times we put wheels on everything we could put on and ride it down the hill. Couches, beds. We had like six, 8 people. You know what I'm saying? 6, 8 people. We put skateboard trucks. We figured out we could take and make a seat on a platform and then put skateboard trucks on the front and steer that thing with a rope. You know what I'm saying? We figured out how to make makeshift carts, like slalom freaking carts, going down some of the craziest, God, we were stupid kids, man. Just did some of the stupidest things ever. So I broke a lot of bones, and I fucked so my bones are sore right now from hurting myself a lot. So, but that's all right. I'm still standing. Remember, they grenaded me in the face, and I'm still here. So, but those were some interesting times, guys. Be like MTV. The music back then was so different, and it was still littered full of propaganda. But I was the type of guy that I like Duran Duran and and Metallica, Prince and Wasp and Depeche Mode, and and people wouldn't tell me what I could like or couldn't like, and that was hard for people to get people wanted me to be like them, and I didn't want to be like anybody. To be honest, my brothers, I didn't want to be like my brothers. Everybody thought I was my brothers. That's why, I guess, what made me so different too. You know what I'm saying? But it was because everybody thought that I was them. And once they met me, like, well, you're not like your brothers at all. Well, you look just like them. Okay, well, we look like each other. God, you guys are like triplets. No, we're not triplets. We are very close in age, but we're not, But so I had to be different. I didn't want to be like either of them. See, I think that's what made me, because I look like my brothers. They look like me. I look mostly like my dad. My younger brother looks more like, I look most like my dad more than anybody. Of my three brothers. I have more than, from another um, dad, but from my dad, I have two brothers, an older and a younger. I look the most like my dad. My older brother looks like my mom. My younger brother looks kind of like my dad, a little bit like my mom. I look like my dad. I don't think I have any features of my mom. I just didn't really take on any of her. I got her emotional side. My mom's very emotional. So people did tell me that. They're like, they're like, wow, you're like your dad, but your mom is very emotional and you have that side of your mom. It's like, well, whatever. I didn't ask for what traits that I've been, that just kind of passes on. We don't ask for that. So, but visually though, I look a lot like my dad, like I said. So people just thought I was my dad, or so my brothers, a lot. Even actually, when I was getting a picture, if I have a mustache of my dad, you know, that's that same, you know. They'd be like, why are you getting a tattoo yourself? Oh, I ain't really gonna see it, but that's my dad. So I looked a lot like my dad. Everybody asks, okay, there, ladies, everyone know where that jawline comes from? There's the jawline. There's the jawline. That's why I have a beard, because that's my dad's jawline. See that? Yeah, that's the same jawline. See? All these people, that's why I have a beard. Because I always remember people my dad used to always talk about his jawline too. You know what I'm saying? I don't want that damn jawline, but that's where it comes from. So, Toba, see? That's dad. So, my brothers don't have that jawline. Neither of them have my dad's jawline. See what I'm saying? That's what I know I look like my dad. So, I didn't want to be my brothers, though. But we really looked very close to each other. Even though we had different traits, we still looked pretty similar. My dad had very strong genes. So, um, uh, yeah, he had us all back to back pretty much, too. We're really close in age. I'm like 11 months away from uh, my brother. And like there was a time where my brother turned 50 and I'm 51 and my brother's 52. That's how close we are in age. So, now that's a little variance because then, and 8 days later, my younger brother turns, or my older brother turns 53, and coming up here in November, I'll turn 52, but there's that lag. That's how close we are to each other. There's actually 8 days in the month that will be, and that has already passed because my brother changed, they're so close. One's October 1st and the other's birthday's October 9th. So they'll be, uh, like I said, this year we were 50, 51, and 52 years old. That's how close in age we are. Mom was busy back then. Dad obviously had some pretty strong swimmers. So I'm the one that lived when mom was on birth control. She didn't want no more kids. And then she had me, and then she decided she wanted another kid after she wanted me, but I'm living proof that birth control doesn't work. You can thank Father for giving me that extra little push to make it to the egg. So everything's been against me since I was born, Like, what's wrong with you? My mom was trying to kill me. So everybody tries to kill me. Yeah. Clever there, connection, Scott. But yeah, I'm the one swimmer that beat all the odds, and we all are, brothers. Just we all are. But but I'm trying to, like I said, as much as I beat my body up, and so I feel healthy. So this year, the 6-pack wasn't as predominant. Normally, I guess it was a 6-pack this year, not quite the 8-pack my son's like, Dad, you have an 8-pack. Yeah, son, when you get refined, you have another set of, but
this year I kind of had just the 6-pack. I didn't get the whole rock the 8-pack, but I didn't work nearly as hard this year. But I'm glad that I'm in shape. I don't have body fat, and I don't struggle with. I just struggle with fucking myself up. I don't struggle with. And now I struggle with what the cops did to me. So, but I'll get over it. You know what I'm saying? Uh, I'll get over it. I'll die. See, I'll get over it one day. So, so a fat pack, no 6-pack, no. But I try to keep my body, like I said, there's a reason why, guys, that I eat the way I eat and do what I do. And I listen to my body. My body tells me what it needs and what it doesn't. And that's my body's telling me to leave and go eat better food. You know what I was talking about? So I'm glad that I still have some instincts. My body still sends signal pain because my back's, should go have surgery, but I'm never going to have, it's working. It's doing what it should do. And I deal with it. So I'm thankful for cannabis. That's the only thing, honestly, too, that making some weird ass noises there. Hear that? I can't stand that. I can't have that. Apologize. That squelching noise, that's not for me. I guess that, I don't know. It's probably time for a new inverter. I've been using that inverter for six years, 7 years or something. So, yeah. But, yeah, how exciting to, yeah. I go to jail suck because I don't have access to meds. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I can't use cannabis when I'm in jail, and those fucking jail beds kill me back. That's kind of my crypto. So that's the only problem I have in life is my back when I can't lay down on a somewhat of a comfortable surface. I'd rather just sit up. So when I'm in jail or whatever, they lock my ass up. I don't fucking, no pillow, no, it's just a difficult, and then no cannabis. But once I'm up for an hour or so after and everybody sleeps so long in jail, I can't sleep like that. So, but whatever, I won't be in jail forever. Hopefully, if I do go to jail, if I go to jail, it'll be for standing up for, my son. That's not the worst thing to go to jail for, but, sucks going to jail. You don't have access to cannabis, because it works well for my sciatica, and there's nothing they can give me in there, so I don't ask for anything. And it's got to go cold in there, yeah, no, you have to, yeah, there's all the toilets, especially if you're in like a community tank that's, 3 or 4 shitters and they're all open. So that's what keeps me out of jail. A lot of people too. Yeah, don't want to poop in front of another inmate. That's how she gurts, boys. Some people wash their clothes in that same shitter. But yep, that's why. So hopefully here soon, like I said, they'll get a call from John and he'll say, hey, they decided they don't want to prosecute the case. And that may become before the 24th. There is a chance, guys, there is a chance that they may drop this case before the 24th. It could be. They may drop it before the 24th. And then, boy, I better be full bore. Like I said, I got to get this Forerunner fixed. I got to make sure I have the land taxes. Remember, I got to get those plates changed over. That's a pretty big thing. I'm glad I caught that. It's gonna be important to change those plates over so I don't leave out of here. I need to do that immediately, guys. That's gonna be the first thing I do after I fix the Forerunners. Change the plates over so I don't leave out of here with
veteran plates. I would be targeted. I'm glad I really thought about that, and I have been thinking about it before. I just wanted to bring it up to you. So I need to put that, a top priority on my list that, I don't want to leave with veteran tags. So somebody might grovel at me, but I don't need their groveling, you know, but somebody could just target me like, dude, there's a veteran, get him, dude, there's a fucking American veteran. So I'm sure that's going to be about a couple $100 probably to do for that. And then probably another $100 for my license or something like that. So probably about $300. And I need to do that now so I get my license in the mail. You know what I'm saying? Because it takes a minute. They don't just give you a license there now. So, uh, and I'm changing over my license from a commercial license. I don't want that on my license anymore either. I don't want, and I could still have it, not operate in commerce, but I think it's time to go ahead and just get a fresh license. Uh, I'm an old man. Looks fade. I'm sure I'm not going to change much in my old days here. I might get some more wrinkles, but I'm hoping my woman loves my big old brain. So, whatever. My mind is what I think is what is my best quality, and not like that. Just that looks fade, but you know, wits and street smarts, and just being able to have some balance in your life too, amongst chaos. Organized chaos is what I have. Goes on inside my head every day. So, on my chat. Oh, I got a fan. I got a favor. A fan forever. Toba's my fan forever. Thank you, Toba. Yeah, I think Toba's got the hots. That's okay. Like I said, father's making me um, father's making me the perfect woman, and I don't know who it is. It could be anybody. It could be somebody in this chat. It could be somebody out of my past. It could be somebody I've never met. I don't know. I don't trip on things like that. I ain't looking. I can tell you that. I'm not looking because Father will provide for me what I need. So he needs to make me the perfect, now there's nothing perfect but the perfect match, because I'm a lot of man to handle. I really am. I'm more than most women on this rock can handle. I know that. And I'm not saying that to be some kind of, it's a fine line between conceited and confident. So, so I have confidence in my understanding of my past. So I'm take a lot of woman because I'm a lot of man, you know, I'm a lot of dude. So I need a lot of woman. She'd have to really be understanding to be with me. Imagine if she was with me during the SWAT raid. You know what I'm saying? Imagine how hard that would be to go through that shit with me. If she was my wife, she probably would have been thrown in jail too, right? Like Elijah's wife. To go through the shit that I go through. Holy crap. I would not want no woman to go through that. So I'm thankful I don't have any women in my life right now like that. You know what I'm saying? Because they would be hurting because of me. So maybe when I can get my life straightened out, or, Father's shaping the right person for me, we'll know. I'll know, because Father is like that. It'll be if there was, like I said, a perfect match, there's no such thing as perfection, but that's how I work. I ain't looking for a loner wife or a loner girlfriend. I'd rather die single. Seriously, I've said it before, nobody's going to complete me. You don't make me complete. You add to me, you add to me. A woman doesn't complete me. A lot of men are like that, and women are like that. They need somebody in their life to complete them. I've been lonely before, and miss companionship and love, intimacy, and all the things of a relationship. They're just amazing. Relationships are, It's awesome to be with somebody. Shit, I'd rather have somebody to sleep next to at night. Shit, even if they were warm, just nice to have somebody to sleep next to. Makes a difference. On a cold night in a cabin. I always keep the fire going if I have someone here, but I'm just my point is that but they don't complete me. They add to who I am. So that's the kind of woman I would be with if I ever have a woman. She would same thing. She'd be happy with herself. You know what I'm saying? Uh, so that's what two people there. Woman was made for man. We are a team. We're supposed to work together. So to help each other, help mate. They do together as a team. So yeah. So yeah, there you go. That's what I'm saying. Connection. I need somebody that loves the word as much as I do, more than anything. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if that's even possible. That's where I said, and that's why Father's shaping that person exactly for me, or I'll just die and be happy. I don't, like I said, if I needed to go rub one off or something, I don't need to do that. I don't care if I ever have sex for the rest of my life. I don't know talk about that, but that's not what I'm looking for. If I needed that, I got phone calls. I know people I can call that would come over here and let me, you know, whatever. But I'm not into that. That's not how you know, that's not my thing. I don't lay with somebody unless they're my wife. So I'm not looking to be with anybody until Father's ready. So I'll just be happy by myself. Um, but that's the nice thing about having, like I said, with somebody that gets to be with me, because I don't sit there and beat around the bush. I'm a very forward person. I don't like to hold cards or, I don't need a challenge. It's always a challenge. It should always grow. You know, that's the way a relationship should work. I've always told anybody with that. If it doesn't get better and better and better and better, something's wrong. Something's definitely fucking wrong. So, and it's not up to me to make that happen. It takes two to tango. So, you know, you start as a blank canvas. That's how I basically put it with somebody. And now in a sense, I wish I knew more. If I found the right person, it's like, you know, Father's going to give me the A, and can I keep the A? You know, and I have been like that in my past relationships. I am, like I said, my ex said that I try too hard, but dude, that's not the worst thing in the world to try too hard. Ask me, and I know what that means. You don't need somebody to follow you around like a puppy dog, and I now understand too that us guys. I'm a builder, so I want to build shit. I'm a builder. I build shit. That's what I do. Um, so I fix shit. I'm gonna fix every fucking problem there is in this world. Remember, that's my whole deal. So when my woman has got a problem, I want to fix it. But I've talked about that before. That remember, women sometimes don't want us to fix their problems. They just want to know. They want our experience with conversation. So we tend to do that, and I'm that guy. So I got to fix all the problems. I'm Captain Fix It. But that's okay. I've learned from my mistakes. That's just the way it works. Sometimes a woman just wants your advice. She can fix it on her own. She doesn't need the physical labor, but we just tend to do that as males. So you'll have to excuse some of us, they're ladies, because that's what us men do. We just want to fix it. Some men don't have none of that in them at all. They're not like that, and whatever. I'm not like, but there are a lot of guys I know, because of our male nature. And, we want our woman to never hurt. She's our princess. She's our queen of the castle. And we don't put her on a pedestal per se, because that's not good. But we just don't want to see her hurt. And with these, she's hurt, and we're going to go to her side and rescue her every freaking time. I'm saying that's just the way a man is. So sometimes a man like me can be a little overbearing. So that's what she said. And I understood what she said, because it's like, hey, we're friends, tell me, we're not enemies. What did I do? That was like, it's not like it's a bad thing. She said, well, sometimes you try too hard. I'm like, try too hard. Okay, I'll think about that. Thank you for your honesty. So then I thought about it, what she meant. And I thought back about, being with her, and that I address things, I don't let shit slide. And there's sometimes you should give, and I'm not saying that I can't give space or anything, because I do. I don't do no abuse or fighting or physical, none of that. I don't do none of that. But yep, that's not something right now that I think you know, Father is providing that right now. Father wanted to be somebody in my life, they'd be right here, right now. You know what I'm saying? So nobody's here, and when he's ready, I'll have that person, or I won't. So, and I know why he is right now. This is a really difficult time in my life. I'm really glad that I don't have anybody in my life right now. Maybe when all this court case is over and I get some time to, you know, kind of unthaw from the whole thing, and Father will provide that person, because it'd be nice to die with somebody and have somebody by my side before I pass, but I don't need anybody here. There's nobody here for me to, like I said, I'm just not, I don't have a connection to this world like that. I just don't. I never have. Father didn't send me here to really like connect like that. And I'm not saying that as a person that I wouldn't want, companionship and a relationship. I think, like I said, I think I'd literally be one of the best, husbands that a woman can have, because I love little things and I love to address, my partner's needs and talk about things and communicate, and I don't shut up, and I have an emotional side, and I'm in touch with my feminine side and all. I'm in touch with my feminine side. So that's my emotional side. I'm not afraid to be emotional and cry, or I have feelings. I can sit there and hide what I feel. That's not the person I am. I just never have been, really. I mean, I've had to keep my head down and had to be quiet, because sometimes less is more. But I've never been in one relationship known to be the one that shelters, and I'll give space, but nah, things should be talked about, Um, but a lot of men are like cavemen in this day and age. They don't have much diversity, and they're not in touch with their feminine side, so they're all too caveman, og. So that's not me. So Father is being very kind to the woman that I'm maybe with, so she doesn't have to be around me right now in a really hard time. So, and then again, she wouldn't have to put through the SWAT raid and go through. So then what if I have to go to jail? See, what if I end up going to jail? Fuck, that'd suck. My wife would be here and all this shit happened, then me do everything I just did, and then me go to jail and have to be without me. That fucking suck, huh? Thank you, Father. So I'm a planner. No, not like that. I should stop planning, but I'm prepared. This is a lifestyle. So, like I said, when Father's ready, but at this point in time, I don't think he is. But I need to get my life in order right before I can invite somebody back into my life, because I couldn't give somebody all of me right now. That's why I'm not even looking. You see what I'm saying? Because I can't give somebody all of me. I'm not, not that I'm not complete. I just have too many other things that's going to take away from somebody that would need all of my attention, because that's how I do things. I don't half-ass do things. I just won't do them. That's how I work. That's how I was raised. Don't put your name on it if you're not going to do it right. I'm not saying, if I'm going to put my, signature on something like that, then I have to make sure it's done properly. It's just the way I was raised. So, um, but like I said, it's going to be some time, I'm sure, before a Father gives me any kind of a ability to do that, because like I said, I don't think I want to drag a woman into all what I just went through for the last 5 years. It's going to take a little bit of time to unthaw here from this, you know what I'm saying? And next thing I know, if like I said, because that's the way it would happen, is that I would, that person would be there. But uh, right now my focus is the ministry. My focus is to stay out of jail, so I don't feed the system, and then get out of the system, because the system is America, and I hate this country. You know what I'm saying? Uh, so I think as soon as I leave America, you'll see a massive change in me. I'm gonna start fucking glowing. And how much you want to bet I'll gain within probably 2-3 weeks? I'll gain 10 pounds. You won't see any of this little thing right here in my cheek will go away. I've gone up and down in weight so many times. 10 pounds makes that little dimple, whatever thing I get right there when I get down, the weight that I'm at now. And yep, and I'll feel better. I'll be eating better, and I'll know that if my son was alive, that he'd probably be happy to see me outside the country and and enjoying my life. Like I said, I just want to hang out with the ministry is what I'm really trying to get focused on doing in my life right now. I want to focus on hanging out with all the people in the ministry and churching with everybody that I can. So Father's going to provide. I know he will. I put in a lot of time and a lot of effort to get where I'm at now. So I don't think it was in vain, although it feels very worthless for what I just went through in 18 months. It will have an ending. Nothing is permanent. The only thing that's constant is change. So, yeah, what an exciting, yet, terrorizing time, thinking I might not see the light of day. My dog's going to hurt, or that's kind of sounds weird. In a month and a half, that's the max now. This will not go any longer than a month and a half. There'll be no more doing this in a month and a half. Unless something came up, and I don't know what the fuck would come up at this point. I don't want to make any plans, obviously, but there is some court dates set, so. Wow. The hell am I doing yawning at 1 o'clock in the afternoon or something? What time? 1:30? 2:49. Where's all the time go? Where's the time go? Where's the time go? Gotta get rid of some of this. Get rid of some of this. All right, I had to get rid of some of this. Spam only. Cool, yeah, we'll have to do that again. I'm just kind of chilling here a little bit today. Trying to unstew a little bit. Like I said, that chicken fucked me up last night, guys. Damn, man, I am never buying no store-bought chicken again. I was still feeling a little shitty when I woke up. And I know it was that chicken, man. So that's why I need to get out of this country. They fucking poison us, man. Poison us. Fucking poison us. Dude, as I clear these things, I get more notifications. What the hell? And nothing showed up. What the hell was that? That was nothing. I got a nothing message. So. But, yeah, well, no, it's just, you don't need to be sorry. I don't like the word sorry. Sorry is a word. But, it's just that chicken was garbage. So I need to eat better. I know there's better food in Mexico. So. And my name is spelled with a Y. Tracy. I don't have an E in my name. Tracy. See why? See? Do you see why? Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, no, women are a beautiful creation. They are truly one of Father's most amazing. I agree with you. Michael. I mean, women are just amazing. I just love their the birth cycle, the whole, their menstruation cycle, the whole way they work, the way their estrogen is not like testosterone, the way their women are just amazing. I totally agree. Um, they're just one of Father's most amazing creations ever is the woman. I mean, he created woman for man to become a helpmate, so we can. It does complete a lot. Some of us, not like I said, not complete, but it gives us that other, you know, thing in our life. So I can live without it. I don't need it in my life to make me whole, but it does. You know, much filial. I have an affection for Father's amazing. Uh, that I've never met two women that are the same. I met a lot of guys that are the same. You know what I'm saying? I met a lot of guys that are the same, but women, they tend to be a lot very different. No two alike I've ever met. Some similarities. I meet a lot of guys that are just like the same because guys are a little more shallow. I don't mean to go there. We think more rational than emotional. Women to think more emotional, so they're going to have a little bit more complexity, if you will. So that's why I'm a complex guy. Remember, I'm in touch with my feminine side. So don't get any silly little ideas there. I don't man gender bender here. I'm all man. See that? You want a man that's got high testosterone. You're looking for a man. You need a man look like he cut his finger off. See that? See this finger? This is a ring finger. You want to know how much testosterone? You want to know what's wrong with me? See that? That's what that means. The more testosterone in a man, see that? Look how much. So, well, no, that's what it is. That's a man that has high testosterone. I'm not saying that a man is not a man if he has, more of a, because look at him and that doesn't mean, but if you want to see a man, people are like, what's wrong with me all the time? Well, look, I can't help what the fuck I am. See that? Somebody cut my finger off. No, I didn't. That's exactly how God made me. He just put a lot of testosterone in my body. People don't understand why I am the way I am. Because God made me that way, for Christ's sake. So there you go. If you're looking for a man that's got high testosterone, a drive like me, you'll probably look at his hand. It's a pretty big giveaway. It's not a dead ringer. I'm not, it doesn't, but I'm telling you, it has a lot to do with the testosterone level, and your level has a lot to do with your ring finger and your it's your ring finger and your pointer finger. So, but yeah, Father put an extra 3 or 4 or 5, 10 doses of testosterone and dump every day in my body. So I have to deal with it, but that's okay. I still can be in touch with my feminine side. You're just so sensitive. It's the little things in life that mean the most of the time, guys. I blow through the big shit most of the time, you know what I'm saying? You're silly, Toba. Silly lady. So. Oh man, I want to go back to bed now. Yeah, I hear you, man. I do remember my ex. She said, dude, man, I ain't never met somebody that smoked so much cannabis in my whole life. I said, I don't smoke that much cannabis. She said, yeah, you do, Tracy. She said, I wake up at 2:00 in the morning, you're smoking cannabis. And not that you don't work, but anytime that you're not working, you take a little chooch, and go back to, if you're not, I'm saying, when I do all my farm duties, she's like, need me smoking all damn day. You wake up, you smoke, go to bed, you smoke, get up, you smoke. I was like, whatever, how much do I work? She said, you work all the time. I said, well, am I a lazy stoner? She said, no, you're not a stoner. She said, I just never met anybody that smoked so much fucking pot in my life. And she's my age, she's in her 50s, and she's like, dude, I've never seen anybody, And it's like, she says, it's not like you don't smoke a lot, but you just, you spread your, and I do that. If I'm gonna work around the property and stuff, I smoke a lot less pot if I'm just sitting around, and I can not smoke no herb at all and work just fine. I don't need herb to work or not. I'm saying, I just, but she just told me that. She's like, dude, you smoke more weed than anybody ever met in my life. And I was like, in the way that you do it. She's like, not like you smoke excessive amounts. You just, throughout the day, you never stop smoking pot. You're always, you work for 2 hours, you smoke, for 10, 15 minutes, you go back to work for, I smoke, it's like, whatever, it's a little fresher course. That's what I call it. She said, but do you need to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and smoke weed? I'm like, yeah, that's my favorite time to smoke, because it's 3 o'clock in the morning. That's the best time when you're sleeping. I ain't gotta listen to you. Not like you, but that's my time. When you're in bed, you ain't never awake at that time. I don't mind you being awake. I'm not saying, but I like when you sleep, so I can have some time to myself too. That's my time. So you wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, that's why I don't acknowledge you when I see you awake, because that's my time. If you say something, I'll answer you, but yeah, I smoke at 3 o'clock in the morning. So what? I'm always up at 3. So, yeah. So, and then, like I said, when I go to bed, I don't smoke. I come home and I don't really smoke when I'm out of the household. You know what I'm saying? If I'm gonna leave, I don't want to smoke anything. I don't want to get pulled over and have it in my system, or so. Try to not go away from the house if I am. So. Oh yeah, it'd be the cannabis, not club. It'd be the cannabis cup connection. Two stoners here at the cannabis cup, huh? So. Oh, my cup runneth over. Shit, fire. So, better put some water on that shit. No. Oh my God, guys, I'm getting a little, not anxiety, but oh yeah, I'm building an outdoor lounge. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I want to build an outdoor smoke session. I don't mind smoking in the house, but I'll be out there during the summer days and the nights, be chooching outside with a big outdoor, terrarium. Make a big skylight in the, hang out under the stars and cheese bowls and make pizzas in the pizza oven or barbecue, whatever. Or just hang out, man. Relax and enjoy life. Stop worrying about bills and all that bullshit. There's more to life than, yeah, absolutely. Always got to be, I need somebody to play music, music is part of my future. I remember when I was in Hawaii, I loved Hawaii because I was always down at the beach there was always somebody either playing a guitar or a ukulele or a violin or a recorder, even a recorder, because school was playing beautiful music, saxophone, somebody always playing music. So I'd hope that I'm not musically inclined. I didn't get that. I just didn't. I'm sure if I tried, I can do anything, but I just didn't. It's not my thing. My next life will be a singer or something, but I'd have been very evil if I was a singer. I'm telling you. I would. I know what. So. Because I could change the world with music, but I don't want to go there. So there's a frequency. Just don't let me know. I don't want to go there. So, but either way, I like to have somebody, to play music around. I have a lot of different, like I have musical instruments with her. I got this accordion. I bought this just for somebody to play. Like here. See, here's something that I have. I've never played this, but I'm sure somebody would know how to play this.
don't know how to play it, but I bet somebody can play that. So, anyways, I have that just to play for somebody, not for me. And it's not like a super, this one's an antique. It's pretty fancy, but somebody will play it. Play me some badass music. So, see, I have instruments for people to play, but I don't know how to play. There's one right here sitting next to me. So, yeah, I have several instruments, musical instruments, I think, out here throughout the property, here and there. So. You know what I'm gonna play? I'm gonna play the stovepipe. Stovepipe. Pretty good at that one, huh? Hell yeah. To the heck yeah. Oh. Let's turn our light back on here. Turn our light back on. I'm gonna have to get something to eat here. I think that sausage, but I think about time to get something back to eat here. Yeah. I just heard Tongo. He just played a B flat. What did you do there, Taggy? What was that all about there, Biggie Biggie? What are you doing, Biggie Biggie? What are you doing, my big? What are you doing, my biggie guy? Just hanging out with the dad. Hanging out with the dad. Just love the boys. Get off of me, Mr. Bone. Bobo, get down. Bobo. Get off of me, Bobo. Get off of me, Bobo. You can't climb up in my lap. You're not a little baby. You're not a baby. I love hanging out with you boys. Dad and the boys. Dad and the boys. Dad and the boys. Dad and the boys. Yep, he's my favorite bone. He's my favorite bone. He's Dad's favorite bone. Dad's favorite bone. Such a good boy. Dad's so happy I have you. I'm so happy I have you. You're the best boy that I ever did was. Yes, you are. Okay. Would you get down? Would you please get down? Pants. Pants, get down. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, these are my best guys. I love this boy. He's my biggest. He's got a big old head that a big. Who's my biggie? Who's my biggest guy that I big? Oh, that I beg him. Oh, he's my best guy ever. He's my best guy ever. Oh, look at him. He's a handsome guy. Look how handsome he is. Oh, he's Dad's boy. Oh, I was getting the scratches on the face. Scratches on the face. Yeah, they're such good boys. I love the boys. Dad's going to wait around so we don't get the boys hurt. And we got to stay here until the court date, huh? So we're going to stay here until that time. So. Oh, come on, heel. I want to take it off. Oh, take it off. It's annoying. It's like stuck to my skin. There's just, like I said, I'm not messing with it, but I just want to take it off. Peel it off there. I think I'm going to go 1 or 2 more days, and then I'll take it off there. So. Yeah, we're going to have to trim those ladies here pretty soon. I might take a pause and
flip the camera around and start trimming those ladies here in a little bit. I better get something done today. Better get something done. I was working. I did some stuff outside earlier. Remember, I was working outside earlier, and then I got the ladies cut down, and then I came inside here and started streaming. But oh my goodness, I hear another fly. Where in the hell do these flies keep coming from? I heard it go this way. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? I need to make something to eat, man. I'm so disappointed that I left my at the damn store, dude. That was such a hardcore. Father's so brutal. So brutal to me. I could really use those steak fries. I'm gonna go look in the truck. Maybe they'll just magically appear. Magic Lucky Charms. Magically delicious. How the bug is that? Get off that. It's free. Nope. Nope. Oh. Where'd it go? Nope.
I didn't find them. Struck out. I don't know what I did with them. Just it makes no sense, guys. Father just beating Dad. Beating Dad. Look hole. Oh well. Wasn't meant to be. Thought maybe my steaks would just magically appear. No such thing as magic. No such thing as luck. Oh boy, those smell lovely. Huh. I sure could use that steak right now. Should probably give some carrots to the chickens, huh? Should feed the carrots some chickens. Yeah, give the carrots some chickens, huh? Go reverse psychology on it. Maybe it'll make it reappear. Reappear. Mm-hmm. Maybe make some lima beans and some butter beans. Where those butter beans go? Some butter beans and some lima beans. I'm just kidding. beans. We'll put those together. We'll put those together. That's what I'm talking about. Let's do this thing. Pepper in there, some pepper. Pepper. So. No conversation with the paper, that part. Let those go for 10 or 15 minutes. Well, guys, I'm gonna take a pause for the cause here. I'm gonna go see what's going on this No King's ritual. You know, see if anything's. You guys hear of anything? You hear anything going on? I think I'm gonna get an update. I'm hoping nothing happens today, because that just makes it easier for nothing to happen. You know, when nothing happens, we blow past this date. You know, shit. 37 days will be here before you know it, and if that happens and I get this thing, I'll blow out of here. You know what I'm saying? I don't want anything to happen where they shut the border down, you know. So I'm gonna try to get an update. There was all kinds of you know, maybe hopefully it's a big flop. Like last time they had this No King's ritual and a lot of people didn't even show up to the locations that were on the map. You know what I'm saying? So they had a lot of events planned, but people didn't show up. Maybe that's what will happen today. But I don't know. Things are a lot different than the last time they had this No King's ritual. They've been out there sparking this with this National Guard and you know, this ISIS terrorist out there doing, you know, I'm not sure what they got going. I really haven't looked at what was going on today, but I know today is a day that's, you know, it's gonna be pretty important for us to hopefully make it through this day and not have, you know, people fall under this protest and they have provocateurs out there inciting people to do things that they wouldn't do. But they're going out there to protest, and sometimes it just takes one person to throw a rock or a bottle or something like that. A lot of the times these things are already there. So I think I'm going to go try to get me an update, and I'll come back on and check with you, because I haven't, I said it's a pretty important day in history here for us. Hopefully it'll, you know, go off without a hitch. And there'll be no real violence, no real terrorism, no real, you know, because where there's large gatherings, there's always a chance for there to be a terrorist, you know, attack. So that's my concern at this point, more than all the planned events that they have. If there's some outside provocateur that comes in and takes advantage of the situation, you know, situational awareness is pretty important. So I haven't heard much people coming in saying anything. You know, I have the heading, you know, as the No Kings, and so it doesn't look like there's much chatter, much going on the internet right now. So I've got a lot of good, you know, bloggers and news sources. So there will be protests. People will show up. You know, I think there will be people who show up in mass at some of these locations. So I'm hoping that nobody will, you know,
be taken advantage of, because a lot of the times people like this in situations where people go out trying to exercise their right, to redress grievances, which they have, they'll get himself in a situation where next thing they know, they're in the middle of a false flag. That happens, in this country. So let's turn that up a little bit. They're known for doing that. That's how it works. So I just see where one of these events could be co-opted. It could be co-opted. So that's how they work. But again, I just haven't get much. I thought when I would, I just thought there'd be more. Actually, it's okay. I don't care. It's because I know the channel shadow banned, and a lot of the times I say the wrong things. If I just tiptoed around the algorithm, I wouldn't have the problems. But I'm not in here to try to pick up, viewers or worry about how many subscribers. Where did my damn water go? That I have for the channel. That's not what this channel's about. Oh, yeah, there we go. If we were to worry about subscribers, I'd ask you to subscribe all the time. I don't ask anybody to subscribe to the channel. So subscribers subscribe to the channel as they want to subscribe to the channel. So we get shadow banned, so they take away a lot of our subscribers anyways. But anyways, I just thought there'd be more chatter about it today. So thought there'd be more traffic on the internet is what I'm saying than what I've seen here today. So maybe everybody's out doing stuff that's good, and hopefully people are staying away from these, no king's rituals. I think it's a big psyop, like Nathan said. It's a big mock you, Operation Mockingbird, Operation Lame Stream Media. So they like to tell you lies, and so let's take a break here for a little bit. Appreciate you guys coming in. Some of the regulars here having a conversation with me. Probably going to eventually need to trim these ladies up here, but I can trim and talk maybe if I come back up. I mean, it's not going to hurt them to sit here for a day and dry out a little bit more too. So I'm not sure if I'm going to do them today or not. I might. Not going to hurt them even if I never trim them. Same for later. You can still trim later. You don't always have to trim right away. So yeah, no, I mean, everything is just a big co-opted now. Everything's co-opted, like Nathan said, psyop, co-op, pretty much. We're just seeing a big staged event. So let me go check and see what I can find. There's nothing going on. I'll come back. I'm gonna eat I made some butter beans. I like those things, and then I'll come back up here in a little bit and we'll fire off another, respark the algorithm. So thanks for coming in, hanging out. I hope you're out there collecting pennies, doing wise things. So I'll come back in after a little bit and leave a comment on the video if you'd like after the video, and we'll come back the most high willingly. I'm gonna do a little research though before I come back in. So enjoy your day as much as you can, and I'll see you on the next High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries broadcast. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse.